Yeah. Yeah, it's $10 a minute. Gifting Twitch subs isn't the best way for that. You might get more bang for your buck another way, but... Good morning, Jerome. How are you, love? Yo! Did I get a tip? Sissy, thank you! Aw, no worries. Dude, thank you so much. I didn't even hear that. Thank you, dude. Thank you. Yes, I can cash out a CB whenever. Aw, much love to you, Sissy10. Thank you so much. Sounds like the pillows? It was the pillows. I don't know what bump of chicken is. Thank you so much, Sissy10. Spin my face, my love, on chain, my face, my love. This is your fault. I don't need you anymore. Someone in the bathroom. Good morning, GMC. Hello, how are you, love? Taste it. Couldn't bleed for you. Now I'm gushing. I bleed for you, but you never get This is Spit in My Face by Thanks So Much. Hello, Faye. Good morning. How you doing, Faye? I'm looking at breakfast because I'm hungry. I'm very hungry right now.
This is why I switched to Shopify. I tried 3 other platforms prior to Shopify, and I remember my breaking point was when I would try to make one little change and my entire site would go down. What are you waiting for? Start your free trial with Shopify today.
Smile, smile, they're all watching.
Shake up, shake down. They can hear you scream.
Smile, smile.
Can't you hear me sing?
Wake up, wake up. And smile, smile. Smile, smile.
They're all watching. Shake up, shake down. They can't hear you scream. Smile,
I've been ill since Saturday. No, I'm so sorry to hear that, Faye. A lot of people are getting sick right now. I see that you displayed yourself yesterday again. Now, was it truly for exhibitionist reasons or most likely thirst for the male gaze? Honka Tonka, what is your problem? Are you obsessed with the female gaze? Is that why you're in my chat? I've streamed every single day this year. Whoever watches me. But you know. Also been streaming for 8 years. So I see that you displayed yourself yesterday. My guy, I'm on the hub. I'm literally on the hub. I display myself 24/7. Feel free to go view my hub videos though and comment how obsessed I am with the male gaze while you're staring at me, commenting to get me to notice. Seems like you're a little bit obsessed with the female gaze, my guy. It's almost over. I like female gaze. Female gaze are pretty cool. Do you need to log into TikTok to view accounts lately? I don't watch TikToks outside of on my account, so I have no idea. But you should definitely log into your account when you're watching TikTok anyways, so you can go and like and comment on my videos. Yeah, I don't try and view TikToks outside of the app. Sorry guys, I'm trying to grab food. With the tin roof, and every time it rains I can feel my brain, it's moving upside forward, upside down, eastward, everything you do. Last night tossing and turning, couldn't get to sleep but I slept through the morning. Out of this city, alone in the jungle you'll find me. Close your eyes and hear my secrets deep. Locked myself out of my room earlier. It's a regular privacy lock though, so I made a key out of a clip. Oh, cool. Sorry you locked yourself out. That sucks. What kind am I grabbing? I don't know yet, Solar. I'm trying to decide. How are you doing, Solar? Does the hub have an algorithm that favors comments? I think so. I know that. I just know that getting a view is like AdSense. And I like to see comments. They give me a little hit of dopamine. Gave in. Looking at the side. Everything's so expensive. Why is everything so expensive? It's pissing me off. Your eyes and hear my secret, deep, deep love, and hear my secret. Hear my secret. Deep, deep love, and hear my secret. I'm so sorry to hear that, Solar. I'm sending you so much love. My brain also went a weird direction while waking. Got some bad news this morning. Why is it $20? Shit, bro. Okay, this place has a vegan breakfast sandwich, though. Should I get... I think I'm gonna get it. Ooh, it comes with tomato. I have a very beautiful power station. Thank you, Pippo. I appreciate that. I'm so hungry. Close your eyes and hear my secret.
Have you been feeling sad most of the time, losing interest in
Listen,
things you once
bitch.
cared about? You may be experiencing these and other symptoms
Stop
that
it.
are difficult to understand.
Stop
Past
advertising
symptoms
to
are worth
me.
exploring with a doctor. Learn more about major
Fuck
depressive
you
disorder
and your
and
major
potential treatment
depressive
options at
disorder.
managingdepression.us.
Listen. Fuck you. What do you do, Faye? Ah. Ah! Sorry, I'm just crying in pain as I spend money. I'm very hungry though, and I'm gonna be working today, so I need food. Ah! Sorry, my payment went through. Ah! I'm good. Ah! I swear I'm good. Good morning, Nelson. I would love some Faye. Saw that on the X thingy. Hope it turns out okay. Yeah, I mean, it's not looking good. A lot of my family has chain smoked cigarettes their whole life, and yeah, I made my mom promise me this morning that she'll try and quit for me, so. Ah, do I like spaghetti carbonara? Fuck yes, I do. That sounds so good. That sounds so good. Guys, I'm not wearing pants yet. Wow, I'm moving slow today. I'm moving very slow today. Good morning, fellas. Much love, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I'm waking up. I'm waking the fuck up, okay? Getting energized for the day. Okay? Okay? Solar! You just paid for my whole breakfast plus more. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sweet Pea. Thank you. I love you. I'm also looking into TwitchCon things. If anyone is going to TwitchCon, you want to give me a big ol' hug, big ol' squeeze. I need hugs. I want to give hugs. I need hugs. I need all the hugs. So if you guys go to TwitchCon Amsterdam or TwitchCon San Diego, I would love to give you guys a hug there. I don't know if that's too far out of the way for a lot of people, probably. But I will also be at Eclipse Festival in Texas in April. So yeah, those are 3 solid opportunities in April and in July. Well, end of June, July in Amsterdam, and then in San Diego in September. So I would love to give you guys hugs there. Yeah, I'll announce it more closer to the date. Thank you so much, Solar. But yeah, I'd love to see people there. Also, probably, I'm like low-key watching Mizkif's stream right now. When I'm in Austin, might go check out this Iron Forge gym. It's like a $10 pass. It's not too bad. What do I have to do to get more than a hug? I'm sorry, man. That's not on the menu. That's not an option. Like, that's the thing. If you care about me as a person right now, understand that I struggle even having sex with my partner. So, just, yeah, I'm not an escort. I don't do sex acts for, you know, whatever. I just don't do that kind of thing. Hugs are free, though. I love to give people a hug. But yeah, I'm yeah. Just kidding. Just to let you know, D-Fergs, I don't know if anyone finds that joke funny. I don't, I don't. It's not funny to me, for sure. I just, yeah, I don't know. If you watch my YouTube or Twitch VOD from last night, you can kind of see where I'm at right now with some things. I've been going through it a little bit, so it's hard for me to muster up sexual energy right now. So when I do, it's a rare sighting, and be grateful. But I do have stuff on the hub all over the place. If you guys are interested in the sexual side of things, I have a hub account. So, but yeah, as of right now, I kind of feel like shit, to be honest with y'all. But I'm trying to feel better. You can see that. Yeah, man, I'll give you all the hugs. All the hugs. And if I can, I'll even give you a piggyback ride, man. But that's about as far as it goes. The piggyback ride is like the limit for me right now. Sorry, y'all. Sorry to let your hopes down. I am a complex individual.
I'm treating this like a murder case.
You don't really think we're gonna find them, do you?
We are this close.
We're gonna watch some Project Melody to cheer me up.
Some questions just don't have answers.
True Detective, Night Country, streaming exclusively on Max.
Burning and that's why. It's so hard to be Melody right now.
But good morning, Dory. Good morning, everybody.
It's very Wouldn't you want to like prove them wrong though? If they're betting against you, you're like, I'm gonna prove you wrong. I'm gonna show you
Every
show you
day.
something. So what happened? That's okay.
Good morning, Drakut. How are you doing, love?
Prove them wrong. They won't expect it at all. We have a Minecraft player next game.
Really?
Yeah, Hannah! Everything I know about Minecraft players is that they're really good at any other party game. Because Minecraft is basically a party game. Huh?
Thank you, Dory. I appreciate that. I haven't even washed my face yet today.
Okay, but you just build, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that okay. No, I meant like parkour.
What is that?
Like Minecraft parkour, Bed War, those type of games, you know? You're like level 1 Minecraft right now.
Excuse
Actual
me?
Minecraft. Yeah, I said it. What are you gonna do about it?
My home is beautiful. It's resplendent. I have 2 beds, thank you very much.
Alright, how's your Minecraft parkour, huh?
I don't know what that means, but I don't have to.
Exactly. When you hit level 2, then you know, Melody. Talk to me when you're level 2 Minecraft player.
But I've been playing for years.
Wait, you don't have to enchant
I think
a
I've
book?
seen this
Wait,
girl on
no.
Twitter,
No.
but I haven't really like seen much of her.
No, I go over and look at it sometimes, and then I give up.
Maybe you're not even level 1 Minecraft. Maybe you're still at the tutorial. Sounds like, hey, keep an eye.
I can just girl talk.
Can you?
Yeah.
Oh.
You guys okay out here? Hey, mama. Yeah, we're like, yeah.
Thank you, Faye. Thank you so much.
Is she gonna yell at me?
Hello?
Okay, are you ready to listen to instructions?
Wait, I'm streaming.
What? Belle, I know. What the?
Doing okay,
What?
Jakut.
What?
How are you?
What?
What?
No, I know.
Oh! Okay. What?
No.
You said... It's like the ASMR? Like counting?
No. Go to your Go to your channel.
I'm doing pretty good, Step
Okay.
Goblin. How are you?
Type /VIP space
/VIP space.
my name. Valer.
Lizar.
Do you have all of your episodes
You've
members
added-
VIP, bro?
I to do that.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
VIP. Iron. Mouse.
It's mouse
This is bumper chicken. Good morning, Kagato. How are you doing?
You can come on anytime. Whatever. I don't know. This porn's really hot.
Are you still watching it?
Well, it's just like kind of playing, you know, in the background.
Are you
Nice.
watching
Fuck
the
yeah.
porn while talking to me while
Mine's a
the
bash
stream's
code. What's
on?
that?
No. No, I'm not.
I wonder if I can. Okay, wait. What time you at? Wait, hold on. I'm gonna turn the desktop audio off real quick. 1 second. Wait, I'm gonna open it. I'm gonna open it real quick. I'm gonna turn the sound off. Okay, hang on.
What?
No, I have it on. This is so awkward. I feel so inappropriate right now. Oh my god, how can you? Bro, this chick has a pearl thong on. Pearl, it's not even underwear. It's just pearls straight in her hootenanny. It's like, bro, this is how high class this is. It's pearls. What now? What,
have those.
are you fucking for real right now?
It's 9 a.m. for me.
I have that pair of underwear. I never wear them, ever.
I can imagine why. That doesn't look comfortable at all.
Oh, interesting. Yo, TMI for Twitch, Kagato. In a tip note, bro. In a tip note. Thank you, Faye. My day's going alright. Got some bad news this morning, but had a good cry. About to wash my face.
I'll go put us in normal. I'll be right back, guys. Be right back.
Thank you, Marilio. Hello. I just ordered food. I'm starving.
Spooky.
You're good, Kagato.
Spooky.
Coffee and melon for you in the morning. Ooh, that sounds lovely. Then oatmeal and eggs and bacon. Ooh, sounds super yummy.
Oh yeah, looking good, Mel. Oh fuck!
Okay, guys, I gotta put pants on. I gotta turn the camera up.
My background music won't turn on. That was intentional, cause Cause I like attention. I was being cute. Oh man, look at me. Being cute. Oh yeah. I'm not lying. Don't worry, Mel. I think 7/8 of us heard that. Did I say anything weird? Yes. I said penis. Oh well, that's okay.
Yes, I speak English, Jakut. And I do play some games.
I don't make noises. What happened to the background music?
Mel is the background music. Give me one sec, guys. I'm putting on pants. I'll play that after this one, Faye. I'm listening to a VTuber cover of The Pretender. Pretend. You're from Argentina. Very cool, Drakut. In the dark, I'm so in all begins. Sending your skeletons, sing as the bones go marching in. May you what? Oh. The base is out of print. We are not permanent, we're temporary. Yeah, I wasn't wearing pants. Oops. The melon hydration helps to balance out the caffeine diuretic. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Cool. You wear a robe during meetings? Yeah, that's a mood. Hey, nice Kagato. I really want to play Guitar Hero or something soon. Maybe Beat Saber. I don't have Guitar Hero, but I do have Beat Saber. I'm the voice inside your head you refuse to hear. I'm the face that you have to face. I'm what's left, I'm what's right, I'm the enemy. I'm the hand that'll take you down, bring you to your knees. So who are you? Yeah, who are you? Yeah, who are you? Yeah, who are you? Keep you in the dark and know they all pretend. What if I say I'm not like the others? What if I say I'm not just another one of your place? You're a pretender. What if I say I will never surrender? What if I say I'm not like the others? What if I say I'm not just another one of your place? You're a pretender. What if I say I will never surrender? What if I say I'm not like the others? What if I say I'm not just another one of your place? You're a pretender. What if
You said it slowly. I'll be your one if you'll be my only. But look at you now.
Aww. Did you just wake up, Kokoto, or have you not slept? This one is the Raccoon playlist. I've listened to it a few times the past couple weeks. I'll send it in chat. Faye, I needed to play your song. Sorry guys, I had to pop a hard-boiled egg in my mouth. I was hungry. I was so hungry. Having hard-boiled eggs is nice though.
It's time to unveil your winner for Lewd Tuber of the Year. Without further ado, your winner is Project Melody. Congratulations, Melody. Well deserved. All right, chat, you gotta respect it, okay? Thank you so much, Melody. You're amazing. Wait.
I don't know what this award show is. I'm not too familiar with Fillion.
Hello, everybody. Project Melody here, and I am thrilled to be receiving this award. Like, these past 4 years have been
Bye, Jakku.
of wonderful friends, celebrating our collective passion for the things we hold dear, such
Aww.
as the sexual arts.
Oh.
This is incredibly personal to me, and it represents more than achievement, but something symbolic that epitomizes the progress that we've made in breaking down social barriers. In our VTuber world, we've come a long way from its restrictive foundational ideology, much like the broader journey towards sexual liberation that we experience globally. We have and still face challenges and opposition, but we press on, and it's seriously mind-boggling to see our lewd community flourish and enter mainstream conversation, because understanding
Cool,
begets
very cool.
normalization, and normalization begets protections for our bodily
When was it?
and
A month
such
ago?
more. Seriously, it's a huge thank you to my amazing community, the science team, for your incredible support and dedication. You make literally everything possible, and I'm so proud of our fellow nominees and the entire LewdTuber community for their innovative and inspiring work. Your support and advocacy is invaluable, and together we're making an impact. Thank you, guys.
Wire tentacles. That sounds terrible. I would never want that. What do you... What?
How am I feeling? I'm feeling okay. A bit melancholic, but it says my order just got picked up, so I'm excited for my food.
Congratulations to Melody for winning Lewd Tuber of the Year.
Thank you, Faye.
He just stands. Look, he's not gonna move. He's
Isn't she cute?
I mean, that's a good song to chill out to. Not chill out, Kogato. Very cool.
Oh man, Epibeep designed this. Woo! Oh yeah. Oh, that's a good sitting position. Oh yeah. Gremlin mode. Oh yeah. I like that my spine does that. I love your yoga pose. Happy.
Wait, have I seen this one?
Did you play on your firework box? No. Yeah. Did you have a big climax firework show? No. Which did you get the waterworks? You wanna die. die. I wanna not die.
Is Hailstorm? No. We were listening to before that. Oh, it was, I forget what VTuber it was.
Oh, really? You have a firework box?
I'm watching some Project Melody clips, Buster. Hello, how are you? Parts? Okay.
Yeah, we had a live DJ.
The live DJ, did you play songs at the beat of the fireworks?
Oh, God.
What's wrong, Melody? You feeling very limber? How was your big bang?
Oh my god, Iron Mouse's deep voice is so funny.
Was it something I said?
Yes!
Did you polish your gem?
God damn it!
This game, you're not ready for it.
My firework box, I accidentally.
I want a
ripped the
fireworks
firework
box.
out of it 'cause I was stupid, avoiding the warranty.
I've never had a fireworks box.
Did you try it? Did you try to
I'm doing alright, Zuhair. How are you doing?
I was rough with it. I was too rough with it, and it ripped right out of the side. And then I tried to put it back together, and there was a big sticker on it that said, "Don't do that."
You broke a firework box.
Thank you, Kagata. I appreciate you a lot. Thank you so much.
She needs to hurry. She has to have it in time for 4th of July.
God damn it,
Team Fortress 2. That's what I am.
Yeah, she's the spy.
You know who opened her fortress today?
Is anyone in chat planning to go to TwitchCon already? By the way, just curious. It just got announced.
Oh my god, chat. I'm gonna develop a fever.
Drinking
No.
Are you drinking apple juice?
No, I'm drinking Thai tea, and my heart is on the moon.
Whenever I exercise, your heart would be on the moon.
I just got off the moon now.
I want to go to the moon. I want to go to the moon and I want to set off fireworks.
No, well, I mean, I guess if you want, like,
She wants to blast off. I have no idea what the moon means, to be very clear. She wants to Elon Musk SpaceX program. Was it something I said?
Elon Musk.
she doesn't even know where the moon is!
I want to know what the moon is so bad.
It's nothing! It's not, it's Minecraft.
Many people witnessed the full moon today.
Drew, please take my life. You're a witch, please.
Was it something I said?
Yes!
Yes, the moon.
Oh my god!
She had a full moon today. Oh, me too. Yeah, they were moon watching. Moon watching? How many moons are there to watch? Oh, she had a really big moon. There's a lot of people like to moon watch. That makes sense. Yeah, people love moon watching.
God damn it, Melody!
Yeah, I want to go to the moon.
No!
Was it something I said? Melody, what's a fireworks box?
You designed the fireworks.
That's a fireworks set.
The thing you designed, you don't know what it was for?
Wait, I'm so confused. Is that what it's called? You designed it? I designed something. You designed a special fireworks box? I don't know. I drew something and I don't know what it was. Is it a fireworks box? Yeah, it shoots off fireworks. I did other things.
What did you think it did?
There's a lot of things. She broke it.
You thought I gelled my hair into cat ears? Yeah, I'm wearing it backwards too, because I was just getting my hair out of my face.
You'll be okay, okay? I need a fireworks box.
This is quite a memorable year.
She's so tired from yoga, she can't stand up. Oh, and the sun is shining, yeah. Her legs are dirty.
My arms are jelly for certain. I used them both. I'm gonna bite you.
You can bite me, you need practice for next time.
Ah!
Are you okay?
Oh yeah, I'm taking a lactate. You know lactate?
Yeah, I know of it. It's when you don't use
thinking about it and like changed my diet times 100. Chad's all. Did Chad ever teach you a thing?
Yeah. Oh yeah, they teach me stuff all the time, and I teach them stuff too. One time they asked me about how bugs mate, and I found out that bugs don't have EPs.
They have the don't tell me. I got it. The ovipositor.
Bugs don't have PPs, man.
Yeah.
It's like a Capri Sun, only gross.
Like those too.
People do like ovipositors.
People like them, and then they come out of gelatin, and they're like.
Yeah, I've got one in the other room.
Really?
What?
Is it inappropriate to ask if you used it, and if so, what that's like?
I used it once, and I peed myself. On stream because I had panic.
Oh my god!
And now it lives in the other room as like a paperweight. It just kind of, it's like aesthetic.
Yeah, but I feel like that's one of those things, like, if you have it, why not experience it once just to see what it's like?
Just to see, yeah, but now it balances books.
Listen, that's a pretty sick, conversation piece.
Unfortunately, my dad was visiting and saw my bookshelf, and it also had a testicle and some other stuff, and he went over to poke it, and I'm like, hey, we're running late, don't you think? I know you do. I'm respectful. I didn't do anything! I didn't fucking do anything! I feel like you got taller, and you got shorter.
Yeah, I was tired of being so short, so I got a little bit taller.
A smidgen.
I'm a bit taller than everyone else. It feels wrong.
Fair.
I'm not used to being taller than people because I'm 5'1.5", and usually everyone towers over me.
That's fair. You're a little short stack. You're a little short stack.
Nice. How tall are you? How tall are you if you're not a short stack?
Slightly more than average, and it counts.
Roland, thank you.
2/3 of our group, which doesn't really say much because everyone's.
Where'd you DM me, Faye?
I'm under 7'4", and I'm over 5'4". I'm in the middle.
I'm doing alright, Zuhair. I don't know if I answered that. Alright, yoga time. Faye. His pants look weird on camera.
Don't know a thing.
What's up? You're all bad, Moody.
Glad you could stop by. It's nothing.
What?
I died many years ago. You can make me feel like it is.
Thank you, Kagato.
Why you come be with me? I think I finally know.
Am I able to sit in lotus position? Yes, I am.
What feel? You can't tell the ones you love. No, they couldn't deal. Whisper in the dead man's ear. It doesn't make it real. That's great, but I don't wanna play. Being with you touches me more than I can say. Since I'm only dead to you, I'm saying stay away. And let me rest in peace. Let me rest in peace. Let me get some sleep. Let me take my love and bury it in a hole 6 foot deep. I can lay my body down, but I can't find my sweet release. So let me rest in peace. You know, you got willing slave, and you just love to play the thought that you might misbehave. But till you do, I'm telling you, stop visiting my grave and let me rest in peace. I know I should go, but I follow you like a man possessed. There's a traitor.
The actor or the character or both?
And it hurts me more than you've ever guessed. If my heart could be
PMs are 50 tokens, mommy. Hi, Carmelo.
you're unimpressed, so leave me be and let me rest in peace. Let me get some sleep. Let me take my love and bury it in a hole 6 foot deep. I can lay my body down, but I can't find my sweet release. Let me rest in peace. Why won't you let me rest in peace?
6? Why 6 question mark?
So, you're not staying then?
What's the difference between a service animal and...
Thank you so much, Faye. Thank you so much for being so sweet. Thank you. What do I have planned for this weekend? Honestly, working. So I got some bad news this morning. I already needed to pay my rent by the 19th. Otherwise they're gonna evict me on the 20th. So I'm grinding to pay that right now, tomorrow, the next day. And then after that, I am trying to get up to see my family as soon as possible. Because I just got, a hard announcement today that my uncle has lung cancer that has spread to his bones. So I have had some family members pass the past few years. A lot of them have a lot of health issues, so I'm going to try and go up there and see family as soon as possible. Do you guys have any fun plans for this weekend? I did have fun. Thank you so much, Faye. I'll set some sub goals and whatnot after I get rent paid, but as of right now, the thing that helps me most is either tokens on CB or direct payments like Cash App or PayPal. So if you guys want to help me with stuff instead of subbing right now, Cash App or Chatterbait helps a lot. Hello, Cryo. How are you doing? But after I'm caught up with bills, I'm gonna do more like sub goals for cool things. Hello, thank you for the follow. Damn, Faye. See, I wish I was cutting it close and I wasn't always late. Because it would help me out a lot if I wasn't late on everything all the time. I think my food's here. One sec, y'all. Sorry guys, there was an issue. The DoorDash driver scammed me. I'm pretty damn sure. Look at the cappuccino I ordered. I have not drinking any of it. This is the cappuccino I ordered. It cost $5. $6 actually. $6! I was like, oh my god, the prices are insane. And then this is the cappuccino they brought me. Bro had a big sip, bro. Yo, he straight up poured that shit in his thermos. What the fuck? So I'm on hold. Refunding it. What the fuck? You only get a sample for $6. If you want the full thing, that's $20. It's some bullshit, man. I was so excited. I was like, yes, warm cappuccino. Motherfuckers! That's the main reason I ordered was coffee. This is some bullshit. Should be lucky to get a lick, man. Fuck. Alright, well, I'm sitting on hold with DoorDash support. They about to refund me the whole thing. They're like, they tried to give me a partial refund. I was like, my food has been tampered with. I'm throwing a tantrum with DoorDash support right now. Yeah, I'm doing that right now, trucker. I'm on hold with them. Hopefully they'll give me credit so I can like order another coffee, cause like I was like, all right, I got a day full of work today. I gotta do this shit, so I need a coffee to get me going. The sad little tiny dribbles. Oh hell yeah, Stab Goblin. Those are expensive though, right? But it's okay, we vibe anyways. Right, Faye. I have so many issues with them. So many. It's unfortunate. $50 to $150. Oh shit, that's not too bad. I would love one with like the nozzle so I could like warm up my chai and stuff. Kagato, thank you for the 10. Thank you so much. Alright, I guess I'm gonna order a new coffee. Or, well, I'll probably wait. I don't want to close this window. I'll wait until they respond. Thank you. You will be connected with an agent shortly. Huh. Yeah, I used to work at a cafe and they had one, like a really nice one, and oh, that was so nice. Enjoy your food, Kagato. What's up, Leon Kennedy's Biohazards? Hello, guys. Hello. Welcome back. What's your other account name, Leon? Thanks so much for being here, guys. Thanks for being in the YouTube and the Twitch and the Kick and the CB. It helps me out a lot if you guys like my stream and have it open in the background on YouTube so I can get some watch time. On Twitch, it helps me watching there too because I get ad revenue for you guys watching. I appreciate that so much. Oh no, not on this one. I haven't set up on the other one. I need to set up more things on this Twitch account than the other one. We should be working on that soon, but thank you for lurking. Oh, my plans for the weekend. Unfortunately, the next 2 days, I'm kind of going to be working nonstop to make sure I get rent paid on the 19th. Otherwise, they're going to evict me on the 20th, because my landlord gives no fucks. Yeah, so then this weekend, hopefully I'll have rent paid, and I'll probably be working my ass off more, because unfortunately I got some bad news this morning that my uncle has lung cancer that has spread to his bones, so I'm trying to get up to see family as soon as possible. Enjoy your food, Kagato. Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the good vibes. I'm just like really glad that I have a job where I can take time off anytime I want, as well as like work from anywhere pretty much. So yeah, I'm gonna bring him some supplements and all the good stuff and hope for the best, you know? Sorry, I had to open my jar of dirt. Yes, baby. That's what I'm gonna do. I got the mushroom coffee, the Four Sigmatic. I've got this agave nectar that I've been brewing, so I'll probably give him some of that. Any other recommendations? Please throw them my way. Maybe some hemp oil too. Alright, DoorDash support. What's you on about? Received 12 minutes ago. Listen, motherfucker. I said estimated wait time about 1 minute. 10 minutes ago. Bitch ass. Motherfucking ass. Skr ass. Oh, TikTok sent me a payment. I got paid $28 from TikTok, guys. Sorry, that's like... I'm baffled. Holy shit, amazing. Stonehenge mushroom pills. Very good, okay. I have looked into that quite a bit, Step Goblin. I'm very passionate about that kind of thing. And a lot of people in my family aren't really interested in it. So I'm excited to bring some of that knowledge there. And yeah, hopefully be able to help a little bit. SHWBR? I'm not sure what that means. Is that your other account? Netflix did a documentary on it. Ooh, okay. Here, I'll just go ahead and watch some videos right now, honestly. Oh yeah, Paul Stamets. I've watched pretty much all of Paul Stamets' videos that exist.
Can mushrooms be medicinal? Mushroom-based products make up a sizable chunk of the $50 billion supplement market. This profitable trade provides a powerful incentive for companies to test the credulity of their customers, and sadly, unsupported assertions have come to define the medical mushroom business. For example, companies that market herbal medicines exploit references to studies on mice to promote their mushroom capsules for treating all kinds of ailments, but if you haven't noticed, we're not mice. I mean, it wouldn't be surprising if mushrooms had some potent properties. After all, fungi are where we got a bunch of drugs, not the least of which penicillin, and also a cholesterol-lowering drug lovastatin, and the powerful immunosuppressant drug cyclosporin. Still don't think a little mushroom could have pharmacological effects? Don't forget, they can produce some of our most powerful poisons. Some kind of look the part, like the toxic Carolina false morel, all toadstooly and such, but others have more of an angelic look. Indeed, literally called the destroying angel, that's its name, as little as a teaspoon can cause a painful, lingering death. So anyway, we should have respect for the pharmacological potential of mushrooms. But what can they do that's good for us? Well, consuming shiitake mushrooms daily improves human immunity. Giving people just 1 or 2 dried shiitake mushrooms a day, about the weight equivalent of 5 to 10 fresh ones, for 4 weeks, resulted in an increase in proliferation of gamma-delta T lymphocytes and doubled the proliferation of natural killer cells. Gamma-delta cells act as a first line of immunological defense, and even better, natural killer cells kill cancer, and the shiitake did all this while lowering markers of systemic inflammation. Oyster mushroom extracts don't seem to work as well, but what we care about is if mushrooms can actually affect cancer outcomes. Shiitakes haven't been tried yet, but reishi mushrooms have, after being used as a cancer treatment throughout Asia for centuries. Reishi mushroom for cancer treatment. What does the science say? A meta-analysis of 5 randomized controlled trials showed that patients who had been given reishi mushroom supplements, along with chemo and radiation, were more likely to respond positively compared to just chemo and radiation alone. Now, although adding a reishi mushroom extract improved tumor response rates, the data failed to demonstrate a significant effect on tumor shrinkage when the mushrooms were used alone. So they aren't recommended as a single treatment, but rather an adjunct treatment for patients with advanced cancer. Now, response rate just means the tumor shrinks. What we care about is whether or not it actually improves survival or quality of life. We don't have convincing data suggesting reishi mushroom products improve survival, but those randomized to reishi were found to have relatively better quality of life, so that's a win as far as I'm concerned. What about other mushrooms? Although whole shiitake mushrooms haven't been tested yet, there's a compound that's extracted from shiitakes called lentinin, which is said to have completely inhibited the growth of a certain kind of sarcoma in mice. But in actuality, it only worked in 1 single strain of mice and failed in 9 others. So are we more like the 90% of mouse strains in which it didn't work? We need human trials, and we finally got them. There are data on nearly 10,000 cancer patients who have been treated with the shiitake mushroom extract injected right into their veins. What did the researchers find? We'll find out next.
We are now rediscovering that which our ancestors long ago knew, that mushrooms are deep reservoirs for very powerful medicines. In the next 10 minutes, I'm going to describe 4 mushrooms which I think are essential for human health. The first mushroom I want to mention is amadou. Amadou was described by Hippocrates in 450 BC as an anti-inflammatory. Well, amadou is a birch polypore, but it has other attributes as well. You can hollow this mushroom out in the center, put embers of a fire inside, and keep fire alive for days. Moreover, if you boil this mushroom, it delaminates into a cellular fabric. And my hat is made from amadou. Now, another fungal friend I have here, which I want to unveil, is agarikon. Agarikon is the longest living mushroom in the world. It was described by Dioscorides in 65 AD as elixirium ad longum vitam, the treatment against consumption. Now, this mushroom is a resident of the old-growth forests. It is now thought to be extinct in Europe. It grows in Northern California, Oregon, Washington, and British Columbia. This mushroom survives in the old-growth forest under extremely adverse conditions, hundreds of inches of rain per year, wind, sleet, hail, baking in the sun, and yet is the longest living mushroom that we know today. And may I have the clicker? Thank you, Mark. So my partner and wife spent a lot of time in the old-growth forest looking for these mushrooms. And to give you some idea how rare agarikon is, although we have 40 strains of agarikon in culture after 30 years, the largest library by far in the world, my dear professor, Dr. Michael Bugh, discovered his first agarikon in the old-growth forest just these past few weeks after looking for mushrooms in the old-growth forest for more than 40 years. So agarikon has anti-tubercular properties, and we have now confirmed this working with the U.S. BioShield Biodefense Program under the guidance of NIH and U.S. AMRID. And sometimes we have to go to great extremes to find these mushrooms. This is a 700-year-old Douglas fir tree. Our team member ascends the tree. We go 100 feet up this tree, and this is the oldest agarikon that we have found so far, approaching 100 years in age. Now, how is it that this mushroom can survive under microbial attack? And it's able to do so because the mycelium is this cellular architecture that is based on a network concept. And we don't need to harvest the mushrooms. We get a small piece of tissue. And the mycelium, as it grows, utilizes what we know as epigenesis. It has the amazing ability to adapt its host defense strategies against pathogens. And using this information, we've been able to develop some very powerful gateways to new medicines. And these are extracellular droplets that we wash from the mycelium. And I'm happy to announce that we have discovered a new class of antimicrobials and antivirals called fomitopsterols, after the Latin name of this mushroom, which is Fomitopsis officinalis. So powerful are these antivirals that when we do 100-to-1 dilution, we are more powerful than ribavirin against flu viruses and herpes. Now, mushrooms have other properties which are interesting. And so this is a group of Cordyceps mushrooms. They're known as entomopathogenic fungi that kill insects. And the insects are on a constant dire dance between dinner and death as they go through soils. And Cordyceps is a source of cyclosporin. Moreover, just recently, the FDA approved Novartis for a new anti-MS drug called Gilenya, which is predicted to be one of the 10 most profitable commercially produced drugs in the history of medicine. But Cordyceps has a different face. And the Cordyceps is a mold, has a mold stage. And they're like two faces of the same organism. These spores are very infectious to these insects, and most insects have entomopathogenic fungi that can harm them, so they avoid them with great diligence. But I did something different. I took these cultures of the mold state and I morphed it in the laboratory into a pre-sporulating form. And so insects avoid these spores, but I discovered that if you took the mycelium without the spores, something else happened, which was truly amazing. They became super attractants. And they became super attractants to ants, to termites, and a surprising array of other types of insects. And so the insects, in this case an ant, becomes mummified, and then boing, a Cordyceps mushroom sprouts out of its head. So it goes full circle. Now, we did extracts, again, washing the mycelium, and we were able to find that termites would stream directly to the location where the extracts were placed, and 3 positive controls, and the termites would tunnel specifically to where that location was. Well, I started trying against other non-social insects, flies, gnats, and mosquitoes. And this is the baseline. The flat graph there is the control. And the only difference is we added the mycelium to the extract. And we have not just attractants, but I've discovered super attractants. So when I tried it against mosquitoes, and this is where we hit the big home run, we can attract mosquitoes roughly equivalent to a human hand with the extracts. This has profound implications for disease control, from malaria to yellow fever to West Nile virus. And so what can we do? There's lots that we can do. I think we can now control disease vectors zoonotic diseases carried by insects across landscapes. And since so many insects and arthropods vector diseases, most of you may not know that H5N1 bird flu is carried by houseflies. This is something that's not widely reported. But because of climate change, subtropical diseases are now entering into temperate zones. So being able to control zoonotic pathogens, I think, is one avenue that will have a positive impact in helping habitats and humans dwelling within those habitats. Moreover, insects and arthropods not only transmit diseases that afflict humans, but plants. So the implications of this, I think, is absolutely enormous. So we can increase the efficiency of bug zappers. We can steer insect migrations across landscapes. This is a paradigm-shifting, revolutionary breakthrough on the most fundamental of levels. And moreover, we can attract disease-carrying bugs and blend them with expired antiviral drugs, antimicrobial drugs, or the crude precursors that made those drugs. And we can create a panoply of a mixture of these drugs so the disease resistance would not occur. We can distract the insects away from human populations, away from animal populations, away from plant populations, or we can bring them to a locus and be able to control them. And most of you have heard that the mosquito population on the East Coast was 10 times greater this year than it was previously. So another mushroom empowers the immune system, and this is turkey tails. And turkey tail mushrooms have also been used for more than 1,000 years. NIH funded our group with a $2.1 million breast cancer clinical study, which has been recently completed. Now, this breast cancer clinical study was dealing with a non-ER, non-estrogen responsive breast cancer patients, ladies. And the study has come back with some remarkable results. And when patients have radiation therapy or chemotherapy, their immune system is oftentimes impaired, so natural killer cells are decreased. Taking these mushrooms as an adjunct therapy, not as a substitution, but to support the immune system, the natural killer cells increase on a dose-dependent basis. The red bar is no treatment with 3 grams and 6 grams.
Okay, sorry guys, I had to call my mom. I'm back. I was talking with her about the stuff, all the things. I'm going to send a care package to them before I go up there to visit, but I was just telling them, like, hey, give them this. Like, do this. Do the thing. Start now. Oh, man, I like, have a strained relationship with a lot of my family, but it's like, yeah, dude, like, stuff like cancer will really wake you up. Like, death, that really wakes you the fuck up. So I'm like, okay, while they're here, even though, like, we have a strained relationship, if at all possible, I want to do everything that I possibly can. Also, getting them in their raw form and making a super tea would be best. Ooh, oh, dude, I got this lion's mane that was really pretty from the farmer's market in Portland once, and I made this delicious wild rice soup with it. It was really good.
Why didn't you tell me sooner? We spent a large part of June at the Swedish Breast Cancer.
Hello, my loves. Hello. I'm sorry, guys. I will probably be a little bit in and out. I'm going to be doing some yoga. Oh, shit. I still got to check on the DoorDash refund. I just wanted to call them, and yeah, especially since step goblins like mushrooms. I already knew that, but I'm like, okay, yeah, even more so, because my family has kind of like treated me like I'm a wingnut about mushrooms. So I'm like, okay, I got validation from other people. I'm not a total wingnut. All right, guys, take the mushrooms, do the thing, take the fucking mushrooms, okay? Don't talk back. I don't care if you're my elder. I'm an adult now. Listen to me. God damn it. Okay. DoorDash.
You might want to try taking those. And that's my mother goes, well, my son's supplying those. So she was put on Taxol and Herceptin, wonderful drugs. And then she started taking 8 turkey tail capsules a day, 4 in the morning and 4 in the evening. And that was in June of 2009. And today, my mother has no detectable tumors.
Bro, he cured his mom's cancer. That is insane. Okay, all right. Today is research day. Wait, okay, I'm getting my uncle's phone number hopefully in a minute, though. I'm gonna fucking call him, and apparently he's, like, into, like, alcoholism right now. He's, like, drinking a lot. So I'm gonna motherfucking be like, hey, bro, drink some psilocybin cocktails instead. Literally, like, broski, uncle man dude. Sorry guys, I'm kind of winging out right now. I'm going crazy. Welcome back, Jerome.
When I learned about Mind Bloom, I was curious if psychedelic therapy could actually help with.
Came up to work with them. I jumped at the chance, and I've been continuing to learn more about mushrooms as I've worked for them for the last 5-6 years.
That's amazing. And I think it's good to highlight that this is an area that we're really learning more about all the time. You know, this is evolving very quickly. You mentioned the term there, mycotherapy. So just explain that to our listeners, because of course as practitioners we call this mycotherapy, but if you could just elaborate, that would be great.
Certainly. So mycotherapy is the term myco meaning mushroom, therapy. So it's the use of mushrooms as medicinal or health-giving substances, and particularly applied to human health.
Excellent. Well explained. In terms of mushrooms, I think a lot of people listening will probably be thinking, well, are the mushrooms in my cupboard medicinal mushrooms? So could you just explain what we mean by medicinal mushrooms and what the different sort of types of mushrooms are, basically?
Yeah, so there is actually a crossover between culinary and medicinal mushrooms, and there's certainly some what we would class medicinal mushrooms that people probably are familiar with. So something like shiitake, as we get more used to Asian food, it's something that probably most people will have heard of or even eaten, and that's something that's also been used traditionally medicinally for thousands of years as well.
How are you doing, love?
That would be one that crosses over, and actually the common, everyday button mushroom, it's part of the Agaricus family, and one of the main mushrooms that he first works with, Agaricus blazei-meril, is it's like a cousin of the one that, the white mushrooms or brown mushrooms that people would eat every day, that just has higher levels of certain active compounds, which therefore we consider it medicinal. But even eating everyday mushrooms, you're actually getting lower doses of a lot of the therapeutic compounds, and that would go for actually pretty much all of the culinary mushrooms have some of these key compounds that are really useful. Just if we're using them medicinally, we'd probably use them in higher quantities than people would be eating on a daily basis.
And I guess some of
I'm doing all right. I'm doing a lot of research on medicinal mushrooms right now because I unfortunately just got news my uncle has lung cancer that is spreading to his bones. So I am researching a lot of that today.
Medicine and aren't culinary. So something like reishi, it actually has, it's very hard. So it has a lot of this insoluble fiber. So actually, if you ever see a real reishi mushroom, it's like if you knock on it, it'll sound, like the wooden table. You couldn't actually eat it. So the only way it could be consumed is if you ground it up, boiled it as a tea. So there's a number of medicinal mushrooms that are only able to be used if you're preparing them. Whereas, the culinary mushrooms, we can still prepare them into a powder, an extract, but you could, eat a shiitake mushroom, you could eat lion's mane, but something like reishi, it's only usable in a medicinal form.
Right. And you mentioned a couple of locations, predominantly Asia here. Are most medicinal mushrooms, am I right to say, found in Asia, or do we find much, for example, where we are here in Europe?
So it's a mixture. I mean, I think Asian medicine has a longer tradition of using mushrooms medicinally or more kind of overtly, but there is evidence, things like chaga, lion's mane, the oyster mushrooms, maitake, all of these are actually, indigenous to Europe as well. And some of them are things that, you could find if you, got into a foraging group. And definitely in North America, a lot of the mushrooms are available. And even now people are growing reishi, in the UK, it is possible. But I think in terms of herbal medicine in the UK and Europe, I think in Siberian medicine and a couple of the sort of older medicines, they did use some mushrooms, but it wasn't so emphasized. Whereas in Chinese medicine, mushrooms are in like the earliest ever, medicinal texts from hundreds of, or even thousands of years ago. They actually include mushrooms from that date. So there's a more trackable history of that.
Makes complete sense. So we've got lots to talk about, and I'm really interested to talk about what the key mushrooms are, your favorite mushrooms.
It is a permanent tattoo, yes. Thank you so much.
And of course, how we can use them. But I think a good place to start, just to really start from the sort of the bottom and work our way up, is just to explain really what a mushroom is. So if you could start from there, that would be amazing.
Yeah. So mushrooms actually have their own kingdom. So we have the animal kingdom, the plant kingdom. There's also the fungal kingdom. So mushroom actually, if you're being technical, that actually just applies to what we would call the fruiting body of a fungus, which is the bit that we think of as a mushroom. But actually the whole, plant, the fungal equivalent is actually a fungi. And in the same kingdom, we also have yeast and microfungi. So the kind that we would use therapeutically and in a culinary way, we call macrofungi, which just means the big ones. And then there are microfungi, which are things like, even at the other end of the scale, things like mycotoxins, which are completely different. So when we're talking about mushrooms, ideally you would actually be using the fruiting body, but what would be the equivalent to a plant of roots, which is called the mycelium, there's also some therapeutic compounds in here, and the spores, which are the equivalent of the seeds. So if people are actually looking at mushroom products, you'll find that some of them will say they're full spectrum biomass, some will say fruiting body, some will say mycelium, some will say spore, and these are basically just referring to different parts of the mushroom that are being used.
And is there a particular part that's most therapeutic, or does it not really work like that?
Well, in a way, it's like, if you think of a plant, in some cases, we would use the bark of a tree. In some cases, we would use the leaves or the roots. But, the fruit would be the thing that is actually kind of carrying the most nutrients, the most life, is the thing that's designed to be consumed.
Hello, thank you for the follow.
So ideally, you would use a fruiting body product. And that's the thing that it takes the longest to grow. It's going to have the highest concentration of active compounds. And so that would be ideal, but in some cases and some mushrooms, we would use the mycelium, because there are some mushrooms that actually, like Cordyceps, that I think we'll talk about, is actually what they call an entomopathogenic mushroom. And what that means is that in order for the fruiting body to sprout, it actually eats into an insect. And so it needs that host in order to actually create a fruiting body. So most mushroom companies, unless they're wildcrafting Cordyceps, they want to make vegan products. They don't want to be sacrificing thousands of insects. So pretty much all Cordyceps products you'll see on the market will just be the mycelium, because that you can propagate without having to, kill insects.
They are quite quirky looking mushrooms, Cordyceps, aren't they? I must say. I think anyone listening, just have a little Google search right now of Cordyceps. I remember when we were doing some of our lecture material on mushrooms, and I was sourcing some images, and I was sort of like, is this it, really? I think actually they are generally beautiful.
They are not Sir Owl.
But otherwise,
they're just perky.
Reishi, they are absolutely stunning mushrooms, and I think people are always blown away by how beautiful they are. So it's really nice that they're starting to get some attention here, I feel, because it's very much deserved. And I guess really we need to talk about why they're getting the attention, because from our perspective as practitioners, we use them because of their amazing therapeutic benefits. So what makes, how do they exert such great benefits, and what are the benefits we get from them?
Yeah. So, one of the wonderful things about mushrooms is that, unlike a lot of herbal medicines, which, maybe you can just use for a short amount of time, or they might have interactions with medications, or they might have, active compounds that are useful in the short term, but if you take them for too long, then they can have a negative effect on the body. Mushrooms, unless you're allergic to mushrooms, so if you can't eat food mushrooms, you can't have medicinal mushrooms. But other than that, they're pretty much something that is safe for everyone. They can be used by children, they can be used by animals, and they're, we could call them a functional food, although they're also used as a herbal medicine. So they kind of cover those two, areas. So a nutritionist can comfortably use them, but also a herbal medicine practitioner or a naturopath can use them. And then, of course, in the traditional Asian herbal medicine traditions, they are used. So safety is an amazing thing. The fact that they can be used long term, and the fact that they have a lot of compounds that are only available in mushrooms. And
whoa, Faye, what is that?
The more that
that looks cool.
The more that people are seeing that actually they do numerous things. And the main thing that any mushroom that you eat, whether it's a culinary mushroom or a medicinal mushroom, on some level it's going to be helping to modulate the immune system. And that means that it's helping to either raise immunity when needed and also lower immunity when needed. And that's really important because I think historically people thought mushrooms were just immune stimulants. And that then limits, because say if someone has an autoimmune condition, you don't want to stimulate the immune system. So there's a lot of really useful immune herbs that you just can't use in someone with an autoimmune condition. Whereas because mushrooms have this modulating effect, you know, you can help someone who's, you know, recovering from a virus or is kind of chronically getting coughs and colds and has to take, you know, medication because they have an autoimmune condition which is suppressing their immunity. You could then give this person a mushroom and know that it's going to be supporting them with their sort of coughs and colds without actually counteracting their medicine that is, you know, helping keep their autoimmune condition in check.
I think that's a really good explanation and highlighting that they are immune modulating. So, you know, we always think with the immune system, don't we, that if it's underactive, it's a problem because you can get sick. If it's overactive, it's a problem because we end up with autoimmunity and allergies. So it is about getting that balance, and we want to make sure we're optimally functioning here. So I guess what the mushrooms do is they kind of bring us back to that level of balance. And that's nice. You've also highlighted a great point there, which is, of course, about safety, because, of course, this is something we always should be very much aware of. I know, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, but HEFAS have actually conducted some research to look at safety in terms of the interactions with medications. And they basically found that the main route that drugs are detoxified by, mushrooms don't interact with. So they're not broken down. They're not going to influence that same pathway. So is that sort of explaining why we know with medications they're generally regarded as safe?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, you have to be careful when you're choosing a mushroom product because there can actually be other ingredients in a mushroom product or something in the production that may mean that that specific product is going to have an interaction. So you always want to check if you are, you know, using a mushroom product that company is saying this is safe to be used alongside your medication. And so, you know, HEFAS wanted to, like, one of the key areas of research and product development and creation is in integrative oncology. And so, of course, if someone's going through primary, you know, cancer care and they're taking, you know, chemotherapy, immunotherapy, you want to make sure that anything that you're recommending is going to be safe and not interacting. So HEFAS did a trial on their concentrated extracts, or actually a third-party organization, the Medina Foundation. They did a trial using HEFAS extracts, and they found, exactly as you said, that this liver detoxification pathway, that the mushrooms weren't interrupting that, which means that they're not going to interrupt the metabolism of drugs that use that pathway. And that was geared towards looking at these, you know, heavy-duty drugs, but also applies to, you know, all the other drugs that, you know, we use that also use that pathway. So HEFAS products, you know, have that research and that safety. But I would say that doesn't necessarily apply to all mushroom products. So if you know, you'd want to check in with a company before just thinking, oh yeah, mushrooms are safe, I can use them.
And I think actually a really interesting thing, I don't know if this is now the case, but I read a research paper from about 3 years ago. And they basically looked at a group of supplements that were claimed to be medicinal mushrooms. And quite alarmingly, in 75% of the products, there was actually no medicinal mushroom in there. None. I think they were looking at reishi. But even that alone, you know, obviously this is now a big industry. It is important to make sure that you're getting good quality products that actually have in there what they're claiming to have in there. So I guess, you know, being cautious that we're looking for quality and making sure, as you said, that there's no extra ingredients in that could be a problem for the individual, and that it's a well-respected company, I guess, is key. You've also mentioned integrative oncology. So could you just explain, I know HEFAS, you sort of specialise in this, you're doing a lot of research in this area, but just sort of explain for our listeners what you mean by that.
Yeah, I'd love to, but is it okay if I just go back to your previous comment? Because what you said there about that research paper is actually really important when people are...
Hello, Valley. How are you doing, love?
I don't think it's the case in Europe, but in the States, there is a kind of like legal loophole with mushrooms that allowed, you know, that to be the case, where basically as soon as you put, like, a lot of mushrooms, like mushrooms traditionally would grow, the medicinal ones mainly grow on wood. And so what that means is that, you know, it's easy to harvest the fruiting body, but the mycelium, the roots, are going to be sort of embedded into wood chips, and so you wouldn't use that. But of course, it's mushrooms, like most things, feed on carbohydrates. So growing a mushroom on a grain means it's going to grow much faster, and you're going to get a faster yield. And because grain is something that can be consumed, it means you can use the mycelium, the roots, with some of the grain in there.
Right.
And so it means that then you actually bulk out your product. It's faster and cheaper. And in the States, there's basically a ruling that as soon as you put mushroom spores into grain, it's then legally classed as 100% mushroom. And that's why, this was published in Nature, which is, one of the most important journals. And basically what they were finding is because of this,
Hi, Ollie. Good morning.
Companies were
How are you,
sort
love?
of putting spores into their grain medium and then creating products from that, whether the
I'm
spores
doing all
actually
right.
developed into mushrooms or
Got some bad
mycelium
news
or
this
not.
morning, but
And so really when you're choosing a mushroom product,
doing
you
some
really have to look
research,
at if it
cleaning
says
up the
something like,
room, getting the care packages together, all that fun stuff.
biomass, if it's a grain-grown product, then it means you don't actually know what proportion of that product is actually mushroom, what proportion is mycelium, what proportion is grain. And
Sure, it's dangerous. I can't do yoga, and I had a hip slip earlier. I have to change it. I'll be right back.
Grain and no mushroom. And so it's really important that people know what to look for, because if you're, uneducated to this, it can say 100% reishi, and legally it is, but actually in the ingredients, if it's been reishi grown on grain, then it could actually be just a tiny fraction of reishi or none at all. Yeah. So that's really important.
It's a really great point. It's almost like with the supplement industry generally, you might have a very cheap vitamin C that's full of excipients and basically rubbish that's got maybe 10 milligrams of vitamin C in there, which is going to do absolutely nothing for you. So it is important that we look for quality, and I guess ultimately this is why certain supplements will be more expensive, certain products will be more expensive.
Exactly.
Just go back to the integrative oncology.
So integrative oncology.
Anyone else getting lag? Is my stream lagging for anyone?
As we've sort of mentioned about mushrooms being used in Asian medicines for a long time. And so they actually are probably further ahead than in the West in terms of looking at mushrooms for oncology. There was even a period in the 80s in Japan where they were using a particular mushroom as primary chemotherapy because one of the certain active compounds was actually having an anti-tumor effect. Now mushrooms are something that tend to be used integratively rather than as a standalone, and that would be what HIFAS is promoting as well. And that's because even though there is some evidence that mushrooms can actually have an anti-cancer effect, interrupt that whole process of the cell change and tumor development, but actually one of the key things that
You guys aren't lagging? Okay, Twitch and Kick are not lagging. So if you guys are experiencing lag on CB, maybe check out the other platforms I'm on.
Very challenging treatment. It can actually be supporting the individual in maintaining a certain level of quality of life, in maintaining a certain level of weight, of energy, of managing nausea, of managing immunity, so they're not necessarily catching other things while their immunity is weak from the treatment. They can also help with things like reducing the loss of taste or reducing the loss of hair. And in some cases, because of this improved quality of life, it means that people can finish a course. Like one of the things that, I don't know whether it's so kind of commonly known, but because chemotherapy can be such a debilitating treatment, often people can't complete full courses because of the side effects, because they're finding it so challenging. Whereas using a mushroom product alongside, because it's improving the quality of life, it means that it can support someone in actually finishing a whole course of treatment and getting the full benefit of their primary treatment whilst actually being more comfortable, having a better quality of life. And then supporting with maintaining remission.
It's amazing that these compounds can do that, these mushrooms can do that. And so basically what we're saying is that they can improve efficacy, so they're helping with efficacy of treatment based on research, but also that they're reducing side
no,
effects,
Sir
which of
Owl,
course is
they're
a
not.
huge problem when it comes to conventional
I
medicine.
do Step Goblin. That's my main platform.
And of course, we just think, in simple terms, what chemotherapy is doing is basically targeting any cell in your body that's quickly dividing. That, of course, includes cancer cells, but it also includes a lot of healthy cells. Your cells in your bone marrow, like your red blood cells, like your white blood cells, so your immune system, cells involved in the hair, hence people losing hair, cells in the gut, hence gut problems. So this is amazing that we've got something here that we can use to make that more targeted and reduce side effects. You also mentioned there with Japan, is that turkey tail you were talking about?
Yeah, that's right. That was turkey tail, also called Coriolis. Yeah.
Coriolis, right. And it's named turkey tail. We can talk a bit more about this too. It's called turkey tail, isn't it? Because of the sort of the lineage that you get, the appearance of the mushroom, it looks literally as such.
Yeah, it actually grows like a fan, and then it has like different colors going out, so it actually looks like a fanned turkey tail.
Wow.
So that's the common name. It's quite bright colors, so yeah.
It's another beautiful one to add to the list.
Yeah.
So in terms of cancer progression, what we know is
it
there
is
some evidence to say that it can
significantly more traction for me personally. I recommended it to another streamer who streamed on Twitch, and they got 1,000 followers within the first 2 days. So yeah, I would recommend it for sure. I've tried pretty much every platform out there, and yeah, I get the most traction on there. You can stream at really high resolution. You can now play games on there. There's a select list of games that have been approved on the site that the game devs have approved. Yeah, I have 300,000 followers on there. I really love the website. It was the first site that I found when I was actually getting into adult content creation at 19. And yeah, I was like, no way, this is legit. Cause I had heard of Twitch, but Twitch takes a while to get affiliated, all that stuff. But CB, you can just log right on and make money right away. So. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, most of my streams lately are pretty chill streams. I don't do much, super explicit stuff there these days. But it is nice to be able to, get nude if I want to on there,
in terms of the sort of the cell cycle.
It's not a requirement. You could be a completely safe for work streamer on there and play games and just hang out, if you wanted to. People do that for sure.
So there is some evidence to say that it can actually stop tumor progression.
Yeah, I mean, there is, small trials, sort of cell studies, some animal studies, some small human studies, and there's actually, numerous, actually pretty much every step along the pathway from that, stopping the cellular change to stopping or reducing angiogenesis, which is the production of blood vessels so that the tumor can actually feed itself and keep growing, reducing tumor size. What else? There's some.
Hi Mala, how are you doing?
There's a process that's called programmed cell death, which is when the body actually kills off cells that are damaged, like in cancer.
Yeah, true that. What Valley said.
Working, so these damaged cells.
It's like.
There's also evidence the mushroom.
You could do the same things you're doing on Twitch, but get more traction on CB for sure. Because a lot of people on CB will be doing super explicit stuff, which is totally fine. If that's what you want to do, nothing wrong with that. But that's sometimes I get told by people that they like my stream because it's not as in your face all the time, nutting. But yeah, those streams could be hype though sometimes too, but I tend to keep that type of thing in ticket shows these days. But yeah. And also, you can multi-stream. So I have a setup where I'm on Twitch, Kick, and YouTube and CB right now. And yeah, my viewership on CB has kind of always been much better than Twitch, which is for a long time I'm do I even bother with Twitch? But now I kind of do all the things, so. Right.
Can actually switch that back on, so they can, amazingly tell the body, this is an unhealthy cell, kill it off. This is a healthy cell, let's make it healthier. So all of these different stages, there's small evidence that mushrooms actually support each of these steps, and it's some mushrooms will have an effect on all of these things, but a lot of mushrooms, there'll be certain mushrooms that do this or certain mushrooms that do this better in certain tissues of the body. And so ideally, in an integrative oncology product, you want one that's a synergistic combination, a blend of different mushrooms. And then you're going to, and ideally, one that's actually targeted towards the specific type of cancer that you have, because there are
Hello, Lucy. How are you?
That are kind of supportive across the board, and then there are certain mushrooms that have what we call a tropism, which means like an attraction to a specific system or organ in the body. And so then using those specific mushrooms is going to give you an enhanced benefit than just using those ones that have a general benefit.
So just on this, whilst we're on topic, what would your kind of go-to mushrooms be when you're supporting somebody that's got a diagnosis of cancer?
Yeah, so I mean, these days I would use the HEFAS combinations, because they've created 5 blends which are targeted to the main types of cancer. And so the key mushrooms that are in all of those blends are something called sun mushroom, or Agaricus blazei morel, reishi, that we've mentioned a couple of times, which is supporting people.
That's amazing.
And so is actually and work with HEFAS mushrooms is using those tailored blends, is actually, really making a difference in supporting people.
That's amazing.
And so, and the other key thing that's really important is mushrooms are what we call dose dependent. And what that means is the worse the condition or the bigger the person, the higher the dose of mushrooms needed to have a therapeutic effect. So when we're working with oncology, then you really need really high doses. And again, from kind of Asian research, people were mostly just using mushroom powders, or some cases extracts, and they were finding that people were having to take kind of 15, 30, extract capsules a day, or 50, 100 whole mushroom powder capsules. And of course, if you've got nausea, if you're taking other medications, that becomes really hard for people to do.
Definitely don't stretch yourself past your limits. I can stretch the way that I can because, give me 1 second. I practice every single day.
To make that more targeted.
But definitely, you can... I very much feel like almost anybody can improve their flexibility if they stretch every single day to whatever degree that's comfortable for you. Just go as far as you comfortably can every day, and then maybe a tiny bit further, but definitely don't just try and do crazy shit and throw your back out or anything. Go at your own pace. Everyone has their own unique pace. I personally am as flexible as I am because I started being very interested in things like contortion when I was 18. So I practice every day.
Side effects. You also mentioned there with Japan.
I love you so much, Jerome. He's still here. He's still with us. So right now I'm doing all the research that I can into anything that can improve his quality of life or perhaps even extend it. I know he's struggling with alcohol right now, so I'm doing all that I can to research all that I can to feel I did all that I could with that. I have a strained relationship with my family, but I have been passionate about these things for a long time, so if there's anything that I can send him that will maybe help in any way, then I want to do that. But I appreciate you, Jerome. Thank you. No, I haven't, Valley. So if you want to send me anything that you find, I would appreciate that.
Coriolis, right. And it's named turkey tail. We can talk a bit more about this too.
Welcome in, Mr. Foundational. Nice to meet you.
The sort of the lineage that you get, the appearance of the mushroom, it looks literally as such.
Yeah, it actually grows like a fan, and then it has different colours going out, so it actually looks like a fanned turkey tail. Wow. So that's the common name. It's quite bright colours, so yeah.
It's another beautiful one to add to the list.
Yeah.
So in terms of cancer progression, what we know is that there is some evidence to say that it can assist in terms of the sort of the cell cycle that we associate with cancer. What do we know about this at the moment? So there is some evidence to say that it can actually stop progression?
I lost my grandfather from cancer in 2018. So I wish I would have done more. I really do.
Small trials.
So if anything,
sort of cell studies, some animal
I want
studies,
to do something.
Small human studies. And there's actually, numerous, pretty much every step along the pathway from that, stopping the cellular change to stopping or reducing angiogenesis, which is the production of blood vessels so that the tumor can actually feed itself and keep growing, reducing tumor size. What else? There's some evidence also of there's a process that's called programmed cell death, which is when the body actually kills off cells that are damaged. Like in cancer, that's one of the mechanisms that stops working, so these damaged cells can keep growing. There's also evidence that mushrooms can actually switch that back on, so they can amazingly tell the body, this is an unhealthy cell, kill it off, this is a healthy cell, let's make it healthier. So like all of these different stages, there's small evidence that mushrooms actually support each of these steps, and it's some mushrooms will have an effect on all of these things, but a lot of mushrooms, there'll be certain mushrooms that do this or certain mushrooms that do this better in certain tissues of the body. And so ideally in an integrative oncology product, you want one that's a synergistic combination, a blend of different mushrooms. And then and ideally one that's actually targeted towards the specific type of cancer that you have, because there are certain mushrooms that are kind of supportive across the board, and then there are certain mushrooms that have what we call a tropism, which means like an attraction to a specific system or organ in the body. And so then using those specific mushrooms is going to give you an enhanced benefit than just using those ones that have a general benefit.
So just on this, whilst we're on topic, what would your kind of go-to mushrooms be when you're supporting somebody that's got a diagnosis of cancer?
Yeah, so I mean, these days I would use the HEFAS combinations, because they've created 5 blends which are targeted to the main types.
We're on topic. What would your kind of go-to mushrooms be when you're supporting somebody that's got a diagnosis of cancer?
Yeah, so I mean, these days I would use the HEFAS combinations, because they've created 5 blends which are targeted to the main types of cancer. And so the key mushrooms that are in all of those blends are something called sun mushroom, or Agaricus blazei morel, reishi, that we've mentioned a couple of times, which is the specific strain is Ganoderma lucidum, and the other is maitake, which is Grifola frondosa. So these are the kind of 3 mushrooms.
Thank you for the subscription on YouTube. So she said sun mushrooms, reishi, and maitake,
which is the specific strain is Ganoderma lucidum, and the other is they've created 5 blends which are targeted to the main types of cancer. And so the key mushrooms that are in all of those blends are something called sun mushroom, or Agaricus blazei morel, reishi, that we've mentioned a couple of times, which is the specific strain is Ganoderma lucidum, and the other is maitake, which is Grifola frondosa.
Ganoderma lucidum. And then maitake.
Dosa. So these are the kind of lucidum we've mentioned a couple of times, which is the specific strain is Ganoderma lucidum, and the other is maitake, which is Grifola frondosa. So these are the kind of 3 mushrooms that are key in the blend, and then depending on which condition, there are 2 or 3 other mushrooms added. And there's sort of evidence coming back either from people that I've supported or people that, practitioners who, ask for advice from HEFAS and work with HEFAS mushrooms, is using those tailored blends, is actually,
Thank you, Valerie, I appreciate it.
Really making a difference in supporting people.
That's amazing.
And so, and the other key thing that's really important is mushrooms are what we call dose dependent. And what that means is the worse the condition or the bigger the person, the higher the dose of mushrooms needed to have a therapeutic effect. So when we're working with
Sir Owl asked, do I
then
smoke
you
cigarettes?
really need really
No,
high
I do not
doses.
smoke cigarettes. I
And,
smoke
again,
weed
like-
sometimes, but my uncle just got diagnosed with lung cancer that is spreading to his bones. So most of my family chain smoked cigarettes their whole life. I don't like cigarettes. I don't. I think smoking every day is really bad for your health.
From kind of Asian research, people were mostly just using mushroom powders, or some cases extracts, and they were finding that people were having to take kind of 15, 30, extract capsules a day, or 50, 100 whole mushroom powder capsules. And of course, if you've got nausea, if you're taking other medications, that becomes really hard for people to do. And so he first decided that they wanted to make a liquid supplement so that that's going to increase ease of use, and it's going to increase, how regularly people are actually taking it. Because again, that regularity of use makes a difference. You want those mushrooms in your system so that you actually get a steady state, of those active compounds. So you're taking it
Thank you
once
so much,
or
Ali.
twice a day throughout a course of treatment, and then you're going to get the best benefits. And so now, a liquid vial from one of the Oncology lines is like the equivalent of 200 or so capsules of just a mushroom powder, or like 20 or 30 of a concentrated extract. So again, you're really needing these high doses, but of course you want it in a form that's going to be actually feasible to take and not as expensive as buying hundreds of powder capsules.
Makes perfect sense. You've actually really highlighted a good point, which is about dosage, because of course, as with anything, it is about dosage as well as quality, and you need to make sure you're getting the right dosage to have a therapeutic effect. And this is where sometimes people will come in to see us as practitioners saying, well, I did try, this vitamin or this nutrient, and it didn't really work, but sometimes it's simply a case of just an inadequate dosage. So it's good that you're highlighting that for this sort of effect that you're trying to achieve, you need to be working in very high dosages. I also read some studies, I think it was one particular paper this was referring to, that spoke about how some mushrooms in particular have quite a strong prebiotic effect in the gut, which basically means that it feeds the gut bacteria, for those listening, and that mechanism is also good for some types of cancers, like bowel cancer, for example. Is that something that you know much about?
Yeah, so as you say, it is a kind of an emerging area of research, and one of the key active ingredients in mushrooms is beta-glucans, and these are a type of polysaccharide, which is like a long chain sugar, and they do have this immune modulating effect and a number of other effects, but they also have a prebiotic effect. And actually there's a couple of research trials that HEFOS is doing at the moment, one in colon cancer, one in breast cancer. And
You got this sock. You can do it.
Particularly the breast cancer trial, actually looking at the impact of mushrooms on the microbiome, because now it's being recognized that actually, dysbiosis, or this kind of lack of balance or ill health in the gut bacteria, actually being a risk factor or a precursor to cancer development. And so they're looking at how these mushroom prebiotics, how that is actually part of the mechanism of how they're helpful in actually bringing the gut back into balance as part of the healing process, and not just looking at the immune modulating effect and how the immune system can be self-regulating or kind of working at fighting against the cancer. So it's this kind of dual approach. So definitely a really interesting area.
Cutting edge stuff. And I think the great thing is we're actually starting to make that connection.
Hello, Crab. How you doing?
The gut microbiome and cancer development. Obviously, it's very early days. We don't know much about this yet, so we certainly cannot make any claims. But I think it's been hypothesized for many years now that there must be some connection, and we're starting to get evidence to suggest so. So this sort of evidence is really interesting because it does make sense from a
good to hear
perspective when you think about what the gut microbiome is doing and how that could potentially feed into the development of cancerous cells, etc. So really interesting. And of course, if we just think from a general gut perspective, if we're dealing with somebody that's got dysbiosis without any other sort of ongoing illness, that shows that mushrooms could have a good benefit there in terms of supporting the health of a good microbiome.
Yeah, definitely. And one of the nice things that I found is that I don't know whether you found this as well, but there are certain prebiotics that can actually create a lot of bloating or discomfort while the body is kind of getting used to that change in bacteria. Whereas, I don't think we've ever had feedback at HEFOS, and I certainly haven't from anyone I've worked with, of mushrooms even at, high powder doses or high concentrated extract doses ever really getting any of that discomfort. So they're a really kind of easy prebiotic that they have the effect. Like, so, again, HEFOS has done some case studies and looked at, the people's microbiome and the kind of the balance of bacteria pre-use at 3 months, at 6 months, at 9 months. and the change in, the gut microbiome and the balancing of, getting rid of the bad ones, increasing the good ones, and also some that, like Akkermansia species, which is, I think now people are actually starting to make supplements, but for a long time it was something that couldn't be done because it's so, unstable, that actually, just taking a prebiotic, can help the body to create its own. And so it's
It's
amazing.
Great one. Let's talk about the Akkermansia, because it's a good connection. Akkermansia, for those who are listening, we regard it as kind of a keystone bacteria in our gut microbiome. It's one of those bacterial species that if we ever do a stool test, we're always looking to see, is it there? Is it present? In excess, it's all about balance. In excess, it could be a problem, but most people don't have it. And the main place we get it from is breast milk. Interestingly, probably a bit too much detail, but I did a stool test a couple of years ago, and probably about 18 months ago now, and on my stool test there was no Akkermansia, which it's kind of fit in with the symptoms I was getting. And at the time, my wife was pregnant, and she always made the joke. She's like, I'm going to get you drinking my breast milk. That will give you Akkermansia. And since then, luckily, I didn't need to go down that route, as much as I appreciated the offer. Since then, we've learned that we can feed any Akkermansia that is there, even if it's in tiny amounts, with the prebiotics and get them growing. And the reason this is such a key bacteria is because it keeps the mucus lining in your gut nice and healthy. So if there isn't enough, there's a chance that we can sort of have a very thin layer of mucus, and we get a little bit too much crosstalk between the contents of the gut and the immune system. We can start having lots of inflammation, which obviously isn't a good thing. So that's really interesting. And what I really like what you highlighted there was how this is a prebiotic that doesn't typically bloat you, because you are right. This is one of the biggest issues we face as practitioners, when if somebody's got an overgrowth of certain bacteria, one of the ways that we can approach this is to try and feed the healthy bacteria. But the issue is that a lot of prebiotics feed both. So the bad ones there will try and steal it all. So you just bloat because you get lots of gas. So it's really powerful, actually, that these are substances that we can use that are very kind of friendly in cases of dysbiosis. So that's really interesting you highlighted that.
Yeah. And I mean, I would say, like, say if someone has a candida overgrowth, you'd probably be better off using a mushroom extract than a mushroom powder, because there is the possibility that that increased level of prebiotic fiber in a whole powder might initially, as you said, feed the good and the bad. But we found that the concentrated extracts, where you haven't got so much of the kind of bulking fiber that would be in a mushroom, and you just have these kind of therapeutically active fibers like the beta-glucans and maybe some alpha-glucans, but that actually that can, as you said, just be feeding the good ones and not kind of propagating those things that we don't want, so that it can be something that gets someone back to a level of, getting out of dysbiosis and into balance. And then it might be that you want to use a whole mushroom powder because they're not getting any fiber in their diet and they need that extra. But yeah, as you said, it can be used much more comfortably without sort of adding into the imbalance.
Amazing. And now I'm going to ask you this question. I feel like I know what the answer will be. I hope it is this answer.
That's actually what I'm researching right now, Valley. They did mention directly that, especially regarding like chemo.
I think you've already, so lion's mane would be the main one that we would think of, and there is quite a lot of research on lots of different aspects of this. But yeah, it's definitely. It's amazing what it can do.
And yeah, I don't really buy mass market supplements. I know a lot of supplements are kind of trash. Like they literally put sawdust in some of the ones that they fucking sell, dude. So I'm very much. I actually just found this thing that I got from the Psychedelic Science Conference, looking through some of that stuff for resources. And I really don't think him being an alcoholic is meshing well with any of his prescription medications he might be on. But I'm gonna give him a call first before I send anything.
Healing the gut lining, but also it actually helps heal the whole enteric nervous system, the nervous system in the gut, as well as peripheral and central nervous system. So it's actually supporting this whole gut-brain axis and helping to heal the lining of the gut much more efficiently than just a probiotic.
What's it called, Step Goblin?
That might be helping with the imbalance. It's also encouraging, healthy tissue growth. And particularly this nervous tissue in the gut as well.
Yeah, do you even have to be FDA approved to sell supplements?
And You know, like you've said, we can use it to support the gut barrier. So if there's permeability problems, which is, you know, very common, we can use it to support cases of dysbiosis, extremely common. And you mentioned that gut-brain connection. I mean, this again is a really hot topic. We know
Labdoor.com,
so
Dr. Rhonda Patrick is another good one to listen to. Thank you.
An imbalance in the brain, basically, to put it simply. If we have, put it in simple terms, leaky gut or dysbiosis in the gut, we're more likely to have problems associated with the brain. That could be various different things. But it's amazing we've got a mushroom here that covers both areas. I mean, lion's mane for me, total geek around lion's mane. I love this mushroom. My students, I think, wind me up because I'm always like, oh, lion's mane could probably work for that. It's a great mushroom. And again, another one to Google image, I think, isn't it? I mean, the appearance. Tell the listeners about the appearance of this amazing mushroom.
Yeah, so it's not kind of, you know, if you think of a mushroom, this is not at all the image that you would get.
Oh, damn,
So
Valley.
it's basically like another one of the names that I think the English common name is bearded tooth mushroom. And
Yeah, Step Goblin just recommended Labdoor.com. Have you heard of that, Valley?
Little filaments. So the fruiting body, instead of being like a solid, smooth mass, it has all of
Thank
these
you for the
tiny
follow.
little hairs.
Welcome
that
in.
actually look like a lion's mane, and it tends to grow sort of on the side or underneath things. So you get these amazing kind of waterfalls, and it's sort of very white, sometimes slightly yellow, but it's really beautiful and pristine.
Yeah, I really am excited to someday start growing my own supplements, like lion's mane and all that.
I've actually managed to get it.
The things I can, at least.
In the last couple of years, so it's delicious. If you ever get a chance to try lion's mane, I really recommend it. It's almost like kind of vegan lobster.
Right.
It's very sweet,
Vegan
and
lobster.
subtle and quite soft textured. So yeah, really, really good.
Amazing. I've used lion's mane actually. I like.
I've only ever prepared it myself. I've never had like it prepared by like a chef or anything. I'd love to try it like that.
Injury, or patients that have had a stroke, for example, or one of my patients recently has motor neurone disease. It's really interesting because there is a lot of research talking about the specific compounds in lion's mane that promote nerve growth factor. So we actually know quite a lot about it. And it can help, if I'm not mistaken, even with the myelination, which is the coating around our nerves that kind of helps our nerves to transmit. Of course, we lose myelin, we lose that coating in conditions like multiple sclerosis. So although, as far as I'm aware, there's not, big kind of research pointing out that, yes, we can use it for this treatment, but certainly from a physiological perspective, there is a potential there that with some more studies would be really interesting to delve into.
Yeah, I totally agree. Exactly. I mean, there's definitely evidence that, the active compounds, the hericinones and erinacines, these are kind of key active compounds in lion's mane, that they will have this remyelination effect, that they will stimulate nerve growth factor, that they will stimulate other chemicals in the brain that are to do with mood management as well as nervous system healing. So it kind of works, lion's mane is for neurological, healing, reducing degeneration, maintenance, but also for mood management. Yeah, as you say, not very much research or human studies have been done yet, but there's really good potential there because the mechanisms, we know that this happens, and that there is some studies, like you mentioned, talking about nerve injuries. There's animal studies of using lion's mane and it helping with regenerating peripheral nerves and like hind leg injury, and there's definitely evidence that shows this is a really interesting area of research.
Amazing, really amazing. And I think this is where at the moment we're at that point with this sort of mushroom where we're sort of going, well, we know the potential mechanisms, we know the actions. Yes, we don't have extremely strong evidence for this yet if we look at kind of scientific research, but there is suggestions there, and obviously us as clinicians, we're using them and we're seeing how it works.
Bye, Valley. Good luck with the work thing. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you so much. See you later.
But we're seeing benefits, aren't we, in clinic? I've seen
Perfect women to marry. Love you,
where it really
sis.
stands out from me who.
Yo, how you gonna say, what the fuck is this? Perfect woman to marry. Love you, sis.
Had his first COVID
Love you
vaccine,
too, bro.
And literally,
I'm not on the market.
almost hours, he was starting to decline, and then the next day he developed severe tingling and numbness, and he basically started to develop gradual paralysis. There was a query. He went to the hospital. They didn't know what it was. They sort of thought, is it? They acknowledged that this is what it is. It's an injury post-vaccination, but they didn't know whether it was a condition called Guillain-Barré syndrome, which, for those listening, is sort of where your immune system attacks the nervous system, basically. But they said, look, we don't know what it is. It sort of calmed down a bit, came in to see me, and it really was just in a
Thanks,
bad
Tango.
way.
How you doing, buddy? Long time no see.
Tingling, really not in a good place. And the first substance I thought of was, well, let's try lion's mane. Again, didn't promise him anything at all. The response he had was unbelievable. I mean, within 2 months, he was virtually symptom-free. And it was amazing. Obviously, there were different things we were using, but that was a key part of my protocol on the basis of some of what we know. And who knows? We don't know for sure. There's no certainty here, of course, whether it was that or other things. He might have just resolved otherwise. But I think from what I saw, that might have been why. So it's interesting. And I know a lot of practitioners that use lion's mane and other mushrooms and get similar effects, maybe where the research is, but it just shows so much promise for potential for the future for how we might use these.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And I was thinking about one of the cases that kind of stood out for me was also with lion's mane and a patient who had Crohn's, and which is a disease of the inflammatory bowel disease where the lining of the gut kind of gets eaten away, and and she had kind of scans and had quite a lot of lesions in her gut, and the doctors were really pushing for her to have Western treatment, and I helped her change her diet, and she was taking a range of supplements, and it was kind of managing her symptoms and reducing it. And then, I decided, well, she needed to give up smoking.
Very nice, very nice.
Used lion's mane. And then
I'm doing all right, doing some research today. What's up, Daddy Mando? Do I play 3DX chat? I've never have before.
They said you're in complete remission. And so, I'm sure this, like stopping smoking was a major part of it. But, we started with the lion's mane powder and then a concentrated extract. And, and she was taking that and, her gut completely healed. So I think that combination of taking out a trigger factor, putting something in that helped the body to heal faster. And, and she's managed to sort of maintain, that remission since then with kind of looking after her stress, not going back to smoking. But yeah, it's made a massive difference.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for sharing. It's a very powerful mushroom, and I think if we haven't sold lion's mane by now, Hanya, I don't know what else we could do. We should probably talk about another mushroom.
What kind of pizza you got, Tango?
We've spoken about the immune system. We've spoken about its potential role in cancer. We've spoken about the gut-brain axis, gut-brain connection. What other things do we use medicinal mushrooms for?
Well, I mean, in a way, you can kind of use.
He's good. He's eeping right now. He worked all night coding.
They, as well as being, immune modulating, there are a number of mushrooms.
Thank you so much, Balls.
About lion's mane, but those that manage the central nervous system. So something like reishi, it is one of the most immunomodulating mushrooms, but it's also known as a nervous system balancer. So it's something that has been used in traditional medicine for sleep, stress. Anxiety, depression, pain, for millennia. And now there is research, in each of these areas. And it's one that is kind of known for calming the nervous system.
Game dev.
And for helping to sort of slow down or reduce the stress response. So that's one that, is a really useful one. And the other kind of key thing, like, if you look at any of the traditional mentions of reishi, it's considered the mushroom of eternal youth. And that's because one of the key things that it does is it's an anti-inflammatory and antioxidant. I think actually it's possibly one of the most
doing
potent
good, Harris.
antioxidants
How are
out
you
there.
doing?
And so, of course, what that is doing is, oxidation and inflammation are two of the things that cause cellular aging. So, taking reishi preventatively is going to be one of those things that is reducing inflammation and oxidation in the body. So from a longevity point of view, it's a wonderful mushroom. But then if you have any conditions where oxidation or inflammation are an issue, which is pretty much all Western diseases, or living in a city and being stressed and breathing polluted air, it's also going to be having a counterbalancing effect there.
Wow. I mean, the mushroom of eternal youth. Again, you've sold that one. So it's sort of a healthy aging mushroom. We can think of it that way. And fantastic what you just described there. So this is good for nervous system conditions. I recently used this actually on a patient of mine that's got really severe anxiety. And because it's also, if I'm not mistaken, reishi is an adaptogen.
Exactly.
Do you want to explain what an adaptogen is?
Yeah, so basically an adaptogen is something that helps the body adapt to stress. And there are a number of herbal adaptogens, but reishi is probably the best known of the mushroom adaptogens, although actually all mushrooms have a degree of an adaptogenic function. And that, again, like this immunomodulating effect, it means that it's not just going to have a calming effect, it's going to have this adaptive effect. So it's not like, taking a sedative, but it's like if someone is anxious or they're overstimulated and they take reishi, it's going to help their nervous system adapt and calm down. But if someone is depressed and their stress response is like, inactive and they're in freeze, then again, reishi can actually, modulate up and have that adaptogenic effect and give them a bit more energy and a bit more kind of vitality.
Wow, fantastic. Thank you for explaining. And on this topic of reishi, whilst we're here, another area that reishi is sometimes used for, I believe, is for prostate health. Mm-hmm. Would you mind just explaining why the prostate, kind of how that all works?
So I think the main, effect or benefit for reishi is that anti-inflammatory effect, because of course, reishi can be used either in benign prostatic hyperplasia or for prostate cancer. It is one of the key mushrooms in the HEFAS it's called Mycology, the Oncology product. It is one of the most potent mushrooms, and it is like it's having a massive anti-inflammatory effect, and also, cellular oxidation. This effect of slowing the degeneration of cells and promoting them, maintaining their health and their patency is something that reishi does really well. So it's going to do that, for the prostate.
And you mentioned benign prostatic hyperplasia, just for our listeners, basically an enlarged prostate that's not cancerous. Mm-hmm. It makes complete sense. I don't know if this is exactly right, but I think I read that reishi reduces the production of the more potent form of androgen or male sex hormone.
Right.
Is that right?
That's also right, yes. Yeah. You're absolutely right.
So we talk about the androgens, basically the male sex hormones. The one everyone knows is, of course, testosterone. But testosterone is converted to a very potent form. And basically, when it comes to prostate enlargement, this is the one you don't want too much of. And what reishi is very good at, and thank you for clarifying, is that it reduces the conversion of testosterone to what we call DHT, which is the very potent one. So it makes sense even more mechanistically in terms of how that's working. But that's a great one. And I think what hopefully is coming across here is how, in a case, you're obviously looking at lots of factors in that individual's presentation. You're looking at their overall health, what their main concerns are, the main systems of the body that are under stress. And then you kind of will start to see in your mind sort of like, oh, this sounds like a reishi, or this sounds like, perhaps, I don't know, shiitake would be better, right? So there's different things, you're always ticking boxes. Is that almost what happens in your mind when you're trying to pick these?
Yeah, definitely. And the other thing that's important to remember is that mushrooms work really well in synergy. And, in traditional medicine, they would normally have been used either with other herbs or with other mushrooms. And so often it is that there's a specific mushroom that is going to be the most appropriate for a case. But as you said, people are, they may have many different things going on at once, and you're working with an individual. And so often
Okay, sorry guys, had to call my mom real quick. The Last of Us. What? Wait, what are you doing? What's up, Binny? I'm doing some yoga and I'm doing some research right now. Where am I from? I'm from the United States. Where are you guys from?
Actually getting, a broader effect, and they are going to work in harmony with each other.
So, what other applications are there of medicinal mushrooms that we haven't yet mentioned?
Oh, there's a whole host of things. So, mushrooms, as long as a child has had them as culinary mushrooms, and you know that there's no allergy, they're something that actually also a good safe option for kids. And so we talked about gut health, but sort of allergies and food intolerances are quite common in kids, and that can be a really useful safe, easy something to add into a kid's diet to help with healing that. And because, as we've talked about, the prebiotic effect and balancing the gut microbiota, it also means that they can be helpful with normal, brain development and sometimes, behavioral issues or concentration, memory, issues can actually be to do with dysbiosis or a lack of certain good bacteria, and that's affecting mood or concentration or brain health. And, there's certainly evidence that mushrooms can actually be helping by, resetting the microbiota, are going to actually support better mood management and all of that in kids. So that's a really interesting.
You can see my belly button.
Yeah.
And are there any
I'm not hiding it today.
It's
there.
You might use more for kind of childhood, or it could again be any?
It could be any, sort of symptom dependent, but again, like often reishi and lion's mane are two really good ones because, we talked about it in terms of the, balancing the androgens and the prostate hormones, but actually that's one of the other things that reishi does is it is a hormone balancer. And so that can be balancing stress hormones, it can be balancing, female menstrual hormones. So, it is one of those ones that's really a really good modulator on a lot of different levels. And so again, sort of, women's health and, hormone modulation is an area that, is another thing that mushrooms can do well.
So sort of fertility as well, can it support with?
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, for fertility, there's probably a couple of other mushrooms that we'd bring in as well. So reishi is a really useful hormone modulator, and that's both for stress hormones and reproductive hormones. And so, if someone is having issues and there's a lot of stress involved as well, or there's irregular periods, then, reishi would be a good one, or particularly if there's like pain and inflammation, reishi is going to be working in a number of different areas. But if, say, someone has something like PCOS, or they have blood sugar issues or weight issues, then something like maitake is really good at helping the body to regulate blood sugar and also regulating fat metabolism.
What esoteric thing do you believe? We're all connected.
It's kind of
we're all
one
one.
of the main mushrooms we think about for metabolism.
It's pretty esoteric.
An issue that is affecting fertility.
Can you push your belly button with your finger? That's a weird fucking request that you're gonna have to pay me a lot of money for.
Kind of get back into balance, maybe alongside, with reishi. And then the other one.
Is it bad that you're excited for this weekend? What's this weekend?
And this is one that is really useful for both men and women for fertility. So it's known as the mushroom of vitality or the mushroom of virility. And originally,
yeah, give some subs, Ara, and I'll consider it.
Herders, they found that when their yaks were feeding in certain fields, they started getting all kind of frisky, and they were like, "Well, what is it in the grass that's
Oh, hell yeah, sup?
They started looking around.
No, not weird at all. I hope you have a great time. Hold on one second, I got a call. You gotta give some subs if you want that, Ara, is what I said.
This one phase, which is just the mycelium phase, and then once then spring comes, they feed on an insect, and then they actually shoot up, and they're like these little, these kind of long fingers that then were in the grass, and so the yaks were eating, these cordyceps, and once they realized what it was, they started collecting it and, of course, using it for themselves. And so in traditional medicine, it's been known for virility and fertility, and now
Sorry guys, I'm gonna be on the phone. If I don't answer right away, that's why. Yeah. Whew. All right. Hello, lovely, lovely humans. I love you guys. I'm sorry that took so long. My mom was like, hey, can he call you for a couple minutes? And then it was literally an hour, but it's fine. It's okay. I feel good after that conversation, though. Hello, guys. Whew. Yo, Kira. What's up, my love?
Unfortunately, there isn't much research on this, but the little bit that's there demonstrates that actually it can have an effect on, basically, the cellular energy. It increases cellular energy, and also.
Me too. He's gonna send me my uncle's number, so I'm gonna give him a call later.
So of course, if you have either sperm cells or eggs that are just, not so healthy, if you can actually oxygenate them and increase the energy, then it means that it's actually going to promote healthier cells throughout the body, but also particularly in the reproductive organs. So for fertility, normally what you'd want to do is give, for a woman at least 3 menstrual cycles, so a minimum of 3 months of treatment, ideally with cordyceps and, if needed, maitake and or reishi to kind of help get the body to a good level. And then you can start actually looking at trying to conceive. And same thing, with men, there's some small evidence of improving sperm, they call it morphology and motility. So that's the shape of the sperm, which needs to be a certain way so that they can swim well, and then their capacity to swim well. And they're actually using cordyceps can actually improve that. So it's going to affect both male and female fertility.
Wow. And so does it also have an effect on libido? Does it increase libido? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So it is considered a natural alternative for improving libido. And again, the nice thing is it's one that is for men and women, and not just something that is working with for men.
It's really interesting what you're saying actually about cordyceps, and I've got some patients in mind now already where I'm thinking, I hadn't really thought about supporting some of those functions. So that's really interesting. Thank you for sharing.
Hello out there in Russia. Hello.
Of cordyceps that you haven't
Good evening.
Yeah, so cordyceps is a really interesting one. So as well as having that oxygenating and energizing effect, it's also a really potent antiviral. So it's something.
Stress with moving out. Oh no, I'm sorry. Moving sucks, Kira. Sending you love. I'm doing all right. Hello, Algerianista. Hello. Who am I? I don't know. Still working on that. Who are you?
And that would be the adrenals, the kidneys, and the lungs. And so it does also help with the regeneration of lung tissue, the oxygenation, but also because it's working with the adrenals and the kidneys, it can be, and that's, in terms of Chinese medicine, we'd look at that adrenal kidney energy as being related to the reproductive energy. And so in Chinese medicine, it's considered a kidney tonic and a qi tonic. So something that is going to build that virility and fertility, but also then thinking more physiologically, it means it's going to be supportive for fatigue, and particularly things like chronic fatigue, post-viral fatigue, where there's a real need for a boost. Cordyceps is something that I would consider in those cases, like, worst end of the spectrum. But then at the other end of the spectrum, if you're a healthy person and you're taking something that's going to increase your cellular energy, increase your oxygenation, it's something that's great for people who are wanting to improve athletic performance.
My home is a Home Depot. Is it the 3D printer that makes you say that?
Cordyceps is going to... Yeah, but so it's one that actually, if you're healthy and you're wanting to actually just improve your performance or recovery, it's a really great one to consider.
Amazing. I actually saw, it may have actually been from HEFAS that I saw the study, but I saw some research on cordyceps in rheumatoid arthritis. Because I think it was sort of explaining that from the research they'd found, which may have been extracts, I believe, from cordyceps, that it reduced the enzyme production in joints in people that have rheumatoid arthritis. And the enzymes basically degrade the joint and cause a lot of inflammation. So it just goes to show, you've spoken a lot about a diverse array of functions, and obviously we're learning all the time what it can do. So it is very much a watch this space as well, isn't it, when we're looking at medicinal mushrooms?
Yes, exactly.
You got this, Kira.
Did collaborate.
I hope your new place is super cozy.
Spanish organization which was looking at at arthritis of the knee, and yes, so it was Cordyceps and reishi together, and indeed the Cordyceps working on those enzymes and the reishi.
YouTube recommended me. That's pretty sick. What's up? Just hanging out on live stream, grinding some herbs to clean my carpet with.
We mentioned turkey tail already, very much in the context of cancer. You would explain that in Japan in the 80s, I believe, they had basically taken, I think it was 2 extracts, PSK and
PSK and PSP.
PSP, that's it. And these were basically patented, as far as I'm aware, so that they could then use them as a drug, pharmaceutical drug, basically. Is that the main action, the main sort of use for turkey tail in terms of cancer support, or are there any others that you might use turkey tail for?
Yeah, so particularly PSK, but Coriolis PSP is this antiviral effect, and so again, looking at sort of risk factors for cancer, often there's actually now they're sort of seeing there's actually viral evidence of virus in the medical history, and so they think that might be part again of the effectiveness of turkey tail, because it actually reduces viral load, and so that's something that's really important to consider now when we're kind of worrying about viruses, but it's also something for things like for women, for things like HPV. So there is, potential there that, this is viral load that kind of builds up over time. And so there is some evidence there about, using Coriolis to help clear that and kind of, using it preventatively or therapeutically. And again, you want to make sure that those active compounds are present to get that antiviral effect. But really, we think of, Coriolis either being antiviral or sort of, oncology care. Those would be the main areas.
I think that mushrooms generally, if I'm not mistaken,
I'm using some rose and some lavender and cedar and blue lotus.
Which basically stop cells from kind of helping viruses to replicate.
Would you like some in your care package, Kagato? Do you have carpets?
Yeah, I mean, there's...
I'm sending some to my mom as well.
But certainly that, sometimes they can interrupt viral replication. Sometimes, they're increasing, the immune system. Sometimes they're increasing, they can actually kill the virus and, deactivate them. So there's various different mechanisms. But so, as you said, they do, can increase interferon. And that's true that, to a degree...
It smells really good. It's a really good mixture. Oh, there's also sage in it. Oh, you have hardwood? Okay, never mind then. I can send you just like a cleaner though, because I'm making like homemade cleaners in general. So I could send you like a liquid cleaner, which it's just an all-purpose cleaner really.
Being more antifungal, whereas Coriolis and Cordyceps we think of as being more antiviral. Reishi is kind of this sort of like...
Yeah, I'm grinding it into a powder, and then I'm sprinkling it on the floor, and then I'm using, I'm gonna let it sit and then vacuum. I used to get those like carpet cleaners with like baking soda and stuff, but I prefer the natural ones.
Chronically, like anytime anyone in the office,
the ones that they sell at like the dollar store, but they make me sneeze. It's like too powdery, so I prefer the herbs.
Or those kids that are always a bit grizzly, it's like, sun mushroom is one of those ones. It has one of the highest levels of naturally occurring beta-glucans, those, key active polysaccharides. So it's really just a great one to boost the immune system.
I want to just draw upon a point there. You mentioned about beta-glucans. Now, in the supplement industry, beta-glucans are now being used more and more in terms of a supplement where they have been isolated and they're being used on their own. What are your thoughts on using beta-glucans in isolation?
Janet Jackson presents Together Again, live across...
Well, it's one of those difficult things because there is certainly...
Yeah, for sure. I would list all the ingredients before putting anything up for sale, but I'm luckily not allergic to anything like this, really.
FIFAS really looks at in terms of research is whenever they work with mushrooms, they want to look at the synergistic effect. And in the same way that, it took us a long time to realize that actually if you have bioflavonoids with your vitamin C, it makes the vitamin C work better. Or if you have...
Thank you so much, Eldon.
You don't just want calcium, you want, vitamin D and vitamin K. It's like... And I think with mushrooms, there's a lot of interest, and so research is done on this one compound that we think does everything, but actually there's a synergy that happens, and so it might be that yes, this is going to have an effect, but actually in synergy with these other things that maybe haven't got so much research, they can actually be doing really important roles. And so by taking all of those things out,
yes, I'm on CB, Twitch, Kick, and YouTube.
Benefits as opposed to maybe 20 benefits. So I would say ideally, you want to choose whole mushroom products. You want to choose mushroom products where the other active compounds are also being standardized, and it's not just that people are just guaranteeing one compound or an isolate, because again, we don't really want to turn mushrooms into pharmaceuticals or isolates. They are a natural medicine, and there is this harmony within the mushroom itself, and a lot of other compounds, the terpenes, the polyphenols, there's a whole the sterols, there's lots of other ones that we know that they do therapeutic things and that they are supporting perhaps beta-glucans certainly are the star, but there's actually a lot of evidence that the terpenes, particularly the triterpenes, it's one of the most important group of compounds in reishi, and so if you're just having a beta-glucan product, you're losing all of those other benefits.
So it's really interesting actually talking about this, because of course I always think in nature things are given to us in the form that they're generally intended to be used in, or at least they are in synergism with their different compounds generally for a reason. And it's often when we take one substance that we also end up with potential problems. Of course, if we think of the pharmaceutical industry, they might take salicylic acid from, a plant, let's just say from a herb, and that in isolation could lead to digestive problems like stomach ulcers. But if we actually go back to willow bark, for example, where we get this from, there are actually compounds in the plant which protect the stomach from salicylic acid. So it's always interesting when we go back to the original form. It's generally there for a reason. And I imagine this a bit like a football team. If you've got a football team, you want a team of English football, 11 players. You don't just want a striker. A striker is not going to get you the desired effects, because you want the synergism between all the different parts that work together. And as you've explained, we have, triterpenes in there, very powerful compounds. We have these beta-glucans. We have vitamin D. We've got all these amazing things, and ideally we want them to work together. So I think what you said there makes absolute sense. I completely agree with you. Just thinking practically for people listening who want to, let's just say they want to support their immune system, what would you recommend for them? I mean, what's the sort of thing that you would say as a take-home message for them to be using these mushrooms?
What one is highest ranking on views? CB. I have the most followers on there. I have 300,000 followers on CB.
Culinary mushrooms actually have some active compounds, so I'd say, as a basic, eat mushrooms, and if you have a farmer's market or you have access to a place where they're going to have interesting varieties, like a lot of, I didn't really talk about, other varieties, but actually things like oyster mushroom is another one that people may be familiar with as a culinary mushroom, and that comes in, pink, grey, white, there's a whole range, and they all have slightly different active compounds.
Soaking the Castile soap with the herbs, and then I'm going to strain the herbs out after it sits for a while.
That's the simplest thing that you can do.
And then add more liquid to make the liquid cleaner, I think.
If people are actually thinking, well, no, I want something that's, sort of standardized or is going to get me a regular amount of certain active compounds, then I'd say if you are generally
Kagato. These roses are from Houston.
And preventative, then I'd say go for a blend, because then the mushroom within themselves, like you mentioned, have this wonderful synergy, but when working together, often the parts are greater than the whole. So actually having a blend, if you're not trying to...
Every purchase of these roses, by the way, feeds one meal to a child in need, it says.
Perhaps you're thinking of, and if you're not so familiar with mushrooms, you might not know which one to choose. Whereas if you go for a blend that is like an immunity blend, a digestive blend, a metabolism regulating blend, then it's like someone else has done the work for you and chosen the mushrooms that are going to address that need. And I'd say that's something that's really useful to do. And if you're generally healthy, you can just go for a whole powder product, a non-extract, and that is then giving you more prebiotics and some of the active compounds. But I would say look for a product that actually guarantees that you're getting some active compounds. If you see something that just says X% polysaccharides. So the polysaccharides, we've mentioned beta-glucans, but actually mushrooms have a lot of other, polysaccharides in their cell walls, and they're like the equivalent of, cellulase that you get in plants. So it gives the mushroom structure. It's going to have a prebiotic effect, but it's kind of inert in terms of therapeutic effect. So if a product just says polysaccharides, you don't know whether you're getting 30% beta-glucan or you're getting 1% beta-glucan and 29% bulking fiber that is just like the cell wall of the mushroom. So you want to choose a product that actually says X beta-glucans, X triterpenes, whatever else is in there. And if you actually are someone that, maybe has a compromised immunity or has food allergies or has metabolic issues, then maybe go for a concentrated extract and a blend that is going to be targeted towards that, that condition or stronger immune support. And, mushrooms are safe to take long term. So you can be taking 1 or 2 capsules a day indefinitely. And then if you have a particular condition, then you can go, okay, now I'm going to take a higher dose or specific mushrooms for that particular complaint, or, go and see a practitioner and they can guide you, about which to take and or for how long. But they're really safe, and you can use them for your kids as well. Yeah. Get a kid's formula. You want one that's going to be dose appropriate, because kids are littler. So a liquid formula or a powder that you can kind of dose to their body weight. And that's a great, preventative and supporting healthy gut balance, healthy development.
That's great advice. And I like the idea of using powders. We use reishi powder. We sort of fluctuate between reishi and lion's mane, of course. And it's just easy. I mean, we make like a raw cacao hot chocolate, so literally just some cacao and some plant-based milk, and put some powder in, and it's you don't really taste much. I mean, you can taste a little bit with the lion's mane actually, but I quite like the flavor that comes through. But obviously you can add it to hot food, you can add it into your smoothie. There's lots of different ways that you could use powder, I guess. So yeah, lots of different ways we can use it. Now, just thinking a little bit more outside the box, what if somebody wanted to go doing some foraging for mushrooms? Is this something that you would recommend?
I would say if you're going to forage, you really want to, do your research and either find a foraging group or an expert, or, read some books and have a proper guide, because, there are actually a lot of poisonous mushrooms, and some of them can look like the edibles. So you really want to know what you're doing. So that's a kind of basic thing. And then the other thing would be you want to look at where you're foraging and how clean the environment is, because mushrooms are amazing. They're actually, they're kind of like sponges, not just in their texture, but also the fact that they will suck up not just nutrients from their environment, but if there are any heavy metals, any runoff, any pesticides, any, anything like that in the wood or in the soil, depending on what type of mushroom, they will suck that up. So they can actually be really useful for cleaning soil, or getting rid of toxic waste. Mushrooms are sometimes used even for clearing up nuclear waste. But what it means is if you're collecting mushrooms in the wild, you want to make sure that where you're doing that from is not a place where there's going to be runoff from some farms and you're getting these lovely fresh mushrooms, but they're actually full of toxins. So I would say, with some research and guidance, foraging can be a wonderful thing to do. But if you're thinking about it from a health perspective, you just really need to know what you're consuming.
They're such a crucial part of our ecosystem, aren't they, when you think about it? And literally, you wherever you are, you're literally millimeters away from fungus, right? They're all around us. Listen, this has been such an interesting conversation. I really do love medicinal mushrooms. I love using them with myself, my patients. And to talk about it, for me has been great fun. I hope for our listeners it's been very interesting. I just thought a great way to finish the podcast would just be to hear from another little story of yours, a real...
I would say probably a mixture. I would like to think it's mostly preemptive action. I do lean a lot towards that. Sometimes, unfortunately, there is reactive action. But I usually preemptively think of it, and I don't know. What about you, Kagato? Wow, this woman seems like the first thing she asks you is your star sign. Her room is a temple, goddamn. Is that a bad thing? Definitely the first thing I ask is not that. After getting to know someone for a while, I'm like, just a little curious.
It's funny because I used to be like kind of a doomer and kind of an edgelord, but now everyone pegs me as like astrology mommy because I like colors now.
Stand out from your experience working with medicinal mushrooms, and a great case just sort of showcasing how powerful these are.
Yeah.
It's also funny because like a lot of people will like meme on people who are into astrology, like usually because they make assumptions about people or whatever, but it's funny because like that's exactly what they're doing. Yeah, you like asked me like what site is my highest on views, and then you made an assumption about me. I guess I'd rather ask someone their star sign than comment on their views. It's just me personally.
So one case, and I mean, and this wasn't, you know, kind of like a big thing, but I thought it was a really kind of important thing. So I had a client who was, you know, sort of postmenopausal, and she, you know, was kind of at that stage where her blood sugar was getting a bit high, her cholesterol was getting a bit high, and her doctor was kind of pushing for her to start taking medication. And she's someone who has always, you know, chosen natural medicine and wanted to kind of do things herself. And so she got her doctor to say, look, let her have 3 months and see if she could bring any of her numbers down, and then, you know, have the discussion again about, you know, going on statins, etc. And so I gave her a medicinal mushroom blend designed for metabolism, so shiitake, maitake, reishi. And she did that 3 months.
Okay. You never seen me before?
And when she went back and had her bloods again, you know,
Wait.
pretty much the only thing she changed.
What'd you say?
She was already taking.
No, you seem really chill. I've never seen you before. Not gonna lie, I had my impression of you based on looks, which is normal, but still worthy of reprimanding myself for it. You seem humble. Respect. Hey, thank you. I greatly appreciate that. But yeah, I think it's kind of natural for like instinctually people to judge each other based off of like looks or aesthetics right away. But I, over time, have started to stray away from that. I more kind of just like pick up on someone's like energy and the things they say, especially with streaming. Yeah, like because obviously like I can't respond to you guys directly like based off what you look like or make a comment on that. So I tend to lean more towards like the what you say and like the energy of what you say. I'm a bit chaotic of a person, not gonna lie to you, but all the like spiritual, esoteric, like that kind of thing has brought me a lot of solace with, I don't know, finding little bits of joy in this crazy, crazy world we live in, you know? But I'm also like kind of a tech nerd. Bye, Kadri. Have a great day. I'm also kind of a tech nerd at the same time. I'm not all just like esoteric, that kind of thing. I'm a bit of a chameleon, bit of a free spirit, whatever I want to be kind of vibe. I also really like anime. Yeah. Crazy mushroom lady is a good way to describe me, I guess.
Supplements, and her diet was quite good, although, you know, a few things that were probably.
Hello, Robert. Hello. Greetings. Good to see you. Hope you're having a good day.
For her cholesterol, it wasn't fully back in the normal range, but it had gone down like 2 or 3 points just in that period of time, and her blood sugar had started going down as well. And it was enough that, you know, her doctor said, okay, well, we'll talk about it next time. And so that was just really lovely to be able to support her in, you know, her desire about how she looked after herself. And she wasn't, because we had already looked at sort of diet and supplements, she wasn't really having to make lots of extra changes. It was just adding this in, and it really, you know, made a profound difference.
It's pretty cool that the YouTube algorithm is recommending me. I'm going to have to finish up these projects I've been working on.
They're very powerful things. Thank you for your
post them
story.
soon. Thanks so much for joining, guys.
You're very welcome. It's been a pleasure.
Aw, that's a backhanded compliment. I don't like when people give compliments like that. Like, oh, you looked better this way. It's like, do you hear yourself, bro? I really love the red. Yeah, no, Kira, like,
you're trans, so you get it now, but like being somebody who's like feminine presenting and getting compliments like that has always been a weird thing for me. Like, especially when streaming, like when somebody will give me a compliment that's like entirely structured on comparing me to someone else. Like, oh my God, you're so much prettier than so-and-so. Like, oh man, I wish people would understand that that type of stuff isn't endearing. It doesn't, you know, it's like this weird patriarchal, like competitive type of compliment that I don't vibe with personally. Back in the day, I would be like, oh, cool, because like I was like more like comparing myself to others back then, and I just don't really think about beauty in that way anymore. Bodybuilding woman. Oh, that's cool though. Oh, cool. Well, it's very good to meet you, Algerianista. Oh, I should have known you were, because the Ista sounds like more feminine. Cool. Well, it's good to meet you. I'm also like, I'm not like a total stick in the mud, but Mud, you can joke around with me. I've just been going through a lot. I got told today that my uncle has lung cancer that is spreading to his bones, so I've kind of been researching like crazy, trying to see if there's anything I can do personally to help. So it's kind of a weird day for me today. But I'm doing better now that I'm on stream and focused like on solutions. Like I feel a lot better right now. So I appreciate you guys being here with me. Awesome, Kagato. That makes me so happy. Streaming every day has been paying off. It's only going to get better. I'm probably at some point going to go through and private a lot of the videos and have them as like Patreon exclusives and like clean up my channel. But right now, I'm kind of just grinding and putting everything out there, like all my VODs and that kind of stuff, because I would really like to get monetized on YouTube, because that passive income would help a lot towards the other projects that I really want to put out there.
Eyes write the words that you wanna say. How much in your mouth? Keep it moving, babe. One step closer, you're getting to me. You can read my mind, I can tell. Caught between the lines, I'm thinking of you.
I love the red on Yukira, by the way. The red and the blonde both look great. I can't decide which I like more. I love the red though. The red looks great. Also, I don't know if I said this, but muscular women are fucking hot. I hope to be more muscular soon. Yo, the red is so fucking cute, dude. Too cute. Thank you so much, Algerianista. Thank you. I appreciate you a lot.
Listen, there's a good chance somebody's trying to hack your website right now. You gotta make sure you're covered. I'm talking about enterprise-grade security built into your site.
Welcome
Guys,
to Intuitive
all right,
Astrology.
astrology mommy video time, guys.
Molly McCord, thank you so much for joining me today as we're going to take a look at the astrological energies from January 17th until January 24th. And there is big energy this week that feels like there's something within you that is shifting into a higher gear of awareness, and you're seeing a part of your journey in a new light, of love and acceptance, in a higher understanding of what you've been moving through that has.
Does it upset you or anyone else when I refer to myself as a demon? I think some people might be like a little shocked by it. You know what I mean? Used to being seen or treated as one, that I tried owning it and make it not have any power over me, but I've seen that some people say I'm not anything like one. Yeah, that's kind of like when I respond, or when like Martlet was responding. I think we're just trying to highlight that at least like obviously you're not perfect. I'm not perfect. None of us are perfect. We've had some things come up in the past that we've discussed, you know. Even with those things, I don't see you as a demon. Even like the worst I've seen of you and like the stuff you've told me, it's like, damn, that's like heavy, that's like intense. But I don't see you as a demon. Like, and I guess like I would want a follow-up question with you. Does it bother you guys if I refer to myself as a villain? Because like I think maybe for some of you, you'll reassure me and be like, no, Cass, like you're all these beautiful things. But then some of you who might kind of relate somewhat with my experience will be like, you'll understand why I say stuff like that. You'll understand that, like, when someone treats you a certain way, it's like, if I'm already the fucking villain, then I'm gonna save everything that's, like, on my chest. Like, you know? Say it with my chest, like, type shit. Like, I'll just fucking say it then if I'm the fucking villain. You know what I mean? So it's like, I think some of you guys relate with me, but then some of you guys want to reassure me because that's not all I am, obviously. You know what I mean? And I just see pretty much every single human I've met has been a demon and an angel at some point. You know? So I wouldn't say, I don't see you as just a demon. Like, I kind of, a lot of the time, see you as a big old teddy bear, Kagato. No offense. But very sweet, very kind. Yeah. So, me, a Muslim Arab, hearing someone call themselves a demon. Oh no. How does that make you feel, Algerinista? How does that make you feel? You say ... but I'm unsure of what that feels like to you. Hello, Pinky. Welcome in. Good to see you. Pinky, you're not always the villain. Oh my god. Like, I swear to God, the sweetest people will tell me that they're the villain, and I'm like, what are you talking about? But it's like, we're different people for different people. So, like, one person, depending on your interactions and your history, will see you as this thing, and then another person will see you as this completely other thing. It's very subjective, in my opinion. Yeah, there are, of course, like, things that we can do that are, like, objectively wrong. Like, I've done some things that are objectively wrong, but it's like, with the context, you can understand it more, which it's taken a lot for me to have empathy at myself at certain moments, but yeah, balancing that is tricky. Makes me feel like I'm going to hell for not reacting, like I'm going to hell for them. Damn. Is it because you relate with, like, being demonized? Is that what it is for you? You don't see any evil in me? I mean, it's like at my worst moments, right? It's like when I'm so fed up of all, like, the bullshit, you know? And then it's like I kind of snap, and I'm like, you know? Like, I have my moments where I can say some really mean shit. But it's like when I'm like really pushed to my breaking point, I guess, or like I'm like not taking good care of myself, or just, yeah, the voices from like society are like so loud, that I'm just like, why the fuck do I bother type feelings, I guess. I'm a villain trying to get my redemption. Hey, Pinky on the redemption arc. Rooting for you, man. I believe most people, if not all, deserve a redemption arc. You know what I mean? Hey, oh, Pinky, thank you for gifting a sub to Kagato, you sweet little pee-pee papa. Thank you. You know what, Pinky, you want the VIP Pinky Pirate? Thank you, VIP Kagato. Also, one more, VIP Goddess Kira. Yo, shout out to the new VIPs in the Twitch chat. Appreciate you. You don't get those concepts as they make no sense to me, but terms to fill in voids within our identities, but I wouldn't shit on someone for it. I see. Yeah, I just know here in the West, I was born and raised in America. I've never left America. There is a really big demonization of people who are Muslim, Arab. Yeah, so I think that is reductive. I think people are people. There can be some ideologies that are like problematic, but there's a lot of ideologies in the West that are problematic as well. So I don't think any less of somebody for being one thing or the other. It's your character and how you treat people, in my opinion. Enjoy your dinner, Pinky. What are you gonna make?
Has powerfully changed you. This is a week where you could feel a strong mental shift into a higher frequency of understanding that is in direct communication with your soul. There are powerful soul messages coming through as we move through this time in January, where we're going to see the Sun conjunct Pluto in Capricorn, then both the Sun and Pluto enter Aquarius. This is going to be an elevating energy. You could feel like you're being elevated out of your body, out of your sense of self. You could feel like there's something you're elevating out of in your physical reality. And it feels like there's something that has been deeply transformed within us. And I'm seeing it as maybe even something that you didn't even realize you were working through. You didn't realize the bigger cycle, the bigger process, because I'm feeling like the mind is getting online with a higher viewpoint, and it's been something.
Hey, that's okay. Algerianista, I totally understand, like what being in a bubble is like. I broke out of my bubble pretty early. I ended up homeless at 17, so it's still in America, but there's definitely a lot of different bubbles in America. And I journeyed a bit with psychedelics, so it made me a lot more open-minded towards other bubbles after that. But yeah, your culture does mold you. It's no joke. I have a lot of things that I'm personally trying to shed from my upbringing and my culture, because not a lot of it was all that great. And yeah, that's a journey in it of itself, for sure.
You had to live through, which is part of the journey of the earth signs. So right now we have,
and you're forgiven, man. You're cool. It's good to have you.
We have Mercury in Capricorn, Mars in Capricorn, the Sun and Pluto in Capricorn, and we're going to see Venus enter Capricorn January 23rd. And
Hello,
what
Sarah
this
Owl.
really signifies is how deeply you've had to move through something that maybe you didn't even realize was karmic.
It's fun to be a little
that was
trickster
showing
sometimes.
you a part of your energy in ways that you couldn't see or you weren't opening your perspective to until now. It feels like there's something that
Yeah, you said you were financially abundant, like you were rich for a bit, right, Pinky? Yeah, I definitely, like, my dad was homeless, so I didn't grow up with, like, a whole lot of that, but I would see his, like, internalized shame and, like, his process with, like, constantly having to prove his own worth in society and, like, what that kind of did to him, I feel like. Because, like, he very much turned in, like, from a hippie into somebody who was a lot more like pull yourself up by your bootstraps, because society kind of does that, you know. You gotta work to live, you gotta survive. Like, the life expectancy of people that are, like, homeless or nomadic a lot of the time cannot be that high. So yeah, because society really drills that into you, that if you're not a productive member of society, you are worth less. And that's unfortunate, because I think it's very reductive. But yeah, it's good to acknowledge the ideologies that we were raised with, that we were born into, that are kind of ingrained in us, that might not be helpful towards ourselves or others. How is it out there? Is it as bad as it is portrayed to be? People are immigrating out of there, and I get some of the economic reasons, but damn, I heard a lot about it. I pay $2,600 a month for rent. The only way I can survive is, like, because I do online work and I work pretty much 24/7 when I'm not sleeping. So yeah, it's rough. Like, and I was homeless for a bit. I know a lot of people who have been homeless. I've housed a lot of people who have been homeless or would be otherwise. And it's, yeah, there's a lot of good aspects, but there's just, like, a lot of tension and stress, and it's just getting harder for a lot of people, I think. Which is why I honestly, though, love being a content creator, is because I can kind of shine a light on certain aspects of my life, my lived experience, and other people's, and maybe help put people in a better position. But yeah, it's not, like, the worst, right? Like, there are social systems, just it's like it takes forever for them to actually work, and they're kind of overloaded, and kids go missing in the foster care system, addiction is rampant. So yeah, could be worse, but it could be so much better. It could be so much better. And we spend a lot of money funding our military, but a lot of people are very anti-social systems and don't want their tax money to be going to benefit the community, but they'd rather it to be for war or something like that. I don't know. There's a lot of diversity, and a lot of people think differently, and I think people are, like, more starting to wake up to the fact that we don't have to just be pigeonholed into this binary system of how things should be, because Americans' political and worldviews and like what they want for society is way more diverse than a two-party system, which this year is our election year, so I really think there should be more conversation about that, so we can explore options like ranked choice voting, or at least just think about these things where it could be a lot better. The economy is pretty dog shit, I will say that.
is landing. Like, it's landing in our consciousness, it's landing in our awareness, and it has this peak pinnacle energy that changes the story.
We're close-minded, but we're generous. Yeah, I get that. I definitely want to travel more. I still haven't left the US, and I want to travel all around. Do you mind me asking which country you're from? Because I'm definitely a very open-minded person. So I'm a little bit selective on which countries I will travel to, but I would love to communicate more with people from across the world.
In some way. So of course, look at where you have Capricorn energies in your chart, but there's something that is arising in us that is showing us the bigger picture, but
That's so sad, Kagato. I'm so sorry. Yeah. I know, I have some friends, who they're mixed races, and, like, like, it's like you're already, especially in America, like, treated a certain way for being, like, a minority race. Let alone, like, when you're mixed, like, that kind of tribalism some people can have, and racism, like, it's really sad, because, like, those people need community and need support. Yeah, that makes sense, Pinky. I'm honestly that way too. Like, I definitely make a conscious effort to put my morals over my paycheck, because yeah, I know what it's like to struggle, and I don't want to just prioritize money and become disconnected from a former version of myself, because there's some things that I'm very passionate about that I want to do in the world.
but also giving you insights into what you had to physically experience. In order to elevate, in order to get at it in order to see yourself now in a new light and with a new acceptance of your mastery, of your authority, of what you came to change and shift in this lifetime, not only for yourself, but I'm feeling it as part of our collective contributions to the energies that have been on the planet for millennia. And we had to just trod through it, like trod and plod, and it's slow and you can only go so fast because there's things you have to sit with. There's things you have to be in. And so there's been a deep immersion experience in the Capricorn areas of your life that have also required those powerful transformation energies of Pluto. As we always say, right, as we describe the energetic signature of Pluto, well, Pluto being in Capricorn since 2008, 2009 has shown you more about who you really are. And it can show you parts of yourself you didn't like, you didn't realize you were perhaps limiting yourself in some capacity. Perhaps it's shown you more of what you came into experience directly through your family lineage, because Capricorn is connected to the family axis in the astrology wheel, where both Capricorn and Cancer relate to where we've come from, how we've grown up, how we've come to understand who we are in the world, and how we show up with our own unique energy signature and discover where to place it, how to use it, what needs to be developed for it to be effective and useful. It's the whole, what do I want to be when I grow up energy signature. And that could be heavily influenced by family traditions, by your local community or expectations that you've had on who you are, especially in a family. You could feel like there's things you just always knew you wanted to do in the world. And it is a reflective week here to look at what changes you've been through, what areas of your life have permanently shifted as you've also allowed yourself to perhaps be both more than you expected and maybe looking back saying, wow, that is less of what I expected of myself. So I'm feeling this pendulum swing in a reflectionary process around what has shaped you in the world at large, what has formed you, what has revealed more of what matters to you, and what you've had to go through in order to arrive at that understanding. And this is a week where I'm feeling like there is something, a pinnacle understanding, a peak moment of clarity, something that, again, it feels like your consciousness has expanded. Our collective consciousness has expanded, and we're understanding that it's okay to break free from limitations, from traditions, that it's okay to not stay in one line or one trajectory, that it's in fact essential now to honor more of where you're feeling you're called to go, where that energy is speaking to you, whether that is literally or figuratively. And it's where you're feeling called to go that is also a validation of some part of your soul journey. And I'm feeling too like this energy is a breaking free, a breaking out. And it does have a deep karmic energy field around it. I'm seeing like a karmic cage, and that cage could be self-inflicted. That cage could be something that you've been sensing around, okay, this is my work right now. This is what I have to do. I have to take care of this. This is important. This is necessary. And there is an element of that deep responsibility there. But it feels like there's been so much that's been expanding beyond that karmic cage. Now, karmic cage could feel like energies from other lifetimes that you needed to complete in this lifetime. And karma isn't necessarily negative. It's just an energy that's come back around. It's that boomerang that is unfinished that we need to take care of. We need to finish it. And so that's what you could feel. It's like I've been in this chapter of finishing a lot of things, finishing more of my own soul assignments that I didn't even realize I had to take care of or that were in front of me. And you could look at the people who showed up or the lessons that presented themselves. You could look at things you've gone through that have dramatically and drastically changed you. And those can be very tough things as well, because we can easily personally identify with it. And I feel like part of breaking out of this karmic cage and breaking out of this energy field is extending beyond it to see how it was a necessary chapter for your own growth, your own mastery, your own understanding of energetics, of your spiritual ascension process, perhaps, of things you needed to complete in this lifetime so it wouldn't show up in ongoing lifetimes, which are happening concurrently through other timeline experiences. And I feel like that's why this is so pivotal, because I'm seeing a lineup of 5, let's call them highway lanes, 5 lanes of highway, and they represent different timelines of experiences, and each one has a different frequency code. It has a different energy to it. So you could certainly trust what you're feeling around that. I mean, I'm seeing it as 5 different colors, but it could be anything. It could be 5 different themes. And what I'm feeling is that all of these 5 lanes are converging at a significant ending zone. It's like they're all merging together into one lane, and then the energy's cleared. It's just cleared. It's just gone. There's a refresh. There is a reset. There's something that has been unfolding within us at multiple levels of our being that can be overwhelming and emotional. It can be intense. Could be something that, again, you didn't realize you were clearing, but I'm seeing it across 5 lifetimes. Trust whatever you're seeing for yourself. Maybe you're seeing it across 15 timelines, 15 highway lanes. But I feel like this is a week where, as that clears out, you have a new awareness around what you've been learning and what we are responsibly claiming in terms of the bigger picture, the why, which is part of what our mind seeks to understand. Why am I going through this? Why is this coming up? And, then going down the various rabbit holes and tangents related to that to seek understanding. But as both the Sun and Pluto move into Aquarius on January 20th, there is this wake-up call. There is this sense of, oh my goodness, that's what's been going on, or that's what I was clearing, or that's what I was learning. And I actually feel it as positive, even though it could have a lot of different emotions attached to it. And it's interesting because I'm still seeing this number 5, and it feels like it could be, 5 different lessons or 5 different energies, 5 emotions. The number 5 is actually connected to Venus and her cycle, the cyclical journey of Venus. So it could be 5 things related to Venus themes. I mean, certainly trust whatever comes up for you, whatever you're intuitively receiving and feeling. But we are clearing big energies in ourselves right now, and we're starting to feel so different, like open, alive, maybe greater peace. Maybe you're feeling lighter and you don't know why. And it's something that is shifting you. I'm seeing rattling around, like the energy is rattling. It's unstable. It doesn't know where to land. It doesn't know how to calm itself down. And so that could be something that you're feeling as well this week, is how do I calm myself? How do I calm my body, my mind? Because I'm feeling as well that we're downloading some really big new frequencies of support, and we've had to go through it's like a French press.
That's funny, Kagato.
Of removal. And you know how you make French press coffee by pressing down on the grounds of coffee. And it could feel like that's been part of the energy as well. It's that pressing down, a compound effect that could feel heavy, could feel depressing, could feel like a lot of weight or burdens. It could feel like anything that's really uncomfortable, but we only grow to the extent of our discomfort. And our discomfort is where we meet the edge of who we are, who we've been, where we're going. It's this edge of self-potential and self-concept. And so I feel like we are individually and collectively at the edge of something that is much bigger than us, that is changing us, that's evolving us, and it has a discomfort with it. And that's also where the nervous system and the mind can go into overdrive in how do I calm this? What do I do with this? It's a lot of energy. It feels very unstable. One thing that I'm seeing, and I've recommended this before, but you can use the Jin Shinjitsu finger holds. And I'll put a picture up on the screen here where you can see that when you just calmly hold one finger with your other hand, it helps to move the energy. It helps to subtly and gracefully move it. And each finger is connected with a different emotion.
What's up, Sans? How you doing?
You would hold your ring finger. If you're feeling fear, you would hold your pointer finger, and so on. So do check out this visual imagery or Google it for yourself, and know that this is a way to work with whatever might be coming up that could be overloading. It's time to very big energies that might not be logical or rational. Simply trust your body consciousness, trust what's coming up that you're really sensing, and know that it might not be clear to the mind, because this is an elevation of energy frequencies that takes time to even grasp. And so we handle it moment by moment, right? We just have to be in this, okay, this is what I'm feeling right now. This is the process I go to allow myself to feel calm, to feel safe, and to work with the energy intentionally. So this is going to be a week where a lot is moving through us. A lot is unfolding. A lot is happening at higher levels of our being. Now, we had in March 2023, Pluto enter Aquarius for the first time. And so that was back in late March 23rd, 2023, and it stayed in Aquarius only until June 12th. And that really opened up the energies. It really brought in more of what Pluto in Aquarius is here to transform. Well, now, as Pluto enters Aquarius again, it's with the sun in Aquarius, and it's going to go further into the sign. It's going to go to 2 degrees of Aquarius. And how it unfolds is that January 20th is a really big day. So on January 20th, we have the sun conjunct Pluto at 29 degrees, 59 minutes of Capricorn, the very, very, very end. It's like you take one more breath and that's it. No more Capricorn. That is happening at 8:46 a.m. That's Eastern time, so in the morning. Then less than 20 minutes later, the sun enters Aquarius at 9:05 a.m. Eastern time. And then Pluto enters Aquarius at 7:50 p.m. Eastern time. And so we have a big day here on Saturday, January 20th.
Yes, this is live. What's up, Alan? How you doing?
So you could certainly already be feeling this, already be sensing it, already be in it. In fact, safe to say you could be in it since last March. And what is going on is there is this huge turnover. It's a big, deep changeover into our next level, into our next version of reality that activates more of our quantum growth potential. So in Capricorn, very linear, steadfast, methodical. You do this. This is the traditional path. These are the rungs on the ladder that you climb to get up to where you want to go. Aquarius, very different, fast moving, chaotic, wants us to grow in leaps and bounds. And this is activating more of the quantum field of potentials. I feel like there's going to be many people who have a sense of, I'm a totally different person now. I feel like a different person. And maybe you can't attribute it to one thing or one experience. But again, it could be like these 5 lanes merging into one, and the energy is complete. And you're just realizing, I've done a lot of work. I've phased out some things. I've had some really big breakthroughs. I've understand more about who I am and where I come from, more about the karma I was holding in my family lineage, more about what I was expecting of myself, or rather not expecting of myself. This is breaking through glass ceilings. This is breaking
Sorry, I was sending a
through
message.
those limiting self-perceptions that aren't even useful anymore. And we're going to see it through more big changes individually, collectively, and even in the cosmos, because there's so much happening above our heads right now. There's so much going on beyond the Earth's atmosphere around the energies changing at a galactic level. And here we're feeling it on our little blue and green marble of a planet. And it's also pulsing through us at a cellular level. So we are in a brand new energy field here that is going to require us to step into more of our quantum potential, and to know that there isn't going to be the need to do the traditional path or to do something that you thought you would do or that you would stay the course. I mean, this is, again, where people could feel like they're liberated. They just feel free. And this is the energy of revolution and rebellion. This is where we are breaking out of what the status quo has meant or what we thought it was about. And we are moving into more of ourselves that we came in with to activate. And so the strong Aquarius energies are going to push you into being new parts of yourself, to being different in your self-concept, to moving into new areas of understanding what you can experience in this lifetime that maybe you just didn't thought would be possible. Or maybe you had some deeper programming around what you would be moving through in this lifetime, things you thought you had to leave behind. Like, it's not safe for me to bring in this talent. It's not okay to be different. It's not okay for me to open up to this skill set or to trust this part of my spiritual gift. But things can happen overnight. I mean, people are going to be waking up in really profound ways. And it's a bit like sleeping in the dark, and then all of a sudden all the lights are on and you're blinded by the light. Blinded by the light, by the rays, the intensity, what's coming in, what's coming through. And it takes...
Since you're a big thing on YouTube right now, and probably gay too, let me give a shout out to my mom back home and tell her I'm as gay as one can be, and women are bringing the death of me here in Europe. Bravo. Bravo. Shout out Algerianista's mom, man.
It's time to adjust to that. But there is a...
Oh, thanks, Baloo. Much love to you. Have a great day, lovely human.
In even something you've been holding on to. I'm feeling, this is interesting. I'm feeling
friendships and autism, and it's really hard, Kira. Sending you so much love. I'm really glad to have you in our community.
And it was an energy boundary. Perhaps it was a physical boundary. Maybe you created a really powerful fence around your house or something. It's like there's this powerful boundary that you're going to realize, I don't know.
Mom, if you're watching as well, I'm also gay.
Out of fear. It's like there's something about, I'm safer now because I know more of who I am. I'm more of an energy master. And that boundary provided space to maintain some kind of energy field, almost like a cocoon, almost like, okay, this is needed right now because I can't have my energy interacting.
I never get your
with
name
low-
right. I'm sorry. Can you like spell out the name like phonetically? I'm really bad at names. But call you Amina. Amina. That is a beautiful name. I'm sorry for butchering your username. Am I smelling my armpits? All the time, bro. I haven't worn deodorant in 2 years. I love the smell of my own armpits. I'm a freak.
Or energies, with other energies, with the density, with whatever you want to attribute it to, however you want to divide the line. This is something shifting where those boundaries have served a purpose. They've allowed for the growth. They've allowed for something to be right in front of you. I'm seeing it as a spiritual assignment. I'm seeing it as like a soul contract assignment where the boundaries were in place so that you would really focus in and see it. And that is a strength of Capricorn. Is that, okay, I need to be able to take this on, to focus, to get some things going. You know, Capricorn is about our results, our accomplishments, what we get to the finish line, and we're proud of it. We feel that we did a good job. You know, there's an element here of personal dignity and self-respect. And now that energy has
Sorry, guys, I'm on the phone. Give me 1 second. Bill collectors. Gotta schedule my payment. Okay, sorry guys. I had to file an extension. We're good now. We're back. Kira, love you so much. Hello, Powie man. I'm back. That was for Kira, but also for you, Amina. Oh, could you write out your username phonetically, though? I'm curious how you pronounce it. I do some weird little quirks and expressions. But kisses for the chat. Kisses for the whole chat. Thank you so much for everybody for being here, for hanging out with me on YouTube. We got 9 likes on my YouTube stream. Fuck yeah, guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all. More astrology mommy video. We're about halfway through it. I'm gonna put some more of this carpet cleaner that I made on the carpet and then probably vacuum it up. Ollie, much love, much love.
Elevated to the place where I'm seeing it as being integrated and the boundaries start to fall away and loosen up. And I'm seeing this as like freeing yourself from a restriction, a grudge, an emotional dam, a limiting belief system. This feels like that isn't as needed anymore. Now, keep in mind, of course, I'm speaking in energetics. And so if there are literal boundaries in place that are good for you, that are healthy, then yes, those stay, most certainly. So please note that when I'm looking at this, I'm seeing it through the energetics, but there's also boundaries that you could feel are firmly in place that beautifully support you now. And those aren't going away. Right? Those are traveling forward with you because they are part of how you've stepped into more of your power, your needs, your sense of self, and that energy that is meant to sustain you and fortify you. So those healthy boundaries stay. I think what I'm feeling as I go into this more would be the karmic boundaries or the energies that, again, provided it's like a fortress to be in an experience, in an energy, to be in that lesson or that assignment. And then when you're done, when you've graduated, it's no longer needed. You know, you're leaving the fortress, you're leaving that area because you've done your work there. And this could also be literal, like you're leaving one place and going to another place. You're leaving one position or one job or one area of your life and you're changing into another area that now supports your energy more. Keep in mind, this can be as simple as changing things around in your house, doing a refresh, resetting the energy in your
Yo, astrology is very mean to Geminis. I am a dirty Gemini myself, and we're very loving. We are very loving. We are valuable. I've had to like convince myself of this because of the bad rap that Geminis get. Like literally, bro, it's hard to hear that shit. But there are other signs that, you know, get shit as well. But yeah, I think it also, if you're really going to get into astrology, like it really depends on your sun sign, your moon sign, your rising, all the things. So yeah.
What stays, what goes, because it's in the physical sign
Pisces, I
of
see.
Capricorn, it's connected to our physical reality and where we have items.
Yo, so my friend, like Goddess Kira, I love you so much. My friend is like, after they heard about what happened and saw me reeling in pain over it, they don't even want to call them that. They don't want to call them that. Yeah, so you could say the Sammy thing, whatever, you know. Yeah, even then though, like if they don't want me in their life and they treat me like that, they don't deserve my time or my attention. They don't deserve it. But it sucks. It sucks because it's like they're doing something that like requires attention because it's like a really shitty thing to do. But also it's like, yo, fuck that person. Wish them well and all that. But like, fuck how they treated me, and they don't deserve my energy. They don't. Buy viewers. Dogehype.com. No thanks, Dark Time. I'm good. I don't want to buy viewers. I'm good with my under 10 viewer Andiness. Ooh, interesting, Kagato. I'll check it out. Yeah, it's like I used to be kind of like whatever to astrology, but then I started finding out about that stuff, and it was like a lot to take in at first. So I'm like, okay, weird. But then the more that I get into it, I'm like, oh, okay, interesting. Okay, I see what you're doing there. And even if it's not like 100% or like factual, just like reading the readings about things can kind of make your brain think like, do I resonate with this or do I not? And it's just like a cool tool for exploration, in my opinion. Yeah, she doesn't care about how I feel, Kira. She does not care about me as a human being. Like, I literally cried about it last night. It sucks, but it is what it is, unfortunately. I'm gonna, like last night I vented a bit about it again, and I like unpacked more of how the situation made me feel, and it felt cathartic. But at the same time, yeah, like I kind of have to accept that they're not gonna take down the content. I'm gonna have to take legal action if I want something done about it, which I'm on that track, but I have other things going on too, so it's like, yeah, we'll see where it goes. But it definitely fucking hurts. Definitely puts a sour taste in my mouth about everything that person says they represent. Like, they're all love, 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 but where's the consent? Where's the autonomy? Where's the compassion? Where's the empathy? Where's the understanding? So you can just say love, 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 but like, bro, I'm somebody that you said you loved. What are you doing? This is love to you? Like, that shit sucks. But it's out of my hands and I have to accept that.
Possessions, walls in our physical experience. So this is a physical turnover of some kind, and you could also be feeling it in your body as well as other parts of your physical reality. So very powerful energies here that we are graduating through. And it's a soul level graduation. It could be really personal.
You are my crimson goddess, Kira. I'm a goddess too. We're all gods and goddesses if we want to be, if we claim that, in my opinion, at least. What's that song I really like? Okay, I'm gonna pause this astrology video and we're gonna play a song that I enjoy. I love this song. Have you heard this song, Kira? It's Sarak Forever.
When I wake up, no makeup, half naked, I feel like I'm the shit. Pardon my language, but hang-ups do not define the kid. No, I'm not flawless, I'm scarred up and I'm fine with it. My body are the laundry list of all of life's kindnesses, but I still sip tea and chant om and live free, cause hardships and heartbreaks turn to rap epiphanies. And mom told me stay woke, cause all gold and glistening. Choose your words wisely, cause the all-knowing's listening. But no worries, I'm Gucci, my thighs are little juicy, my dialogue little awkward, my idols still move me. My life is a movie, like Raheem and Mookie. I'm just trying to do the right thing, hope that it improves me. My bamboo's accustomed to me, you'll be soon accustomed to me. This tomorrow, I got royal hemoglobin coursing through me, and my strength is now inhuman. I get that straight from my own, be signed in silver mouth the grill of yours and truly.
You better shine on them, baby, you a star. You better be exactly who you are forever, cause they gon' try and change your heart. Don't let up, cause you're so damn fine just the way you better shine on them, baby, you a star. You better be exactly who you are forever, cause they gon' try and change your heart. Don't let up, cause you're so damn
I was in that mirror like 4 or 5 times a week on my mile of beats, reciting affirmations like holy rites, and I still don't know everything. But I guess confessions from 8x11s and studio sessions seem like it's only right. And trust me, this my therapy, fuck your couch. Finna murk all these Murphy types, funny styling me, shut your mouth. Touch me, I'm slaughtering crews, squads, goons, teams. The queen is coming to rule your region, coming for all of your asses, plus your house. I ain't always have it in me, no tolerance for pretending. I was 14 years old, forcing pills down my throat, so my baby fat diminished. Still got these scars from cutting my wrist when I thought the life was finished. Now they remind me what my lows look like, now I know the sky's the limit. Okay, never claim to be perfect, that's an impossible dream. I'm just saying that I'm worth it, that's the responsible thing. Spend half my life trying to find my life from outside sources, why the only voice that mattered came from me.
You better shine on them, baby, you a star. You better be exactly who you are forever. Cause they gon' try and change your heart, don't let up. Cause you're so damn fine just the way you better shine on them, baby, you a star. You better be exactly who you are forever. Cause they gon' try and change your heart, don't let up. Cause you're so damn fine just the way you
When rock go in, she too aggressive, that's too masculine. And her content a little too obsessive, just relax a bit. She say she got that's narcissistic, just the facts of it. Now I don't really F with female rappers, that's just sacrilege. Glad I learned early not to internalize every ink up. Daddy told me with every opinion there comes a sphincter. And they would rather she them thoughts than popularize a thinker. Why them lying archetypes is chasing cat, I'm trying to sphinx her. Rap barrel, skin caramello, apparel mainly vintage. Marrow composer, warrior, so every verse became a vengeance. Went through too much hair to not be fine, but they still feigning ignorance. So now I came to click my just do with remaining interest. Baby, I'm a star without the flash frame of Fenty. Came out the doctored up the entire game upon my entry. Kept it 100, messed around and gained another century in this. Now I'm aiming to pop off till my mental chamber's empty. I'm unbothered, your standards is irrelevant. I might F around and rock a body, all this for the hell of it. They've been trying to martyr me for ages cause my melanin. So now I'm soaking UV rays with sugar slathered on my adamant. My dude, I'm magic, my gang is guidance, my mood is savage, that's gang is Connie's boss move and mountains, my range astonishing, dangerous sinus like rain and comets they blazing. Trails through planets all hell is kind of amazing. That's right, we'll call it self-love. Discovered I was dope and indulge like I'm scale drugs. And you could call me arrogant and that's gonna help love. But if you trying to knock me down, your demolitions fell, bruh, fell, bruh, fell, bruh, fell.
You better shine on them, baby, you a star. You better be exactly who you are forever. Cause they gon' try and change your heart, don't let up. Cause you're so damn fine just the way you better shine on them, baby, you a star. You better be exactly who you are forever. Cause they gon' try and change your heart, don't let up. Cause you're so damn fine just the way you better shine on them, baby, you a star. You better be exactly who you are forever. Cause they gon' try and change your heart, don't let up. Cause you're so damn fine just the way you better shine on them, baby, you a star. You better be exactly who you are forever. Cause they gon' try and change your heart, don't let up. Cause you're so damn fine just the way you are.
It's one of my favorite songs. I found it in like 2017, something like that. 2018 maybe. It's one of my favorite songs. I love it. She's a phenomenal artist. I posted it in the chats if you guys are curious. Saw Rock Forever. Whew, that was a good dance. Song always gets me like motivated. I'm feeling myself.
You know, it could be something that only you know at a deep core level of your being. There's also energy here. I feel that there is either a new vow, pledge, or promise that is being made at a soul level that you're really done with something. It's for your best and highest good. You know, you've like, I've closed out that karma. I finished that healing. I went through that emotional experience, or I gave my power away. And that's another big theme here, is that when we reflect upon how we have given our power away, that can be really great insight into what we aren't going to do again. So there's new wisdom here. There's new energies around what you've lived through that you never want to experience again. And there's something that lands. Like it really feels like it's, I'm going to say cemented. It's cemented in to your own core level energy. And I think this is the vow, the pledge, the promise to yourself, as well as a high level recognition a high level recognition of, wow, look what I've been through. Look what I moved through. Look at how I've really operated in my life that's taught me so much. So that is one of the big significant energies of this week. And so stay aware of that, of what's coming through for you, what you're receiving, the messages that are landing. And, messages from spirit and from our soul come through so many ways. It can be through overhearing snippets of a conversation. It could be through song lyrics. It could be through a movie or movie quotes. It could be through a download in a dream state. It could be something you read as you're walking down the street, a billboard or a passing sign or something on social media, so forth and so on. So many ways we can be receptive to what we're meant to know right now. And those messages could be really loud, like you can't get away from them, right? They're like front and center. And one of the most powerful things you can say is thank you. Thank you is to have that gratitude, to have that understanding that you recognize what it's been about. And it can also connect you with peace. There can be turmoil with this energy. There really can. There can be like that harsh self-reflection. There can be anger. I mean, we have Pluto here. Pluto is rage. Pluto brings up the things we don't like, what we aren't happy about, what we don't like in ourselves or what we're not satisfied with. And the deep churning of Pluto is highly uncomfortable. And that alone.
Nice to meet you too, Amina. My name is Cassie. It's really good to meet you. Thanks for being here. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
Changing. And that's also the no going back. And this is a Pluto energy signature where you realize, I'm never going to do that again. I'm never going to work in that industry, or I'm never going to live in that town or in that area, or I'm never going to be involved in those types of choices, or I'm never going to be that version of myself again. And that's part of the pinnacle peak energy here of you are expanding your consciousness into higher realms, and you're setting yourself free by saying, I'm not going back to that. I'm not doing that ever again. And so we're going to see people making those big life choices, big life decisions, perhaps some declarations, perhaps announcements around choices they're making or what they want to do next, what they're leaving behind. This is something too where it can certainly affect powers that be, people who have a lot of authority. There's energy of a push into looking at, is this still true for me? Is this connected to who I am? This is where people announce they're getting divorced or they're breaking up, for example, and they've been together for a really long time, and that could be a shock, right? If it's like, oh, they've been together 20 years and okay, they went through whatever they needed to go through together and individually and jointly in a partnership. This does apply to business partnerships as well, where people could say, okay, we're parting ways. We have different directions we want to go, or the band is breaking up, or the team is being...
Kira, I would love to see you do dance. Please upload it if you ever do and share with us. I've never taken a formal dance class before in my life. It's all just interpretive, intuitive dancing that just makes my body feel good. So I would definitely say don't overthink it too much. Just kind of like flow with your body, like do yoga, like get into it, But I do want to take some dance classes to learn some legitimate routines. And when I learn more, I will help translate that information to the internet so you guys can learn with me.
Disassembled. There's something here where we're understanding this served its purpose. This is the end of the line. This is as far as this can go. It's run its course. And now I'm moving into a new direction. Although for many people, it's interesting because I don't see it as a direction so much as a trajectory. And I mean that as instead of the energy going straight ahead or breaking left or turning right, I see it going up. Like it's a new trajectory shift, similar to when they launch rockets, similar to when there is some kind of liftoff and it's elevating up. And that's how it feels. This energy is showing up right now. We've already been in it, honestly, but it's going to pick up the pace here over the next week. Now, looking at Mercury in Capricorn. Mercury in Capricorn has some really lovely aspects this week, as it will sextile Saturn in Pisces at 4 degrees on January 17th and 18th. And then that Mercury in Capricorn is going to trine Jupiter in Taurus at 6 degrees on January 19th. So this is decision making, planning, things coming together that you've been sitting with and contemplating since December, back when Mercury went through the retrograde journey. Now Mercury is direct and has cleared the shadow territory, and there's greater certainty of, I need to do the thing. This is what I need to take care of. I need to show up. I need to get it going. There's greater mental clarity and certainty with this energy. At the same time, we're going to see Venus in Sagittarius squaring Neptune in Pisces at 25 degrees on January 19th. And this is doubt. This is doubt where the mind has certainty and a plan. And Venus squaring Neptune has high hopes. And she doesn't want to be disappointed. And she wants it to work out. But there's an energy here of looking at, well, what could develop or play out, even if it's not exactly how you imagined? There can still be great developments. There can be wonderful things that unfold that might not look exactly as you're planning it or as you're seeing it. But there's something about this energy that can help you identify an illusion or identify something that you've been holding in the back of your heart. Like it's like a hidden realm in the heart is what it feels like. And it's maybe like a quiet secret, right? Or like a soft ideal or something that's just been there faintly. Now, Venus in Sagittarius is very big, is very much about the big picture and the Pollyanna perspective. And it's going to be all the great things. And yet I feel like there's something here where maybe you're just sensing with the strong earth sign energy, it'll be what it'll be. And I'll be okay. And it'll still be lovely. And it could still be good. There's a healing component here that I'm picking up on as well. In that Venus in Sagittarius might not always understand everything she's healing. But when she interacts with Neptune and Pisces, there's more going on in the emotional body. There's more that she's navigating through that is significant to her soul journey. So something about this energy does feel quite healing, especially with Mercury and Capricorn sextiling Saturn and Pisces, and then trining Jupiter and Taurus. This would be a good time for any important conversations, anything that you want to take care of, especially say at work or with a family member, just approaching it as, this is what's been on my mind. I wanted to share this with you. I've been thinking things through. This is what's been coming up on my side of things. The energy is clear. It's confident. And it's not in your face. Like, this is not aggressive energy by any means. It's just, it has a certainty to it. And that can be wonderful for progressing something forward, for understanding what you need to express or say from a place of authority. And keep in mind with Mercury and Capricorn, there are things that maybe are said that come across as being detached, or it's like not aware of how it affects other people, because the Capricorn energy can be at the top of the pulpit. It can be at the top of the hierarchy and say things without knowing how it lands, without understanding how it will affect, or understanding that, okay, this is something that is important and I need to say it and I want them to hear it, but I have no control over how it lands and how it's received. But if you're coming from, I feel it's like a powerful place of insight, it can be well received. And it could be something too, I'm feeling this like lay a new groundwork or clear the air. I'm feeling it as something that is a reset. So if you've had a lot of mental anxiety, a lot going on in your head, look at how you can release that. Maybe it is through conversation with somebody. Maybe it's through just talking to yourself in the car. Maybe it's through writing things out. But I'm feeling like it's the power of the spoken word, especially in Capricorn. The spoken word is important to move the energy out of the head. So even if you journal, then maybe you read it out loud to yourself and you can hear yourself. You hear your own voice frequency. You hear the words coming out of your own mouth and what that then signifies, like what that means for you as you hear those words. So there's something here about it being very beautifully supported, and just trusting that if you're meant to have a conversation, if there's something you're meant to step up and decide or do, that you could have that energetic clearing over this next week. Venus enters Capricorn on January 23rd, and as she does so, she's going to be in Capricorn along with the other two personal planets. So Mercury and Mars, all three personal planets in Capricorn, relate to how we move about our daily life and our daily world. And we know we've already been in Capricorn season. And it's interesting how we now have these three planets in Capricorn after the Sun and Pluto both go into Aquarius. So there's still a focal point of energy here of what you need to take care of, feeling like it's an extended Capricorn season, if you will, and perhaps being ready now to focus on things, to say, this is what I'm going to do. Whereas the first part of January might have felt more open, a little bit restless, a little bit like, okay, I need to get this done, but when? I don't know when. And so now the energy could feel that, yes, now it's time. Now I'm going to move through these items on my to-do list. Now I'm able to really make progress, which is something that the Capricorn energies really want. They want the results of the hard work. So there could be things that you're finally ready to take on, and it could just feel like, okay, now I've got it. Now it clicks, and now I'm ready to complete what I hadn't started yet, or even get it done smoother now, and then get it off your plate. So with both the Sun and
Sounds good, Kakato.
Pluto entering Aquarius, it activates bigger Aquarius themes, and I've done some previous podcasts for you on that topic, so that's why I didn't spend a lot of time in this show going into those Aquarius themes, but it definitely relates to the people around you, your friends, who you interact with, who you network with, your social circle, who you hang out with, and how that energy affects you. You know, it's that unconscious exchange of thoughts, of ideas, conversations, the things you have in common with people that could be more evident now. And you might start to realize that there's things that aren't working, that you're on different paths. I mean, I'm seeing this as soul groups breaking up. I'm seeing this as like tribal energies being dismantled. And I'm seeing it almost in a workplace where maybe a bunch of people quit, or there's a lot of people who leave a position or they're fired. It's like it's breaking up something, because if the energies aren't authentically connected, it's not going to work. And that is part of this theme as well, is that we're digging deeper into our authenticity. Who gets us? Who understands who we are, what we've been through, where we're going? And the truth is, that's really our own individual responsibility. It's nobody else's responsibility to get it, but it's deeply appreciated, right? When someone knows more about your journey and they understand more of what you've been moving through at a personal level. So this could be that groups are shut down, that joint or collective experiences end, that it's necessary for people to go their own way. And so that could be too friendship changes, friendships ending, no longer wanting to be involved in the PTA, not wanting to sign up for certain roles in a community, and so on. It's deep changes in group dynamics. Group dynamics will be shifting as Pluto continues to move through Aquarius and shows us more about what we really care about, what we really enjoy, more of who we really are, and also removing those energies that aren't an authentic fit or authentic connection. It's kind of like if you've been feeling like there's a particular friendship or connection that has been a little bit choppy, it hasn't felt like you have much in common anymore, that could be a beautiful message from your soul that it's okay to move on. It's time to move on. And chances are the other person is feeling it too. It can be two-sided, and it's not meant to be anything destructive necessarily, but it could just be signifying the energy change. And the more that we can be neutral about that, the better. And that neutrality can be difficult at first, especially if there's history there, if there's a lot that you've gone through together, you've experienced together. It can bring up a lot of deep emotions. So, of course, we can't expect ourselves to just be neutral about relational changes and friendship changes, but there's something here that could give you peace of mind that, again, this has run its course, or we're just not connecting the way we used to. The vibe is off, the energy's off, and that's because we're moving in different directions. And there is lift-off energy here, as I mentioned earlier, when we look at how people are meant to follow their true calling now. They're meant to follow what is really in alignment with them, and that means changes will be happening. So you'll be making changes, and other people will be making changes. So we're going to be on both the active and receiving ends of these shifts, but it's also helping us form new soul tribe connections. It's helping us come together with new people, and that instant connection, right? Of like, oh my goodness, I've just known you all my life. We've had so many soul experiences together, or there's just this easy camaraderie. There's just a sense of, oh, this is so simple. This is so easy. That's also going to be part of the liftoff because you're traveling in the same trajectory. You're on the same frequency wavelength. And I feel too like, even if you've had distance or time apart from somebody and they had to do their thing and you had to do your thing, if they got to a certain point where the energy matches, then it's like, oh, we're friends again, or oh, we reconnect again. And it's almost like I had this assignment over here in this classroom. You had this assignment over there in that classroom. Class is out, school's out, and now it doesn't feel like as the separation is needed. It doesn't feel like that assignment is still ongoing or still happening. So we're moving through a lot more of that now. And we're also going to see the truth of people's colors. We're going to see more of who they really are. I mean this in a loving way. I know that often sounds kind of harsh, but it can also be, no, you can see who somebody really is, and you can see who you really are. The Pluto energy reveals, right? It reveals what's been behind closed doors, or what the secrets have been, or what hasn't been openly disclosed. But there could be big revelations here around what.
MindBloom is one of the leading providers of anxiety and depression treatments. Now, you may have seen our ketamine short.
I mean this in a loving way. I know that often sounds kind of harsh, but it can also be, no, you can see who somebody really is, and you can see who you really are. The Pluto energy reveals, right? It reveals what's been behind closed doors, or what the secrets have been, or what hasn't been openly disclosed. But there could be big revelations here around what's really going on for people in your world, in your life, that can be quite surprising and quite jolting. And in fact, it reminds me of a story that I want to share with you quickly here as we close out today's show about revelations in friendships. And this goes back to when I lived in Paris. So this was 2005, 2006, and I was in grad school, with people from all over the world, as well as many Americans. And I am going to change the descriptive details to protect the guilty, protect both the innocent and the guilty. And there was a woman named, we'll call her Nancy, because she was very fancy. Fancy Nancy was always very sophisticated. She would arrive in class rolling in her Louis Vuitton luggage. She had this air of mystery about her.
Kira, this is great. Thank you for sharing.
And we didn't know much about her. And even though, I'd have passing conversations with her and talk with her, there was always a sense of, what does she do in her world? What's her life like? Well, it turned out one of the things that she loved, or I should say she spent her time doing, was hanging out at this fancy Parisian hotel. It's quite the establishment in Paris. And she would hang out there in the hotel bar, and she really enjoyed interacting with Italian men. So she was oftentimes, especially on the weekends, at this Parisian hotel bar, and she would share some of the things she did very casually, very offhandedly. And it was enough to just kind of pique our interest and ask questions, but she really wouldn't answer the questions. She would just change the topic, and that was that. Well, one of our other friends, Sarah, was actually closer to Nancy, Fancy Nancy. And on Sarah's birthday, Nancy invited her to hang out with her at this Parisian bar. So Sarah says, sure, why not? And Sarah also is an American. And the two of them went to this hotel lobby bar, and they were only there for a very short amount of time. Sarah said it was only an hour or so. Like they had one drink and then they went out to dinner. Or perhaps it was the other way around. They went out to dinner, then they went to get a drink. And so when they were in the bar, Sarah never showed her ID. She never had to show her passport. And she was observing how Nancy seemed to know a lot of people because Nancy was a regular at this bar. So she knew the bartenders knew her. And Sarah was just taking it all in and being like, wow, okay, this is where she hangs out. This is where she goes. And that's why she knows people. Well, the next day, Saturday afternoon, less than 24 hours after Sarah was hanging out with Fancy Nancy at this Parisian establishment, Sarah's dad calls and says, your name just came through the Interpol database because of where you were last night. Sarah is dumbfounded. She's momentarily scared. Why is my name showing up on Interpol? What is going on? What level of surveillance was happening? And she's like, I never showed anybody my ID. How did they know my name? She had a lot of questions. And so how did her dad know? Well, her dad was a diplomat, and there's real diplomats. And then there's diplomats in air quotes. And he was a diplomat in air quotes, meaning we weren't exactly clear on what organization he worked for or worked with, but he had access to Interpol database. And it was one of his coworkers who said, hey, your daughter's name just came up this morning based on where she was last night. So needless to say, this changed their friendship. And when Sarah asked Fancy Nancy more about it, she didn't get a lot of information. In fact, there was more she got from her dad than from Nancy directly. But
No worries,
it
Kagato.
changed the course of their connection, and Sarah decided to stay away from hanging out with her because she didn't know what was going on, what was involved, what was happening, who were these people? You know, was there a bigger operation here that was underway? And so that permanently changed their friendship because, as the saying goes, friends don't put friends in the Interpol database. So as Pluto moves into Aquarius, there's going to be new things around. What are my friends doing? What are they doing after hours? Who are they hanging out with? And then, of course, what do I want in friendship? What does friendship mean to me now at this part of my life? What do I need from other people that is good for me, that supports me, that's good for my body, my heart, my mind? It's looking at the way we connect with others and deciding what is authentically me, where do I feel supported and valued and truly seen without having to be someone I'm not. And so if there's people around you who are pretending to be someone they're not, Pluto in Aquarius will bring that up and will reveal that as we move into these energies even more. So I'm wishing you a beautiful start to Aquarius season, especially with Pluto moving into Aquarius. And next
That was a good
week
astrology
is
video. I
energies
like
next
this
week
chick,
with the
Molly.
Leo full moon.
I really like how she explains it.
On YouTube, please check it out.
Molly McCord.
as
I posted it in my
is
Discord.
A breakthrough energy. Anything connected to your heart, your power, your strength, your creative force is ready to break through and level up. And we're also going to have Uranus stationing direct, which means that all planets will be direct as we close out January. So we'll talk more about that next Wednesday. I hope you feel a beautiful liftoff in your energy. I hope you feel clearing out. I hope you feel new certainty and new powerful energies rising up in you as we continue on through this very dynamic journey of energies. You can find all kinds of free astrology videos on my YouTube channel, so be sure and check that out, especially if you're looking to learn more about astrology or understand more specifics in your chart. And if you're looking to go deeper into your chart, be sure and check out my 2 courses on how to read your progress chart and how to read your solar return chart. Both of these are next level astrological energies that really support what you're moving through in this lifetime as well. Have a beautiful week ahead, and I will see you back here every Monday and Wednesday. Take good care.
Are you
Nature is the antidote to humanity's wounds. I can't think about human health without thinking about planetary health because the two are intrinsically linked. We have, as a technological food system, engineered a moment where humanity would completely forget itself. Every chemical we put into our environment tends to further deepen the wound. Roundup, glyphosate cuts the relationship between soil and its life within it, as well as the protein structures within our gut. We never needed these chemicals until we broke the rules of biology. There is an easy way to step back into right relationship with nature. If you take ancient soil systems not touched by human hands and add that back to human cells, immediately we were getting results at the science level that we could not have imagined. The exciting thing about knowing that is that we can change direction. We have the opportunity to birth a new humanity, a new biology, a new expression. May we honor all of the potential of humanity within ourselves and within those that we see around ourselves so that we can become the thing that we know is possible.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Know Thyself podcast, where every single week we get the honor and privilege to sit down with an incredible mind to learn more about the true nature of self and the world around us at deeper levels every single week. Today we have a returning champion who formerly is known for his expertise in internal medicine, endocrinology, and hospice care, and he's really a thought leader on the microbiome as it pertains to health, disease, and food systems. I've gotten to know him deeper as a friend who loves to play piano and guitar and dance, and something I really cherish about this individual is he's got a beautiful humility about him that I really cherish, and openness that, anything that he experiences in any given moment can really change him. And that openness is something that I really value, and I'm excited to dive deeper into that as well in this conversation today. He's a powerful articulator and synthesizer of the inner dimension of how we've really become disconnected and the reasons for disease individually and on the planet at large. And on the same token, our innate capacity to awaken to a new paradigm completely, and one where we awaken to our ability to heal, to realize the love of self that we have for others, for ourselves, for the planet, and humanity at large, and ultimately to become empowered as beacons of light for our communities. So Zach Bush, welcome back to the show.
Wonderful to be with you, Andre. It's just awesome to share the space and time, and thank you everybody for giving me the time in your life. And as you listen to this podcast, it's a joy to be with all of you.
Our conversations always feel like a ceremony in and of themselves. And we got a lot of that reflection from our last conversation in our old studio. So welcome back. I'm excited to dive deeper into so much from the micro to the macro of this process of healing, of awakening. And let's start I would love for you to give a little bit of context of what some of the new science that's coming out of your cell biology lab. And we can go from there.
Awesome. Yeah, I'll give you a little context of the lab itself. My background, as you mentioned, on the clinical side was internal medicine, which is basically hospital-based care, a lot of ICU stuff. Then endocrinology and metabolism was my next subspecialty, and that one took me more into the outpatient environment, still a lot of consulting in the hospital setting and ICUs and all that. But the journey in parallel to that when you're in academia is typically a biomedical research kind of role. And so there's a lot of pressure when you're first moving into faculty positions in academia to find that niche, find that little thing that's going to become yours, and you're going to become the global expert on that thing, because that's really what drives funding in the academic environment. And so the reason I bring that up is because the great vulnerability and danger in that model is that everybody becomes subspecialized, and you only get paid for being the expert in that sub specialty space, and you are never asked or paid for to see the big picture. And that, I think, has trickled in, to our kind of expertise motif of academia, where you're an expert in this or that, and then you're extolled for that, and you're rewarded for that, and you're awarded for that. And even early in your academia, you're programmed into this, where they tote you around, even as a med student. Oh, you've won this award, and you've won this award, and and so it's this egoic journey into believing that your value is in being an expert and being one of the few experts in that thing. And that thing has to get smaller and smaller and smaller with each passing generation, because you've got naturally more and more beings that are competing for dollars at the NIH or other places for dollars. So my little world became this one little protein called CoopTF1. And CoopTF1 is a regulatory protein around the mitochondria, which are if you remember from Biology 101, the power plant of the human cell. And that was pretty much my understanding of it, the power plant of the human cell. And in learning that at Biology 101 in junior high all the way through to my expertise, nobody had really stepped back to even tell me that that was a non-human entity, that the mitochondria didn't actually belong to the human cell. It's a participant it's a resident within the human cell environment, but it's not human. It's a microbe. It's a bacterium. And so even being an expert of an expert of an expert down all the way
Welcome
down
back,
to the
Jerome.
protein
You're
level
all
of the
good.
mitochondria,
I'm pretty good.
I was
I'm
missing
doing
the
pretty
big
good.
picture of even the organelle.
We were
the
just
tiny little
researching some stuff about how to be healthier. I was doing some dancing earlier. Having a good day so far, I'd say. Are you watching my old things on there from? Oh my gosh. Cute, Kira. I haven't checked out your YouTube in a minute, Kira. Have you posted anything recently?
cell that I was within. And so I point all of that out just so that you can have
Thanks
a
for the
sense
follows
that
on CB, guys.
the expression currently of Western medicine from the consumer side can look like complete idiocy. Like, really, this is where we're at? Like, you walk in with gut problems, and the first thing the gut doctor tells you is, well, your diet has nothing to do with why your gut hurts, you know? And as just a human being, you're just like, what? Like, that makes no sense at all. Like, no, it's your immune system, so blah, blah, blah. Make up all these other stories. And so there's this tendency, I think, as a consumer of medicine, even when you're a doctor and end up on the patient side, or your loved one ends up as a patient, when you enter it from that space, it just looks like lunacy from stem to stern. So I want to just start by shedding that light of the reason it looks like lunacy is because for generations now, scientists and doctors have not been paid or encouraged to think about the big picture. And so for the lack of context, our data, the science, ends up not making sense at the macro level at all. And so our micro explorations are failing to be grounded in the reality that we live in. And that's becoming more and more entrenched in the academic environment, not just in medicine, but really every area of quote unquote science. But I would say even really everywhere in the arts and sciences of academia. Academia has become an abstract phenomenon of reality. It is not expressing the real. So that's the backdrop. So where was I at? So the mitochondria is this really extraordinary piece of the puzzle of how multicellular life works. And multicellular life, to become possible, requires an enormous amount of energy. To be a single cell that doesn't have to, subspecialize and cooperate in a bigger, organism takes about 10 times less energy. And so to be a bacteria or a fungi, a single-celled system, a fungi is a single-celled organism. They can create pseudohyphae and these mycelial networks that look like a giant multicellular organism, but really it's a bunch of single cells that are just cooperating in a larger ecosystem. So the real advent or leap to a multicellular organism happened when we got protozoa, and then protozoa ultimately into multicellular life. And
okay, no worries, Kira.
That leap was
I understand how it goes.
And so up until the advent of the mitochondria, the only way to liberate energy from food was through fermentation. And fermentation is an anaerobic process, doesn't require oxygen. In fact, it even works better without oxygen. So in the environment. So bacteria, fungi, all that, they're anaerobically typically, or at least without the need of oxygen, managing the release of energy at this kind of basic fermentation process. When the mitochondria became possible, and what happened there was basically two bacteria, inadvertently perhaps or by design, became a single organism. And so one bacteria basically swallowed another. And so a small bacterium called a mycobacteria. The mycobacteria swallowed a methane-producing bacterium, basically, and then those two membranes started to suddenly cooperate to do something phenomenal, which was an oxygen base or a respiratory process of breaking carbon down. And so instead of using fermentation, which is a slow digestive process for carbon, you can use this method of breaking the carbon bonds using oxygen and hydrogen. And so that was this huge innovation that happened. And even this week, there's new articles coming out this past week from interesting studies being done in Mesopotamia and Egypt and all these places where they're starting to uncover fossils that have intact mitochondrial fossil remnants in there. And so our estimate of when respiratory jump happened just moved back and proof another 1.5 billion years. Up until the last week's publication, our most, our deepest evidence that there were mitochondria inside of multicellular life was around 1 billion, or not even like 500 million years ago. But we know by just the process of finding fossils and knowing that there was macro life that it's probably more like 3.5 billion years ago or 3 billion years ago, somewhere in there. This innovation of mitochondria came about, but we hadn't been able to see those more ancient. But this last week, I think it's now 1.6 billion years ago, evidence of the mitochondrial respiratory tree and all that. So it's a very fascinating moment, I think, in science where we're starting to realize that life is essentially the distillation or concentration of light energy per cubic centimeter. Physics precedes life. And so physics is basically the periodic chart. You've got lots of elements. Those elements are made of atoms that are crammed together. And those crammed together atoms have a certain number of atomic principles at the nucleus, and then they have a cloud of electrons that are orbiting in kind of a double torus methodology around that. But at the core of that, you either have one proton neutron, which would be a hydrogen, or you've got 16 at a carbon, or, and go ahead and keep building more and more atomic structures at the core of that atomic heart, and you get more and more heavy isotopes or heavy elements on the periodic chart. And the heaviest ones are like plutonium-derived uranium kind of stuff, and all those really heavy ones that lead to nuclear power. So the more energy distilled into a single atom, the heavier it is on the periodic chart. And the brightest thing that physics does is that nuclear fission and fusion, and that's what we call a star, or a sun in the case of our galaxy here. And so that star is a nuclear event that's releasing energy from the atomic potential of the periodic chart. And it's fascinating to recognize that to make the leap from star to a single bacteria, you need at least a 10x, if not 1000x increase in light per cubic centimeter. To get bacteria to live or get any form of life to perform, you need an extra concentration of that sunlight. Sunlight itself is not bright enough, does not produce enough energy to sustain life. It has to be concentrated by what we now call biology. So physics becomes biology through the concentration of light energy. So that's kind of a big background of like, what are we talking about with mitochondria? Mitochondria are the most profound biologic innovation in concentrating the amount of light released per cubic centimeter. And what is it? Where is that light coming from? It's ultimately sunshine that's collected by chlorophyll, which are specialized mitochondria inside of plants. And actually, we now know that we have chlorophyll-like activity even in the human body. So when you get exposed to sunshine, you can actually capture that energy as well. But that energy is sunlight stored between two carbons. And so there's a double carbon bond that is formed out of CO2. Two molecules of CO2 become a double carbon. And you start zippering carbons together, and you get a long chain of carbons, and then we call that a carbohydrate or a sugar, or we call it a fatty acid. And there's lots of different carbohydrate structures, and there's lots of different fatty acid structures, but the inherent backbone is this long carbon chain. And to get the fat or the sugar to turn it into energy for biology, you have to break the carbon bond and release the sunshine. And so when I say mitochondria are the biggest innovation in light per cubic centimeter, what's happening is you're collecting lots and lots of potential sunlight in all of the long carbon chains, glucose, sugars, fatty acids, and then you're releasing them in a very small amount of space. And current estimates are that a cubic centimeter of mitochondria, which is roughly equal to a cubic centimeter of human tissue, can release 10,000 times more sunlight than a cubic centimeter the sun produces. And so a human burns 10,000 times brighter than a cubic centimeter of the sun per cubic centimeter. And so that innovation is really what allowed us to leap to this potential of an earthworm or a dinosaur or a human. We needed that much light to produce a body that could self-organize in a womb and produce a living or an alive fetus that would then, without an egg, be born straight into the atmosphere of Earth and be a mammal. And so that innovation of multicellular life all the way marching to the mammals, all the way into, Homo erectus, Homo sapiens, all of that took more and more and more light energy. And so that takes me to kind of the end of the story of my beginnings, which was I was very fascinated as an endocrinologist, which is the study of how hormones coordinate energy within the body. The specialty is actually called endocrinology and metabolism. And so as a medical doctor of endocrinology and metabolism, you're looking at the study of the coordination of complex multicellular life to produce energy, metabolism. And metabolism is not done by a human cell, it's done by the mitochondria living inside the human cells. And so endocrinology was this very cool field that most people still don't realize. Even endocrinologists being trained today don't realize that they are being trained into ecosystem science. And it took me 10 years to figure that out. But the exciting thing that really started to happen for me was I started to realize that disease is simply a reduction in that light energy. Disease doesn't happen to a healthy human body. Disease is a symptom of a reducing light potential within that previously healthy human body. And so that started taking my medical career, that this time I'd been in academia for 17 years or something, and I had been basically trained to believe that the human body is super complex and disease is super complex. And so we need really complex biologic chemical science to produce man-made chemicals to modify disease so that you can get somebody back there. And so I had this just ludicrously complex map in my head of like a human body, human biology, mitochondrial metabolism, respiratory and functional enzyme pathways, disease pathways, drug pathways. I almost want to just vomit when I think about how much stuff I had crammed in my head about all this nuanced detail. And then suddenly around 2008 in my science lab, I was starting to really make some breakthroughs around nutrition or nutrients to kill cancer cells. And the place that they were interacting was around this tiny little protein, COOP-TF1, as a regulatory step for the mitochondria to either decide to sustain the life within the human cell or to eliminate life for the human cell. And that process is called apoptosis or programmed cell suicide. And what I was realizing is that I could actually feed cancer cells really high nutrient density and kill them. And it wasn't a poisoning, it was a feed them so much that they realize that they are an unhealed cell and they eliminate themselves. So they literally will just dissolve through that apoptosis. It looks almost like bubble tea, where the cell just like turns into all these tiny, tiny little bubbles and gently disappears. Doesn't require an immune cell, doesn't require inflammation. It just simply releases life. And now, 20 years later, when I'm sitting with all these indigenous wisdom keepers from around the world, you find out that's how we used to do it at the macro level. You would wake up one morning and realize, oh, this is my last day. You would go for a walk in the woods, find your favorite tree, release the body, and you are gone. That's what a cancer cell or a damaged human cell is capable of when it's given enough nutrient. It knows its endpoint and it releases it gently. It says, I can't reproduce anymore. I can no longer repair myself anymore. I have reached the end of my useful contribution to the larger organism that we would call human. And so I'm going to release this human identity as a cell, and I'm going to go back into the ethers, and to replace me as a brand new stem cell that's going to make a new liver cell or a new gut cell or whatever it is. So that's the dance that I've been on over these years, I think, in a long-winded answer to your very first question, which is light is really the definition of a reality, I would say. So what makes a physical reality is light and its many expressions. The difference between physics and biology is a concentration of light energy by at least 1,000-fold to make single cell and 10,000-fold to make multicellular life possible. And where we find ourselves now is at this diminishing light threshold of humanity, which is leading to this explosion of disease.
Okay, so there's a lot that was just raised there. The realization that we are literally beings of light, which is, outside of it just being fun to say, is a powerful realization when we look at the widespread diseases that are happening right now, where you kind of spoke to how we can get so nuanced and specialized into trying to treat an actual disease with our nuanced understanding of certain minute details, but you're like inviting a macro look at the human being from a more holistic sense, and how disease can. I just want you to dive a little bit deeper into the liberation of light in the human cell, and also we can go into the dimming of it, right? Because the dimming of metabolism due to glyphosate in the chemical industry at large is a huge contributor to that metabolism diminishing. So I would love for you to lay the ground of glyphosate, the dimming of our metabolism, and then the liberation of that light.
Yeah. So the light energy as it's released from the mitochondria is, the mitochondria are little bacteria that are really curious in structure, actually. They, if you've ever like seen a little biology video about bacteria, you're used to seeing the little, oblong globs. Maybe they have a tail, maybe they don't, and they kind of bump it, and they maybe have a fuzzy little boundary and border and all this stuff. Mitochondria are much more unique looking. As they've become more and more capable of producing more and more energy, they turn in these very oblong and sometimes folded structures within the human cell. And so when you do electron microscopy to identify the mitochondria inside of a human cell, it always gives me goosebumps because it looks far more inner city like than you would expect. It looks like somebody went and designed a subway system inside your cells, right? It's like so structural, and it's tubes, and it's, it always kind of creeps me out because it's like, man, that is so tiny. Number one, like you're looking at a cell within a human cell that's down at just a few microns. So a human cell is maybe anywhere from 10 to 100 microns across in size. And you could have 200, on average, you have 200 mitochondria inside every single human cell. And they have to live within a very certain compartment within that cell, which is called the cytoplasm. So they can't live in the nucleus, and so they're kind of crammed into this cytoplasmic environment. If you go to a biology textbook, it always shows you 2 mitochondria inside the human cell. Like, these are the power plants. Like, if they actually drew all the mitochondria inside the cell, you wouldn't be able to see anything else. And so they'd be like, well, somewhere deep in between all those mitochondria is a human nucleus. But so we depict it as if they're rare within the human environment. But they really are the human cell. Like, they are just crammed full in that cytoplasm. And they fold into each other to make more room. And I mean, it's just very maximized for efficiency. And so these things crammed inside your cells are pumping the glucose and fatty acids, the long chain carbons, through their membranes to break apart the carbons back into CO2. And to do that, it needs water. And when I say water, I'm really talking about hydrogen and oxygen. H2O is the ratio at which hydrogen and oxygen occur in a liquid state of water or a crystal state of water. But it's never actually H2O as a molecule. Like, it's always OH. There's always an extra hydrogen out there. And the oxygen is at about 1 million times a second, it's exchanging, it's binding to another hydrogen. And so there's this ethereal environment inside a living cell in which the water has become a crystalline gel-like structure, just like Jell-O. The difference between the liquid that you're preparing for Jell-O and then the Jell-O is that sudden solidification. That's what happens when you move from a bloodstream, which is liquid pouring through my body, into the human cell. It now is not water. I cut myself a couple days ago when I was picking oranges out of a tree and it caught the back of my thumb, and wow, immediately blood was coming out, but absolutely no water came out. And in that single cut on the back of my thumb, probably disrupted a couple million skin cells, all of which are 70% water by volume, and yet none of that water leaked out of my body. And the reason why you can cut yourself open and water doesn't come pouring out is because all that water is in a Jell-O state. And so there's that gelatin-like structure. The gelatin will turn back into liquid once, if the injury is deep enough. And so you actually can see this with like a twisted ankle, right? And so you twist an ankle and immediately there's pain. You just tore a bunch of tissue in there. Billions of cells maybe got ripped in a big fall, and you're like, oh my God, you can hardly walk. Immediate pain, immediate thing. But it takes hours before it starts to swell. And the swelling happening hours later is the slow dissolution of the gel into liquid again. And so that late edema phase is the liquid accumulating from all those damaged cells, coming back out of the gel state, and then it's attracting to it repair. So now the bloodstream's dumping plasma in there and a bunch of other liquids and all that. But it takes time for that transition to happen, because what that light energy that's being produced by the mitochondria is doing is allowing for structure to occur. So it's taking basically a chaotic environment of water cells bouncing around in a liquid state into a crystal. And so light is the beginning of your journey into syntropy in some ways. Syntropy is a physics word that means order out of chaos. And so from a chaotic water liquid state, you're coming into order when you go and become a human cell, or as you organize energy within that human cell. And so as you start to think these mitochondria cranking out light energy, what you're really starting to experience is the opportunity for physical properties to organize into new complex, order. And that order, just like you would find in a diamond ring or a crystal that you just pulled out of the earth, the crystalline structures are very unique in their properties depending on which elements are in the crystal, right? So you could have quartz crystal, or you could have a diamond, or you could have, Hittite, or any of these many different, minerals and that make the crystals that you would find in any hippie shop in Boulder where I grew up. All of those different things are going to create different shapes, different colors, different resonance frequencies to those crystals depending on which minerals are in there. And your human environment is much like this. And so you are literally organizing structure, creating more and more high levels of complex order as you have more and more light to play with. And so the mitochondria are generating light by breaking double carbon bonds through the use of the release of energy from water. And for that release of energy, the water is able to keep reaching these higher and higher complex levels of structure and complexity. And for that, we get to start to shape life. And the very first things that start to shape once you get complex water crystals is proteins. And proteins can start to fold in these very complicated crystalline structures within those water plasma environments of the cell and a gel-like state. And protein folding is one of the most mysterious freaking things that we have ever tried to wrap our heads around as scientists, and we just ultimately don't know how it happens. But a single long strand of RNA that's copied from your DNA inside your cells, carrying all the genetic potential of a gene, And we now know a single gene can become 200 different proteins depending on the signals from your environment. And this is called epigenetics. And so the breath you take, the air you breathe, the toxins are not toxins, the nutrients are not nutrients. All of those things are deciding which protein is this gene going to make today. And so we have a very scant number of human genes, 20,000 genes, but we can make over 400,000 different proteins from just those mere 20,000 genes because of this freedom to decide in the moment. And that decision is happening in the plasma state, in the liquid crystalline structure of your waters that are informed and allowed to become more and more complex by the amount of light energy in there. And so I think that, I hope that what you're starting to feel is a fascination for life as a concentration of light. Light as a concentration becomes a form or order function that allows you to start building more and more complexity. In that space, you start to be able to fold proteins, fold DNA, fold nucleotides in more and more complex sacred geometry, basically. And the reason I say sacred geometry is because we keep finding at the core of all of these things, whether it be a single protein or a DNA double strand, or the possibility of a quaternary strand or a 4-stranded DNA, which we are now finding, or 12-stranded DNA, which has been talked about for millennia. If we really have the patience to look down into the water structure of life, we find the same sacred geometry that's depicted in every religion that's ever been out there, from the Kabbalah tree and the study of Kabbalah back in ancient Hebrew times, or Babylonian scriptures, or ancient Chinese depictions. Like, it just doesn't matter which people group you go back in. At the macro level, we were depicting in our spiritual art, in our architecture, designs that we're now finding in the water structures of human cells, now that we have the technology to look deep enough inside of ourselves to find out that we are probably the original temple. We are that original design of this most complex expression of light interacting with water, interacting with protein, or the expression of building blocks of life itself. And for that, we built these temples that we call bodies, and it's for all of that I have ultimately closed my clinic. I have let go of my prescription capacity as a doctor. I can no longer prescribe drugs because I am convinced the only thing I can really do with a drug now is harm. There is no way that a human, myself or otherwise, is going to find a new chemical that is going to change the potential or capacity of that temple to do itself better. I just wholly now understand that to be absolutely an impossible premise, because the design was so perfect at its origin. And any disease is a decrement away from that original design, not a failure of the design that now needs to be improved. And that is, in a nutshell, my last 35 years was realizing, boy, I can study the hell out of it. I can become the number one doctor in the world. I can become the number one academician in the world. And I will never improve that original design. And furthermore, that entire 17 years in academia gave me absolutely no tools in the toolbox to get people back to their original design. And so if I don't have something in my toolbox to get you back to your original design, then I am not a healer. I am a technician for a pharmaceutical, chemical, industrial complex, and there can be pros and cons to that. That's not a judgment. It's just that's what we should be called, not doctors, not physicians. We should be called drug technicians for a medical, pharmaceutical, industrial complex. Because that's all I could do, was to hand out more drugs that were none of them naturally occurring compounds. They were naturally occurring compounds perhaps at one time in their imagination, and then they got perturbed into these broken, defined, refined, reduced versions of nature so that they could be patented and so they could be sold, and all the usual typical things that are necessary in our current economics. But the excitement that I have now, fast forward 13 years after leaving academia, is, oh my gosh, every single person that walks into my clinic or my life has inside of them the original design. And they have an original metric within them of how far they are from that original design, and they have a blueprint on how to get back to that original design. And so that's what my fascination has become over the last 13 years, is how do we get people back into that right relationship with light energy, which ultimately has led me back into understanding we have to get back into right relationship with microbes. Certainly the mitochondria within us is ground zero at the human biology side, but those mitochondria need to be fed. And to get those mitochondria nurtured, they need their cousins in the microbiome of the gut and ultimately on the skin and every other organ and system that holds the microbiome. It needs a direct relationship back to that nature, back to the soil systems of the body, which are then directly connected to the literal soil systems around us. And that's how I have found myself slowly back to this, cross section, I think, of my career of now I can't think about human health without thinking about planetary health, because the two are intrinsically linked and cannot be split. And so when we see a chronic disease epidemic in humans, as we do today, we know that there was a break in our right relationship with nature itself at the soil level, at the microbiome level, ultimately deteriorating that mitochondrial potential within us. And for that, the temple is going dim.
So much we can open up there. That was so lovely. Thank you for sharing. So it sounds like for our listeners, to ground this in, like the realization is the temple within is going dim, and the reasons for that. And so how would you say, like, this understanding of what you're sharing, its implications and behavioral changes for our listener, like what is the power of this understanding and how it actually affects how we live?
Yeah. So many layers to that seemingly simple question, but if we look back in human history, we can recognize that disease has always been with us, right? We can, as far back as there's records, there's been some mention of disease somewhere in the mix. So it's not like this new relationship to a dim biology that produces disease is new. What's happened is there's been an acceleration of that. And so we're seeing disease at a much younger rate now. We're seeing children born with disease. We are seeing 2-year-olds with cancers that we hadn't seen. When I started training, osteosarcoma was seen in 85-year-olds. Now we have whole hospital suites down in Texas Children's Hospital for osteosarcoma in 3-year-olds. So, the speed at which we are decrementing our light energy within the human temple there is really kind of astonishing. But it's not new in its phenomenon. So what does start to break that relationship at that light level of the mitochondrial production, and then its capacity to build this hierarchical, complexity or syntropy within your water systems, protein systems, right? It turns out that it's basically, in a nutshell, you could think of the word coherence, I suppose, but as you lose coherence of the light within the body, you can imagine this kind of like static in a television. If you're old enough to have remembered TV before, cable satellite, I guess, we used to have these things called rabbit ears on top of every TV, these antenna, and maybe you've seen them if you've never seen it in person, you've seen it in a comic strip or something like that. But these little bunny ears were sitting on top of every television. And if you turn to CBS or your channel 6 or whatever you're trying to tune in, you would have to adjust the antenna slightly to get the static out of the image. The static is discoherent or non-belonging information that's entering that channel or that station that you're trying to tune into. And you can experience this on an FM dial, actually. I guess you can't do that anymore either. But nonetheless, when you're trying to tune into a single station or a channel of information, you need coherence. And to do that, you need the antenna to be very well tuned to the information that you're trying to receive. Each human body has complex antenna within it, and that antenna is actually the DNA itself. And so when a double-stranded DNA peels apart, it literally looks like rabbit ears. It has these two long ends on it that then stick out into the vibration of the environment. And those two long ends vibrating are going to either very clearly say, I am human, this is my identity, this is my body, I remember self, and it's going to go and heal itself to its full potential or recreate itself, stem cells, et cetera, or there's going to be misinformation and static in the field, and the DNA won't quite figure out what am I supposed to be right now. And so it might realize, well, I must be damaged then, and so I'm going to make a repair thing, or I'm going to trigger inflammation. I'm going to start to try to regenerate a damaged system here. And so that deep self-identity depends on how clear of a signal are you getting from the original vibration of self, if you will. And the things that start to introduce the static are pretty well, predictable based on your own life. You've experienced these things. You can do it without any contact with the outside environment. You can do it through the mind. Stress, lack of sleep, fear, guilt, shame, these disempowering emotions that we've learned to program each other with in our egoic minds are some of the most potent ways to introduce static to the antenna. And so now suddenly you're not able to go back to your original design, and you produce some sort of decrement or diseased version of previous self because you can't quite get the clear signal. And so that's basically how disease starts to accumulate, is stress in the system of some sort. Static being that stress starts to misshape your re-expression of self. Aging is a slow forgetting of who you are, basically. Aging is this decremental expression of a physical body that's losing touch with the original design that happened inside the womb. And I see myself aging, and I'm fascinated by that. I'm like, wow, I am literally, because of my human mind and my abstract belief systems of who I am, designing a body that is disconnected or discordant or static filled compared to the thing that helped me self-organize 70 trillion cells into my human body inside the womb of my mother. And so as a physician, it's been my fascination to start to look back into that womb and for myself and say, what are the aspects of myself? And you can almost do this physically, where you just like look back in time to your left and look deep back into that womb space and start to just inquire there. Feel that for yourself. Like, what was the sensation of becoming self, becoming a physical manifestation of something ancient, something perfectly designed before biology became real in my mother's womb? My physical self must have known itself very well, because it was able to pull biology to it and organize it in this complex quaternary structure that we would call a human body. So what did that feel like to be inside the womb? And everything that we've seen heal people really is taking back into a womb-like experience. Silence, meditation, breath work, the powerful, therapies of what I would call float medicine, where you can go into a float tank and literally just be in silence, floating in a magnesium bath that's so full of salt that it's like 100 times saltier than the ocean. And in these plasma states of liquid, you start to heal, you start to do repair. And so the closer you can bring your own physical environment into this, and now you're seeing it come out of, fortunately, I think the biohacking era of like everybody needed a glucose monitor and Oura rings and all this, we're starting to realize, no, you need to be in silence. You need a cold bath, and you need a hot sauna. You need the elements to take you into silence and listening at the cellular level of who was I before I had my first emotion that started to deprogram my original design. And so that process is really exciting to me, of like, we're going to start backing this up into this womb-like experience. And I can simply just check in with my own embryo every day now. Just a gentle look to the left, look into my womb state, and wonder at it, like, what can you inform me? What can I remember back into the womb, which was just a fraction of time ago. It was only 50 years ago that I was in that womb.
I know, right?
It's been around 300,000 years. Life's been around 4 billion on the planet. So my
Never
goodness,
done a
50 years
float
ago,
tank,
that's
but I
like-
would love to.
I should have a very clear connect to that original mathematical design of the womb. And so it's an interesting inquiry, I think, for all of us, is what have I come to believe that allows me to age in disease that I didn't believe then, that I did not know then? And in that same way, the science has gotten really exciting, because that's kind of at the macro physician level. But at the scientist level, I have gotten very excited with my colleagues that now run the biomedical lab that I launched after I left the university. Tiny little rural clinic, no money. We decided we were going to start this little biotech lab, $10,000, 401k cashed in, start this little lab. So goofy. And immediately we were getting results and answers at the science level that we could not have imagined, just a few months earlier in the academic setting, because we were simply listening instead of expecting. I think that's the wound of the academician that needs to get the grant, to do the protein, to do the thing, is you got to prove something. You got to be the expert in that. Once I left the academia and I started to be able to just be like, what the hell is a mitochondria? What is light energy? Where does this all begin? And how does it relate to the ecosystems? Then we could start to study the impact of ecosystem information back into the human system and just watch and observe. And finally, I was becoming a real scientist, because the real scientist doesn't go in with an agenda. A real scientist goes in with just pure curiosity. And that, I think, is what's been robbed from academia as a whole, is curiosity as a driving element. Children at a very young age now are taught that school is about get the grades so you can get to the university, so you can get the job, so you can get the things, so you can get the car, so you can get the house, so you can do the thing, and you can have the family, and then you can die. Where is the kid set and told that, welcome to a world where you are alive? You have a driving force inside of you from an original design of a temple that now vibrates in light frequency, and your purpose is to be really freaking curious. And out of that curiosity, you're going to find your divine right to create. Well, that would be a slightly different message that I could have heard in kindergarten or in my graduating, day of medical school, and I never heard it. I never heard curiosity extolled in the academic environment, and that's a terrifying reality. And now, as a scientist, I get to, be joined by scientists that are far smarter and far better at basic science research than I ever was, now running our lab. And Zhisheng Wang is just, he's our daily director of the lab, and he just does a phenomenal job. He's an MD, PhD out of China. And his capacity for patience of setting up the study and listening into the vibration of nature through that has just revealed to us again and again, year after year, some of the most astonishing realities of nature. And you mentioned, glyphosate, which is our lab's area of expertise, if we have one. It's in the relationship of glyphosate, which is the primary herbicide or weed killer on the planet, and human systems.
Hello,
Mitochondria
Igor.
being one of those, but also
How are you
bacteria
doing, love?
and the human cell structures themselves, human proteins, not just mitochondria. And so that's been our fascination over the years of how does the chemical industry add to this emotional, psychological belief that we are separate from nature? And the answer is every chemical we tend to put into our environment tends to further deepen the wound, break our relationship, break the direct relationship to that light energy somewhere in the core. And glyphosate is now the most ubiquitous chemical on the planet. 4 billion pounds of that chemical are poured into our water, soil, and air systems every single year now globally.
I'm doing pretty good. Thank you for
we want to
asking.
know ground zero right now from our break in our relationship to nature, I would give it that single chemical name, glyphosate, which is the active ingredient in Roundup, which is probably on the shelf of every garage of everybody that's listening right now. But Roundup, glyphosate is the chemical machete that cuts the relationship between soil and its life within it, the microbes, as well as the protein structures within our gut, leading to leaky gut, leaky brain, leaky kidneys, all of this stuff. And so I picture it literally as a machete. It goes through and just starts cutting relationships. And so ultimately the isolation that has to occur for disease to be prevalent or for a single cancer cell to occur, you have to cut so many relationships. You have to create so much isolation in that cell so that it can become cancerous. Cancer is ultimately the penultimate loss of self-identity because you are so far from that womb, like remembrance, that you only know survival at all costs. And the all costs is death itself. And so you are willing to kill the organism itself in the effort to preserve the single cell because it has so lost its original identity. And so this is our journey at this point, is realizing, wow, we have, as a technological food system in our dependence on chemicals, engineered a moment where humanity would completely forget itself and therefore express disease and extinction. And the exciting thing about knowing that is that we can change direction.
So this is ultimately empowering when you realize the simplicity of healing, of, exposure to the elements, proper nutrition, sleep, these things that bring the body back into its original math or coherent state. But now living in society that we live in, it becomes, what used to be so simple becomes much more complicated when the nutrition and the food that we would have eaten is now tainted with glyphosate or the myriad of different ways in which the chemical industry or pharmaceutical complex makes healing such what was once simple.
And so they're starting with a lower deck of cards because the cells that birthed them were artificially allowed to do that. They were dim, therefore they could not do it themselves. They didn't have the protein, synthesis allowing the sperm to be motile enough, didn't have the egg, fertile enough to be able to support the entry of the sperm, didn't have enough zinc inside the cell to do the light explosion that happens at the moment of fertility. If you haven't seen that, by the way, just check that out I think you can Google that. Zinc light burst at moment of conception. It's unbelievably beautiful, but it's been captured many times in many labs around the world now that as soon as a sperm successfully introduces its vitality into an ovum, the ovum goes literally into this supernova bright flash. And it's a flash that's so bright per cubic centimeter, again, that a lot of people are calling this the God moment. This is the moment where consciousness arrives inside that cell. Consciousness is simply a description of enough light energy for biology, for life to do its syntropy moment. And so that spark, and it's known to happen through these zinc molecules or these zinc atoms that are lined up within that embryonic moment. And that zinc really, catalyzes this massive, lightning bolt of energy through that cell. And at that moment, syntropy occurs and the potential for that life comes into that cell. And so when we start to fail in that initial spark of life within us, and we start to force that in a test tube, all we're really doing is kicking the can down the road of extinction at that point. So what must we do now if we are to be discharged from hospice, which delightfully happens pretty often in the hospice world? At least 10% of patients admitted to hospice with 3 weeks to 3 months to live have to be discharged 9 months later because they found new life within themselves and have now designed a new body and no longer have the disease that was killing them, and they go on to live a new chapter of life. And so we have the option, I believe, at this time to be discharged from hospice. We know enough about the physics and quantum physics and ultimately the biology of life itself that we could realign our human expression with an original design that dwells within each of us, that allowed us to knit ourselves together in the womb of our mothers. We can absolutely realign. And in that realignment, we can birth something that hasn't happened in generations and maybe hasn't happened since really near the origin of humanity itself. Because very early in that human journey, we have record in the anthropologic histories and everything else that we had the egoic belief that we were separate. And so we warred against each other. We killed one another. We killed the planet beneath our own feet. We hunted to extinction animals all around us that were bigger and looked threatening to us. And so we have been doing the fear, guilt, shame pattern of human biology since our origin, perhaps, which gets me super excited because we could actually, instead of remembering ourselves to the point of repeating history,
I did.
We could remember
Luckily, the
ourselves
sun's been coming out a bit today. I don't know if it's really melted much, but it's been cold.
And it's really the only thing that we have left because we cannot repeat history now. We just go extinct. And so I sit here with you in such curiosity, with you again as a friend and a colleague, because there's something in you that drives you to the curiosity to want to sit in conversation with another person on another podcast and sit for hours listening to my monologues that probably last an hour each. You have a curiosity within you, which makes me believe when I see that spark of light inside of you, whether we be sitting here in your beautiful home here or traveling Egypt together a few months ago, what I see in you is light. I see in you, Andre, a being that is remembering self constantly, always returning to self, and then you kind of get off the beaten path because you're human like me, and then we have to come into fellowship and we have to do crazy adventures and pyramids and everything else to remind each other you're bigger than you are being told. You are more powerful than the world wants you to know. You have an original design in you that is so perfect that no human being can change or perturb the perfection within you. And can I be witness to you aligning deeper to self? And that's ultimately what we got to do in fellowship with those 30 or 40 people we were with in Egypt, is holding ourselves in the opportunity for realignment to something more ancient than this physical life. Can you remember what you were before this physical life? In the womb, yes, but what before that womb moment? What before that womb moment? What star were you? What cosmic experience were you? What other life did you maybe experience on this planet or somewhere else? How far back can we go in our memory bank to express something that perhaps has been forgotten as a possibility? And for that, I'm really honored to be in fellowship with you, and to everybody on this listening right now. You guys are each tuning into this podcast because your higher self or your past self or your womb self knew that you were ready for the message of return. You can return to something so much more vast, so much more perfect, and so true that it can never be changed. No matter how much glyphosate's on the planet, no matter how much human guilt, shame, fear we might play into that story of chemical dependence and extinction and climate crisis and all this stuff that's being thrown at you, none of that diminishes your capacity to be something completely new right now in your remembrance of something deeper than the human journey that we have in our histories. And so this is our moment to see each other. And it's an honor for me to be witness to your constant co-creation of self. And I feel like when I get to see the purest version of you, because you and I haven't been blessed with thousands of hours of social time together, but in the times that we have spent, when I watch you tune a guitar and just play in the corner, not to anybody, you just tuning it up and you're playing away in the corner, or I walk in and you're playing piano in your home, that's a being that is aligning with information within the universe, within itself, to re-express itself to some sort of higher design than anybody can ultimately tell you on a podcast or tell you in a conversation or tell you in a textbook or tell you in a classroom or anything else. And so I celebrate in you, Andre, the musician within you, because in that is this nonverbal connection to the vibration that your antenna at the DNA level is picking up. And as you tune into self, as you clean up the vibrational frequencies you're playing in, your biology is remembering itself back into some sort of higher order, higher temple design. And it won't surprise me if you or one of your colleagues that it becomes that first human that Course in Miracles and many other bodies of wisdom have said will occur in this time. Somebody is going to complete the original design, and in that moment, they will be seen by another who is completing their design. And when two human beings finally get to see each other, there will be so much beauty witnessed that the frequency of love created will be so profound that it will transmute the possibility and potential of human biology across the entire species, which will change the vibration of the entire planet, which will then have an immediate ripple effect through the entire cosmos and universe. And so this is the promise of prophecies from indigenous peoples and everything else, is Andre has the potential to be seen. And when somebody sees him, they will be just so dumbfounded by the beauty they see that they will have no choice but resonate in a frequency of love that's never been achieved before. And that will be the transformational moment that forgives, literally forgives, the whole human journey into our poisoning of self, poisoning of humanity, poisoning of the planet. And we get to remember this glory that is within you.
I don't even know how to respond to that. That was just so profound from beginning to end. First off, thank you. It's an honor and joy to be here with you and to see you, seeing me, seeing you in this great mirror and reflection of consciousness, and what you're speaking to of both the catastrophic devastation of humans approaching this extinction and hospice moment for humanity, but also on the flip side, the great capacity that we have in this moment for remembrance to remember self, and that we get to be the example for others to be in the presence of that then inspires them to become, to go on that journey as well. That there are things that we can do just by being in this conversation, feel more and more coming into a coherent vibration and resonance that inherently, like the intelligence of nature, heals itself, right? You said there's no mistake we can't make, that nature isn't too big to heal and to fix and to be witness to. And so it feels like so sad on one hand, the level of devastation and destruction that's happening on the planet, planetarily and also individually, but then also just so profoundly inspiring at the capacity in which we can phase shift, at the capacity in which we can completely reverse the damage that has been done. And I feel, we are always in a balance and dance between which story, which narrative we're listening to, which timeline are we embracing individually, and what are we stewarding in our communities also. And so thank you for being a steward for the intelligence of nature to be able to spread, versus the egoic human intellect, which is going to try to continue to fix the problems from the same level of consciousness that created it in the first place. And it's just a new possibility that I'm blessed to be witness to and partake in. And so I also honor the musician in you that there's something so beautiful and the inherent. I mean, for me, there's something deep into the state of flow that one can get when you're playing music, that you're like retuning yourself as you're tuning guitar. And when you play music, there's something so changing in the vibration of sound. And yeah, man, it's just an honor to be able to go on this journey together. And yeah, there's so much reverence to life. I feel like I've been able to witness in this journey, and even going in Egypt together, it feels like it was a few months ago. It feels like it was a lifetime. It was really only like 3-4 weeks, which is crazy.
That is crazy.
That we were out in Egypt.
That does feel like a lifetime ago.
It does. It really does. But yeah, like less than a month ago, we were out exploring the ancient mysteries of Egypt and the Giza Plateau and the Great Pyramids on that strip. And also in Saqqara and Abu Rawash and all these great sacred sites, which I feel are representations of the possibility to energetically awaken to that new timeline, and being in the presence of something so magnificent, I feel like really allows us to awaken to that power and the capacity we have for that magnificence within us. So it was such an eye-opening time. I wish everybody can experience the wonders of the world like that, and how that feeling of awe can inspire you and just open you up to such a new level of perception. Because on the flip side of glyphosate and all these things that we're speaking to that are really diminishing our receptivity and diminishing our ability to be sensitive to the environment, there are structures, there are information, there are people, there are new, things within our environment that bring us back into that coherent state, like we're speaking to, that open us back up into that remembrance. And so, what a ride!
What a ride! It's true. And I'm actually working this next week. I'm taking a little bit of time off one afternoon to try to integrate what happened in Egypt. There are a couple of the things that happened there. So I think that's something that we also forget in this human life that we've been programmed into, is the space, time, and energy required for remembrance is quite intense. If you are going to remember this higher order of self, you're going to have to start to prioritize the silence in your life. And for me, this has taken on very interesting, qualities, because so much of my life is being defined by the words that come out of my head, or the words that come out on paper, the books that I'm working on, or the film projects we're working on, or whatever it is. And so when your life is constant communication, as yours is, every one of you listening right now, if you are human, your life, from the moment you're off the pillow to the moment you're back on the pillow, in some way you are trying to communicate with the world around you. And so the concept of silence can be like kind of overwhelming. Like, well, I can't possibly. And the excitement that I've started to be able to tap into is, my God, is there so much space between the words? And so when we start to get into that possibility that there is an infinite space between the next thoughts or between the words that would come out of those thoughts. And you just allow nature to start to be seen between those moments, between the words. Suddenly everything is pregnant. There's such fertility in you when you allow an observation and awareness to start to percolate up of how much time there really is between the things that we thought were filling time, but in fact they were holding time. And so all of the sentences I've said to you, we've proved this even in medical literature, like I can talk to a patient for 10 minutes or I can talk to them for an hour and a half. They walk away at best with 10% of what I told them. And so you will walk away with 10%, and unfortunately that 10% is not going to be coherent. You'll remember a couple words there and a couple things there, but ultimately what you're doing over the time of this hour and a half is you are experiencing space-time memory, space-time experience, and the only service that the words are providing is to keep you anchored here for long enough to experience all the information between the words. And I feel this and hear this from people all the time at the end of a talk that I'll give in person or whatever. I'll get off stage and 100 hugs waiting for me and tapping in, and everybody leans into that hug and they've got their mouth in my ear and they always say, I am so mind blown. Every single thing you said, I already knew. And I love the combination of those two things. I'm so glad your mind is blown, meaning you have blown apart your previous beliefs and your perceptions, only to find out that you already knew the truth beyond that and behind that and inside of that. And there was not one iota that I could have added to your knowledge field to make you know something new. I cannot help any of you know anything more because there is nothing more to be known. You know everything. You just can't see it, feel it, remember it in the same way that you perhaps have the opportunity to. So Egypt was a good reminder to us that whole societies, whether they were human, non-human, it's irrelevant, whole societies came into right relationship with energy such that they were able to understand energy beyond the planet. And so a pyramid holding these things that we call sarcophagus or these big giant stone boxes, all of which were empty when found, nothing in them, and perfectly formed inside into these sacred geometric volumes that were empty on purpose, because in their emptiness they were able to function as batteries. They were
Sounds a bit stupid, to be honest.
That was being channeled through the structure.
Soda's coming in someone's chat and saying, show me something, babe. Sounds a bit stupid, to be honest.
Within the foundation systems, these deep
What's going on, Zach Crackers? It is Rigor. That is still correct, yes. Sorry, I was responding to a message. I was having a hard conversation with someone, and they were telling me that I deserve to be physically abused. So I was letting them know I, in fact, do not deserve to be physically abused.
Resources.
Misogyny is alive and well.
The fact that it was the emptiness inside
Am I okay? Yes, I'm okay.
Crystal boxes that was found to be the secret to, powering a civilization to its full potential. It has deep message in there, and so when we were in that one labyrinth that had just been recently discovered and opened up, we got to see some of those empty boxes with their tops, pivoted off slightly.
No, it's okay. I just every single time I try and talk to my ex, it's like this fucking fucked thing where it's like I'm treated like I'm the problem because I care and want them to do well. And then everything's like thrown in my face and I'm blamed for literally everything in their life. And I'm being treated like I'm like keeping their kid from them, which is far from the truth. And then they just like throw a bunch of shit in my face and then they start justifying instances like in which they physically abuse me. And they said that there was only one time that they hit me that I didn't deserve it. And I'm like, I kind of lost my shit a little bit. And I was like, there was not a single time that you physically abused me that I deserved it. Not a single fucking time did I deserve it. Like, maybe the things that I were doing wasn't okay or was toxic, and I'm extremely sorry for those things, but I never once deserved physical abuse from you. And they were justifying them, like, choking me out and nearly killing me because I called someone master, and I started camming behind their back when I was 19, and they were, like, 24. So, Yeah, I didn't deserve that. I convinced myself for a long time until I was about 23 years old that I deserved it. And no one's about to tell me now that I deserve that shit. No one is about to tell me now I deserve that. Nope, not at all. Nope, didn't. No, I don't really care. Like, yeah, like every position you're at in life, I've given this person money, I've tried to help in so many different ways, and they just blame me for everything. Every single fucking thing. It's like, no, dude, you had no right to physically abuse me. I don't give a fuck what I was doing. That doesn't fucking matter. Regardless, you have every opportunity. If someone's not treating you well, leave the relationship. There's absolutely no way that you need to stay in a relationship that both people are unhappy in and literally physically abuse someone to make them submit to your way of living. Fuck that. Anyways.
They're crawling through because they're not.
That's what I was. If you guys saw me yelling into my phone, I was like, I wasn't yelling, but I was like talking like this, and I'm like, no, dude, there's absolutely no fucking way that you can justify that. I did not deserve that. Like, I love you. I care about you, but you don't get to tell me that I don't know what love is. You don't get to tell me all this shit while you're actively justifying physically abusing me. You don't get to tell me that I don't know what love is. You don't get to treat me like I'm doing something to you. When you're like talking about things that happened when I was 17 through 19 years old. Like, I have already like thoroughly apologized for all those things, done all that I could. I've given you fucking money. I've done so many fucking things to try and help you get your life on track. You don't get to fucking treat me like everything in your life is completely my fault. That is just not how that fucking works, bro. It's not how that works. It's like their idea of like love would be like me taking them back and like living with them and then, you know, everything being good. But it's like, bro, I paid all the fucking bills since I was 19 years old and I started camming. That job that you hated so much that you literally tried to fucking kill me over and you're now justifying. So all the times you apologize for it are kind of bullshit if you're just going to sit here now and justify it. It's like, I paid for everything since I was 19 and I still gave you money after we broke up. Like, how the fuck? How the fucking shit? Like, how the actual fuck are you gonna tell me I don't know what love is? Well, like, what? It's just insane to me. Like, we live in a world where it's, like, really tough to survive, but it's, like, to take that and to be like, oh, yeah, this person that literally paid for everything for me for years that I physically abused, it's their fault. It's all their fault. Like, what the fuck? Anyways.
Goosebumps of feeling the energy as you reach your hand inside of one of those. You can feel like you're reaching into some other portal, so through a portal into some other reality. I am convinced that this is what happens inside every single human cell. Inside every human cell, as a perfect temple, are boxes of emptiness that we call atoms. There are boxes of emptiness that we call mitochondria. There is potential space within you to hold so much vibrational information.
And it's like, I'm not going to do that. And I told him, like, because, like, I was offering support. I was like, if there's anything that I can do, because it's fucking freezing outside and they're homeless. I'm like, if there's anything within my power I can do, I will do it. But that's, like, within my boundaries and what feels safe to me. And when I said that, that's when they started going off and justifying all this abuse and saying that, like, they're the one who doesn't feel safe and that they only hit me one time where I didn't deserve it. I didn't deserve it any time. That sentence in and of itself, I know this person was abused a lot as a child, but it's like, no, you don't say that shit like that to people. You don't say, I only hit you one time where you didn't deserve it. Bro, no. Every single time I didn't deserve it. It's like, if I've ever, like, raised my voice at someone or, like, hit them or anything, I'm like, I am deeply sorry. You didn't deserve that. And if there's, like, a reason behind it where it's like they were truly doing something to antagonize me, I will analyze that and I will acknowledge that. And I will be like, you did not deserve me yelling at you, or you didn't deserve this thing that I did to you. But I will, like, sometimes expand on, like, but those things that you did prior made me feel like I could not handle my emotions and I lashed out, and I'm sorry for that. But I would never be like, yeah, you know, I only hit you one time that you didn't deserve it. The rest of the times I hit you, which were fucking many, you deserved it. Holy shit, man.
That does not add up. That does not add up. It's so fucked up. My son's father, everybody. And it's like, it's so fucked up to be treated like I'm like doing anything to like keep him from them. It's not, that's not what's been happening. It's been the opposite, that I'm trying to like repair something, but it's also like when someone tells me like, you deserve to be abused, that fucks with my head. That fucks with my head. It's like, I don't feel safe around you then. If you really feel like I deserve to be physically hit in most instances, I don't feel safe. I just don't.
You could express anything in the cosmos through the genetic intelligence you have. And so we are going to re-express life on this planet.
Hard because it's like, I do have a lot of love and care for this person, but they just see me as a adversary, as like an enemy, no matter what I say, no matter how much I try and own my own behavior. It's just like all my fault, no matter what. And I think that's why like sometimes I can get so defensive. Is like it a lot of things that I've gone through were not fair to me, were not okay. It wasn't okay. And it's like I can love the people who did these things that hurt me. I can still love them. I can love them as a person, but like, bro, this behavior is really shitty. You cannot do that to me. You don't get to do this to me. You don't. Hugs, guys. Much love. I'm sorry. If you saw me like responding, it's like, it was going well. But then the moment I said that I can help you within my own boundaries and what feels safe to me, that's when they just like unleashed on me. And I'm just like, okay, well, I don't deserve that. I do not. No matter what you say to me, you are not going to convince me I deserve that, because I do fucking not. No one deserves that shit, dude. If you're not being treated well, leave. Leave. You don't need to stay and abuse your partner. Just leave. Thank you, Suave. I'm okay, though. I just wanted to explain real quick. It's like, mask off, I'm just talking about everything. I had a really good conversation with my dad, though. My dad's gotten a lot better at taking accountability for stuff that like, went on when I was younger. I'm really grateful for that. I'm really, really grateful for that. I never thought I'd have that. So I really appreciate that. Thank you, Suave. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Hi, Bress. Thank you so much. Yes, I'm okay. I'm okay, Bress. I'm just having like, today has been like, I've talked a lot with my parents, and it's like a bridge building day for me today, and I was having a good conversation with my son's father, but then it devolved very quickly, and I was just in the middle of that, so and it's directly related to my camming career as well, because that's a huge thing for me, and an issue with collabing with other content creators for me is I get a lot of PTSD, because I was physically abused at 19 when I started for calling someone master when I shouldn't have, and camming behind my ex's back. But I was trying to cam to have a place to live because we were about to be homeless, and being homeless was really traumatic for me. But it's like, even if I hid something or did something that was like against his boundaries, I did not deserve what happened that day. And the people that I was living with, you know, it was like, I was paying for a 1-bedroom apartment completely on my own. And like, they went through my laptop and they saw me calling someone who had scammed me master, and they like had pressured me to like do that, and it was a really weird situation that I learned a lot from, and I actually got scammed out of money doing that, which I'd love to make a YouTube video to protect younger models, because people like that, they have kind of like, these scammers will do it with as many people as they can, especially newer models. But they had found that I was doing that, and they dragged me out of my bed by my hair and started punching me and choking me, and I blacked out, and I thought I was gonna die, bro. And it's like the roommate that I had, he was homeless. He was one of my ex's friends. I had let his friends live with us because I wanted to help. And he opens the door while I'm getting choked out, and he's like, oh shit, not my problem. And he shuts the door, and then I black out. And it's like, nothing in the fucking world, I don't care how much of a whore I am, justifies that. That is why I'm feral and unattainable. That's why I get so scared of getting, like, romantically close to people or sexually close with people, because my body is my body. My body. No one fucking else's. No one gets to physically abuse me for doing something with my body or my time that I want to do. And if someone's not okay with who I am or what I do, the door is there. Like, I'm not begging for anyone to stay. I'm not ever again putting myself in harm's way like that. And to anyone who wants to justify that because of their patriarchal view of, like, women as fucking property, I don't fuck with it. I don't fuck with it. The reason I say whore is because I had a lot of misogyny most of my life regarding promiscuity and like being myself, or even like being attractive or wearing certain clothes. Like, I was told before I was ever even sexual, you know, I was shamed for my sexuality. And then I got into a really serious, intense, toxic relationship when I was 17, and that word was thrown around a lot. And a lot of guys love to pigeonhole women as less virtuous because they're promiscuous, which I just wholeheartedly disagree with. But yeah, I appreciate you guys. Thanks for letting me vent. I hope this person does well for themselves, but I am not okay with being told that I deserve to be hurt, because I do not. Yeah, no, and it's like, the thing is, I don't expect anyone to, like, make my shit their problem, but, like, if I'm housing someone and feeding them and buying them weed and everything, if I'm paying for everything for a person and they walk in and they see me getting physically abused by their friend and they do nothing and they say, not my problem, yeah, like, over time I started to, like, feel disconnected from that person. I'm like, not safe with this person. When I first got to Colorado, we didn't realize it was going to be snowy, and then they had opened the driver's door where my ex was sitting, and then my ex flipped the fuck out at them, and he stole my credit card, said he was going to go drink himself to death in the snow, and blamed everything on me. And then his friend, who was the friend that was okay with him physically abusing me, was in the back seat, and he was crying, and he was like, I don't know what to do, I'm sorry, and, like, I just couldn't. I was just so disassociated, and I was like, I can't hold space for this person. Like, literally, like, they were okay with me getting physically abused, and then when they get some of that wrath returned to them, it's like now they feel bad. But it's like, bro, you didn't give a shit when it was happening to me. Like, and yeah, I hope that person's okay, but bro, I don't care how close friends you are with someone. If you see someone beating on their spouse, on their partner, you stop them. You don't need to beat the shit out of them. You don't even need to end the friendship. You just need to fucking, like, bro, like, get in the middle of that and be like, yo, no, I'm the referee. Y'all stop fucking with each other. Like, you know, like, it's like two fucking dogs fighting. You're not just gonna be like, oh shit, not my problem. You're gonna be like, no, dogs, stop fucking fighting with each other. You know, like, it doesn't make any fucking sense. I love you, Bress. Thank you, Rigor. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you guys for saving my fucking life. Because I literally had zero fucking self-worth when I started streaming. I'm so fucking grateful. It's like, with all the ups and downs and the shit I have to deal with, I am, at the end of the day, so fucking grateful. Because I never thought I would make it this far. Thank you so fucking much. I know a lot of you guys haven't been around here, like, the whole time, but thank you so fucking much. For even if you're just showing up, thank you for caring, thank you for seeing me. Thank you so much, Bress. I don't mean to get so emotional the past few weeks, but just the beginning of this year has brought up so much. that I've just shut the fuck up about because I'm like, I don't want to like be drama, I don't want to start issues, but it's like, shit. Like, what the fuck? Thank you so much, guys. I love you too. I love you too. My titties have saved me. It's not just titties, because like I know other male cam models where it's like they started camming when they were like in a trap house in a really shitty situation, and they've like made tremendous progress in their lives. So it's not just having boobs, but like the internet can be used for tremendous good. As fucked as it can be used for tremendous good at the same time. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. But yeah, Bress, I'm super down to do a private if you want to, whenever. Just let me know and I can like change the settings and all that. Thank you so much, Bumbles. I'm glad you're still here. I'm glad we're all still here. Life is not easy. It's not easy at all. Yeah, and I mean, it's like if people start justifying, like, physically hurting people, and the thing is, I have so much empathy for people, because, like, I know this person, in their younger years, physical violence was heavily normalized, within that family, and I know where it comes from, but just to nip it in the bud, like, no one, like, deserves that, especially in intimate partnerships. Like, if you ever get to the point where you start to believe, like, your partner deserves to be hurt, that you should get the fuck out, bro. Y'all need to separate. And when I was 17, you know, their ex had called me and tried to warn me and tried to tell me, you know, that they had physically hurt them. And they had, you know, told me, like, oh, they're this crazy, like, drugged out whore. Don't listen to them. I'm like, okay, give it the benefit of the doubt, but yeah, it's like if somebody else is going to justify them physically hurting someone else, that, yeah, just take note of that. Take note of that. I didn't. I was 17. I was fucking stupid. And this really a lesson that I've learned is like, it's good to be empathetic. It's good to see the good in people, but not to do that so much that I put myself directly in harm's way. But yeah, end homelessness, give everybody a house so they could fucking heal their shit, because so long as they're stuck out on the fucking streets, it's really hard to actually, like, build a life. And I understand that people that are at, like, their rock bottom are going to, a lot of the time, blame other people. But it's not my fault, and I don't deserve to be hurt. And I need to keep telling myself that, because for a long time, I would let things fuck with my head, and I would convince myself, and also, like, the fucking Destiny show that I went on, like, when Destiny fucking says that I deserve a little bit of abuse in my life, it's like, oh, okay, wow, that's, like, fuck that mentality, 1,000,000 fucking %. Yeah. I don't want to be seen as weak because, like, statements like that affect me, but it fucking does. It fucking does. With the shit that I just told you guys, the shit that I've gone through, yeah, those types of statements are really insensitive, and it's really hard for me to have dialogue and converse with people who have already, like, cemented that view. The only thing I blame you for in my life is that you make me feel like a decent person sometimes, Pinky. Aw. Why would you blame me for that? If you want to rewind on the YouTube thing, Kira, I don't want to explain it again, but it's just, a lot is coming up the beginning of this year, but it's like, I just need to process through it and really remind myself of who I am and what I want for my life, and yeah, just process through these experiences and don't let them break me down. Yeah, it's not like my tits saved me. It's like, bros, there are so many women on the internet with their boobs out, and not everyone makes it. It's like, I don't know, it's devalidating, your tits saved you. It's like, no, bro, I would not have sustained my career just for my boobies. My boobies aren't that great, bro. Like, I'm sorry.
breasts might disagree with me, but it's not the point. I love you, Kira. Thank you so much for being sweet to me. Yeah, nobody, regardless of gender, nobody deserves to be physically abused in intimate relationships. Or just in general. I think as a society we can kind of just start to like normalize abuse because it's like prevalent, but it's not. Don't normalize it. It's like, in a sense, like, normalize that so many people struggle with toxic dynamics and need help navigating those, but don't normalize that you're justified in engaging abusively towards people you care about. Because that's, like, a slippery slope to hell, I feel like. Because you could justify a lot of shitty things if you just continue doing so. I love you, Pinky. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the comments. Thanks. But it's like, that's my thing about camming. Like, I really want to make more content around, like, also I need to change my thing. It's not morning anymore. I really want to make more content around how to help people who actually desire to do this type of thing. Because it's not just a gendered thing. It can be a very good outlet, but you have to learn boundaries and all those kinds of things. And navigating that, especially on your own, can be difficult. So I would love to be able to provide support for people who are more getting into it. You don't have to have boobs. If you want to have boobs, you can have boobs. But it's not like a strict, like, you don't sign the contract signing up for the website and be like, yes, I have badunka titties. Like, you just sign up after you're an adult and you decide you want to do that, you know? If I had a nickel, bro, if I had a nickel for every time someone has treated me like, oh, you're a girl, it must be so easy, you can just get online and be pretty and just, your life is so perfect. If I had a fucking nickel, bro. Oh my god. It's like, and I don't want to trauma dump either, right? All the time, like, but like when people give me those types of comments, it like immediately gives me flashbacks to like that shit that I went through. And I'm like, who has it easy? What? None of us have it easy in this fucking life, bro. Unless, I don't know, maybe you're born into a rich family who loves you a lot. But at the same time, I feel like some people can also have like survivor's guilt. And like, if the world's fucked up as a whole, we're all at some level a little fucked up. In my opinion. Thank you so much, Sad Boy. Sad Boy knows. Like, literally, like, we see each other, like, 20 minutes every day in passing. I'm like, okay, I love you. I gotta go to work. I care a lot about what you're saying, but, like, I gotta go work. I gotta go be on the grind and do the things, because my dreams aren't gonna chase themselves. But, yeah, I work very hard. Also, there's a fucking market, bro. I'm on the hub all the time, like, watching weird, obscure videos of dudes banging fleshlights, you know? Like, the pussy isn't gatekeeping the industry, bro. Trans girls are way hotter than I am. Way hotter. And you don't have to join the industry if you don't want to, but to devalidate someone's hard work in an industry by saying it's because they have boobs, it's bullshit. It's complete cope. Total bullshit. You actually just don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, and I mean, like, absolutely don't quit your job to do this job. That's not what I did. I did this job when I had 2 jobs and a side hustle. Like, I was working my ass off plus this. So it's like, really, with YouTube, any type of content creation, you have to do it first before you, like, put all your eggs in the basket. So I'm not here trying to sell anybody that this is like a get rich quick thing, but to the degree in which it has helped me provide myself with stability, I am forever eternally grateful for, and I just want to keep chasing that until, like, hopefully, yeah, someday I could maybe retire my parents and I could live a sustainable life where I help people and I, you know, have a passive income, which is really fantastic. I really appreciate that. Bro, he's texting me shit like a man would have gotten much worse. See, it's like this traumatized perspective because men have been fucking abused by other men, and by women too, but not in the same ways. It's like that idea that, like, a man would have gotten so much worse for doing the things that I did. Hell no, they wouldn't have. If a man cheated on me or fucking, like, started streaming behind my back, for one, the streaming part, I probably wouldn't be that upset. And for two, I certainly would never physically fucking abuse someone for doing all that they could to make ends meet, to make it so we weren't homeless. Like, I would have immense amounts of empathy for that. Immense amounts of empathy for that. Feeling understood is everything. It really is. I'm so glad for the people that try and understand me. I'm so sorry to hear that, Pinky. Absolutely. I convinced myself fully that I deserved to be treated that way. That the things that I did were so bad that, like, I'm lucky that even he finds me attractive. Which is just not true. It's just not true. Yes, I fucked up. I fully hold myself accountable for that. But it's like, it's not equal. Aw, no worries, Andrew. Take care. Much love to you. Take care of yourself. Exactly, and it was never a personal attack on them. And it just speaks to, like, their insecurity and their trauma, and I feel for them. I hope they heal, but there's absolutely no way that they're gonna heal so long as they're, like, justifying, like, them doing it by saying, like, oh, if you were a man, it would happen, like, way worse. Like, bro, you need to get into therapy. You need to, like, reach out to your support systems. You need to heal from that, because if you're still going to justify you physically abusing me and say, like, a man would have had it so much worse, like, yo, some fuck shit has happened to you. Like, it's not my fault because I'm a woman. It's not my fault that men treat each other like that. That doesn't mean that I deserve to be treated that way by men. That does not mean that. And that's why I'm avoidant of so many men. That's why I'm like, I stay in my little enclosure and I don't fuck with the world much, because, like, it's pretty fucked up in a lot of ways, man. It's pretty fucked up. It's not okay. It's not okay. It's not okay.
We hold on to human form, but I'm kind of agnostic to that. Why? I mean, I actually am not terribly impressed with my human form. And ultimately, I'm very grateful.
I'm so
for
sorry,
it,
Pinky. I'm sending you so
I've
much
never
love.
seen an octopus, like 8
Relationships
legs. That's freaking
can
brilliant, you know?
help heal us and be beautiful things, but they can also really fuck us up. Be careful out there, boys and girls. Anyone watching, be careful. Me. It's been so hard to trust people again, because it's like, I feel like people secretly feel like that. I feel like people are like destiny, and it's like, because of me being the way that I am, because of my trauma, people just treat me like I deserve to be abused. But that's why I am the way I am, is because, like, I'm a little erratic because of all these things that I've gone through and how people have made me feel like I deserve those things, but I don't. We live in a really fucking traumatized world, and it doesn't mean that it has to be that way. It doesn't just have to be that way, and it's not my fault that it's that way. It's not my fault that I was born into this world, like, being who I am. It's not my fault. And it's actually a blessing, in my opinion, to be who I am, and it's taken me, like, leaving that relationship and really, like, discovering myself to be like, no,
I'm not the problem. Like, yes, I'm not perfect. I've made a ton of mistakes, but I'm not, like, the problem. Oh, man. Thanks for listening to my rant, guys. I know a lot of you guys are just like, I'm here to just hang out and have a good time, and I'm just, like, crying lately. I know it's a lot, but I'm going through a process, and it's leading to good things. I assure you guys. Very good things. Ooh, you went to a White Sox game. That's amazing. I really love that, Brass. That's beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. Crying is healing. It's good to cry. Thank you for embracing me and comforting me through the crying, guys. I love you all so much.
And you can change colors at any moment. You can become, camouflage incarnate. Like, there is higher levels of intelligence in the nature around us at the biologic level that we don't have access to. And so maybe we should just kind of rethink our potential instead of saying, well, we need to just live to 180 years, which is kind of the biohacker, dream. Like, if I hear one more Instagram post of I'm going to live to 180 because I figured out how to regulate my morning glucose, I'll freak out. But it's like, nobody wants to see your Instagram for another 180 years, first of all. Like, nobody can handle that. Like, we need to let go of the longevity of the human body as the quintessential goal of human biology. Human biology can become something unbelievable, unseen before, because we have all this unused genomics within us. We're using about 1.5% of our genome to express.
Everybody, it's Tony Robbins. How you doing out there? In the middle of the storm. Oh, it's funny to ask people how you're doing with
our current human genetics. So what does the other 98.5% got to offer? And so I offer all of us the opportunity to start to say, as we express higher levels of light energy within us, because we start to reroot humanity in that intelligence of nature, which is literally what we do at the science level. Under the microscope, in our lab, we're taking 60 million year old soil. No human has ever seen 60 million year old soil because we've only been here 300,000 years, and that 60 million year old soil went extinct with the last extinction 55 million years ago. Big asteroid hit, wiped out all the topsoils of the Earth. We've been struggling back as a planet to build nutrient density back in our soil systems. Topsoils today, the deepest stuff that was probably in North America before colonialism destroyed the entire ecosystem here, and then the soil systems were probably 6 feet, 8 feet deep. Back in the 55 million, 60 million years ago, with the dinosaur era of our planet, we had topsoil levels of 25, 30, 35 feet deep. So there was a nutrient density and a potential of life and a biodiversity that was there at the microbial level that simply hasn't been mimicked again since. And so at the intelligence of nature, which is our lab and our soil system products, we're able to expose human cells for the very first time to this deeper remembrance of the potential of life on Earth. And when we do that, the rate of protein synthesis is insane. The rate at which those human cells can repair has literally just never been seen before. And they can build three-dimensional structures in a freaking petri dish. And so that, even at detached from a human body, they start getting information that allows them to do a regenerative phenomenon that's literally never been witnessed before. And so we've seen stem cells come out of vacuum space. We've seen all kinds of weird phenomenon happen in a petri dish when you marry these elements of nature, structured catalytic water, with these small carbon metabolites or snowflakes from carbon metabolism of bacteria and fungi in these ancient systems. That crystalline structure that becomes potential when you have living life force water with ancient memory of the potential of life, humans reimagine themselves.
I love you guys too. You guys don't need to say anything. It feels good to just to
put these liquids,
get it out,
and nutrients back into your body.
And acknowledge how far I've come, and I really am proud of myself.
Every time somebody reaches for a new, for the first time,
I appreciate you guys so much.
This ancient information, because they're about to tie humanity to a new potential, a new opportunity to re-express itself. And so as we have been building the intelligence of nature system over the last 12 years, it's been this awesome journey into reimagining what could the organic garden of human look like, rooted deep into a nutrient and intelligence and a communication stream that has not been available to the species yet. And for that, I believe we can make these transformational changes in water structure. We can make transformational changes in ultimately the protein structures, in the nucleotide sequences that code for those. We call that DNA. And so we have the opportunity to witness in our laboratory every day the future potential of life on Earth. And for that, I'm forever humbled, for sure. John Gilday, who's our senior lab director, he's a PhD in microbiology and trained at Johns Hopkins and has done an amazing, convoluted career into so many different spaces of genetics and beyond. But John is one of the most heart-centric humans I know, and I've learned so much from his love for people and his care for people and his care for people connecting back to nature and back to their capacity to heal again. He's counseled so many people through their own health and healing journeys over the years, and I've been witness to that. And one of my favorite things about John is for big and gregarious as he is, he's got something that we call the data dance. When we get to see something under the microscope that no human has ever seen before, John gets up in the lab and does this little data dance because he just got to see something nobody's ever seen before. And so over the last 10 years of working together in our lab, we worked together actually before our little biotech lab. We worked together at the university. He helped me with a lot of my cancer research, incredible microscopist, and he actually helped me image the first mitochondrial relationships that we were describing in the beginning and everything else. But over these many years, I've gotten to see John do so many data dances, and ultimately because on a weekly basis, we get to see miracles happen. And it's one of those many things that I wish I had been taught in kindergarten and ultimately in medical school, which is miracles are normal. Miracles are a reconnection to a memory of possibility before human emotion. And so as we remember that life is miraculous and miracles are a non-linear revelation of the potential of abundance within a system.
Enjoy your sleep, Kagato. Thank you so much for hanging out with me
We
today.
realize there's absolutely no reason for fear, guilt, and shame. There's no amount
I
of
appreciate you,
glyphosate on
Kira.
the planet that can actually disrupt the truth of our biology and our capacity to reroute into nature at a deeper level.
He was my best friend. You passed away. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Kira. I love you so much. Kira, I would love to talk to you more sometime. Thank you for sharing. I lost my grandma during the pandemic as well, and she helped raise me a lot. I lived with her for quite a long time, and she wasn't a perfect person, but it hurts. And I love her a lot, so I feel for you. I'm sending you so much love.
To become something we've never become before. And so this is our promise as a biologic living system, is that it will get more beautiful and it will get more intelligent. Every single extinction has led to that. The systems always get more complex, always more beautiful, always more biodiverse after every single extinction, and the level of intelligence and the biologic forms of life that come after.
I actually, Ryder, Sad Boy, I wanted to talk to you about, there's a grieving circle that Ramsey's doing. I'm considering going to, because yeah, I've been holding a lot in over the years, because it was just like survival mode, like I'm like, I can't grieve now, I gotta work. It's hard because it's like grieving is a process that can take years, so to not even have time to like process much at all, it's rough. Because you need to be able to like relax to fully like grieve, like to be with community, I feel like.
Exquisite. And as we're sitting there in Egypt together, as we're sitting there in Egypt together, Andre, I think one of the deep things that I felt in that group of people was that for the first time we were giving each other permission to be something never seen before. And that was one of the greatest privileges of my life, was to be in an environment where there was absolutely no judgment for whatever was going to be expressed. And I think I can count on my finger maybe 3 times in my life where I've experienced that, and none of those 3 have been held at that level of reverence towards one another that I felt towards everybody that was in that group, and I felt from everybody in that group. And I just want to recognize you and Blue and Robert Grant and everybody else who curated that group of peoples, but also curated the energy behind the gathering. You guys provided an allowance for me to be something I've never been socially visible in. You allowed me to express myself in ways I've never expressed myself in front of humans before. And I am indebted to you for that. That's a really deep gift to receive from another human being. So I want to recognize your co-creation in that with Blue and the others. And I also want to encourage you to continue that, and continue whatever that was. The larger the vessel you can provide humanity to express itself without judgment, the more radical our transformation is going to be, and the more accelerated that transformation will emerge. And so I am really grateful to have been seen in the way that I was in Egypt by you and your colleagues and friends that I can now call my own friends. And I really needed that at this point in life. I am more depleted as a human psyche than I've ever been, and I'm so grateful for that, because it's allowing me to reach past my current version of humanness out of necessity, tapping into something unseen, unremembered before. And so you offered me that invitation. It came at a moment that was so perfect. And by the end of that trip, and in conversations that I've had with a handful of the people since the trip, I think that every one of us needed that at that moment to make the jump that we were about to make, but couldn't figure out how to do, And so I'm intrigued, as you said, that when we stand in awe of things achieved by past civilizations or societies, we can get a glimpse of the possibility, the potential of something much greater than we've created together so far. But that pales in comparison and glory to the experience of simply being yourself. And man, did it feel good to be myself for a few days. And I got to tune into things with abandon, and I got to let those express themselves through me in weird ways that are not socially acceptable probably in most of my life. And you guys not only allowed me to experience that, everybody else had also invited themselves into that same opportunity. And so the level of esoteric bizarroness that was happening in any given room at any given moment could not be described by any English language that I've learned. But the beauty of it was so potent, and the tears that were shed, the laughter that was had, the dances that were manifest, the music, my God, the voices we heard. To sit inside those temples and hear some of those women sing, my God, the voices. It's the closest I've ever come in this human lifetime to hearing what I would describe as angelic voices, and the purity that was achieved in some of those voices, the tones that were there, and so many of the tones unjoined by words because they were just beyond human expression. They were vibrational expressions of cosmic design, sacred geometry manifest in a vocal cord. And we got to hear things that probably humans haven't heard in a very long time, if ever before. And I am confident that that changed the crystals inside of my cells. I reached a higher complexity of crystals inside my gel-like state of water because I was in the presence of a pure signal. And for that, everything in the universe changes. This bizarre reality of entanglement that quantum physics has shown us is that your thought right now changes the conformation of the most distant star in the cosmos immediately, instantaneously. We now know that in the quantum physics realm. But the times in which we can actually experience that and say we have witnessed it in the human experience are preciously few. And I feel like you gave me an opportunity to see quantum entanglement in the human experiential thing, for the beauty that was channeled by the beings that were in those rooms, in those deep chambers, in those high chambers, up in the pyramids. We got to witness things less seen by perhaps many entities within the universe than we would hope to know. But the preciousness of this is so far beyond. And so I am so at peace with the complete experience of being human right now, for having been there, seen that, felt that, heard that, such that I have continued to be surprised that I keep waking up on a pillow in the morning in the same human body, because it feels so complete now. And it doesn't feel good. It feels intense to feel so much. Heartbreak for humans around me. Heartbreak for my own psyche, my own frailty, my own repetitive, abusive thoughts that course through a human mind in a day. That still can exist in me is freaking mysterious to me, because the amount of energy held within my body over these decades of more and more truth revealing itself should blow apart all of that into infinitum, such that it cannot exist. And so it's a frightening demonstration of the power of human belief that we are able to continue to maintain dysfunctional, reductionist, fractured belief systems that are abstract and not real in the face of such power, in the face of such potency of the truth within us, within each other. I would be honored if you could take a couple minutes and just reflect on what those chambers felt like to you. I think this audience, can almost feel it right now in some ways. But I would love to invite you as a brother and as another human being to just open up the space, as you've been so generous to open up to me. What the hell was going on in you and in your experience there?
Thank you, man. Thank you. Just like you felt there was a non-judgmental space that was provided, equally you met that with the willingness to be seen, which is arguably one of the most courageous things that another human can do, really. To be seen in your full glory and your full mess, like all of it, no matter whatever your truth is. But the willingness to be seen, and that also provides a permission slip for all those that are in the space that see you, but then also that are unseen energetically, to be able to be seen. And I feel like we all truly want to be seen, understood. We want to be heard. And so just thank you for the permission slip that you were, just by virtue of embracing this new change in your life and this new chapter. And just so courageous, man, for everything that you're sharing with such vulnerability, and the permission slip that I feel like all of our listeners are tuning into right now. So thank you. And simultaneously, while you feel low, I know that you felt also extreme moments of bliss and expansion and ecstasy. And it's just what a ride to have access to the full spectrum like that, and I feel like with that comes just more information that gets to be transmuted into your own growth for those that get to witness you and everything else. The time in Egypt was
Hello, Kellogg. How are you, buddy?
eye-opening and soul expanding from being in the king's chamber with all those humans and oming and making the sounds with their bodies and going in what is called the sarcophagus, but really that crystal box that you start to hit a resonant frequency in, and it starts to go won't, like turns on like a vehicle almost. That, you know, we've kind of lost understanding of the true power of the technology that is in those chambers was, I think, activating beyond what the English mind can even prescribe that is, but definitely felt like a cellular upgrade from my own end, and then also how everyone else was experiencing that time. You know, for me, there was a great space that I feel like was provided and a deeper anchoring into like my own heart awareness that I would say. After some time in the King's Chamber, I went on a solo journey down to the subterranean chamber at the lowest point, a couple 100 feet underneath in the Great Pyramid. And you have about 13 billion pounds of stone and crystal above you. Energetically, you can feel the weight of that. And I was just, I mean, for the faint of heart or claustrophobic, I wouldn't recommend crawling in that small little tunnel. But once I got to the end of it, just laying down into the pit, just the complete darkness of that feels like infinite potential simultaneously. And I think that is possibly one of the greatest gifts, is to afford ourselves the space to be in the silence, be in the darkness, without any, without acting on any urge or compulsion to do, to be anywhere other than just marinating in the space that is the void of, you know, a silent moment in meditation, or, you know, the subterranean chamber in the Great Pyramid. It felt like a deep remembering of how important it is to allow ourselves to surrender into the natural seasons and cycles of life. Like we were speaking to earlier, how there's a needed fallow season. You know, some need to recognize that they are in that fallow season of their own internal journey, where things might not be blooming, and but, you know, inherently with that, so much is being realized in the fertile soil of future growth that is to come. And so, you know, I think that we saw on that journey to Egypt a multitude of expressions of people where they are at on their own journeys, whether that is the complete breaking down of everything that they thought they knew, or the complete activation of stepping into a new level of creativity that they have access to. Ultimately, what was, you know, powerful outside of my own experience was being just witness to the power of human connection. And I think that's where the magic is. I know that's where the magic is, because I feel every single time when people come together in radical presence with vulnerability and the capacity to listen truly, to actually be with another person and not listening with the mind, but with our own presence, with our own being. We get to experience and be witness to what needs to be heard. And with that, I feel like comes the possibility for that change and the exponential growth. And so, I mean, thank you for the invitation, opening into
Just got off work. Nice. Hello, Steven. How you doing, buddy?
A deeper claiming and owning on a somatic level of what we're here to do in this time, and what I'm here to do in this time, and who I'm here to be a stand for. And that is much of a privilege as a burden, you know, as it is a burden, because I think our purpose is, once we realize and feel that, like, what is
great to
most
see you
pulling on our
too.
heart to do in this life, it becomes, like I said, a great privilege to know that, but also something that is so painful to not act on, that you must act, you know? And so for me, part of that is facilitating more in a larger containers and bigger vessels for these human connections to happen and to be a bridge for that space, and to keep on doing what I'm doing here and doing it with more reverence and more capacity to listen and be changed to what I hear. And that is something that I love, that I believe Mark Nepo, a quote of his was, to listen is to lean in gently with a willingness to be changed by what we hear.
Wow. I love that. I love that. And I really resonate with the concept of that weight or that burden-esque quality to seeing the larger version of yourself or the larger purpose of why you think you're here, all that. I mean, that's once
Confederate
felt,
heroes Day. Excited.
everything else you previously felt seems like it was, irrelevant or so minuscule that it doesn't matter, right? And I think that what has, I have one advantage over you in life only, which is I'm old.
Do you think if I burn the American flag on stream,
I
I get banned?
in life
And the Confederate flag at the same time?
have made the burden lighter.
Probably. I'd probably get arrested or something.
And I think I may be exactly
one
in
in
the
each
same
hand.
place as you. I don't feel
I
like I'm
fire
ahead of
spin
you
with
in
them.
knowing my purpose or knowing the scale of that or whatever it is. But I am intrigued by the lightening of it. And I think that's what's happening over these, especially the last 10 years of my life.
Got a
Realizing
kitten!
that just because I can see the whole doesn't
that's so
mean that I'm gonna
cute!
achieve it by the same
Are you in the
principles
Discord? I'd love to
that I
see.
got here now. And so
Okay, in a video
the
game though,
freedom
I would
to
obviously
imagine
only ever burn
or
the American
freedom
flag
to
in a video
surrender
game.
and understanding of how you achieve that massive version of yourself has to be part of the equation. Because if we allow the burden part to be there, then it does weigh down the psyche. It weighs down our.
What if I burn every flag of like every country?
We can't express the thing.
Like all of
And then
them.
we get more and more frustrated because it's like, well,
But
another
if you
decade's
canceled
gone
by
and I
everyone?
still haven't reached my purpose. And I still
How
haven't achieved
canceled
it.
can I be for burning
And when I'm
flags?
finding out, more and more of my.
I don't want to like
personal
single
life,
anyone
it's
out.
like, oh
So
my
like
gosh.
we can burn all the flags together.
That big potential, that big purpose, that big thing actually already happened. It's already exists. Therefore, it can be seen.
Not on the Discord. Okay, it's on my all my links if you want to join it, Steven. I'd love to see your kitty.
Not because it's in some distant future that hasn't arrived, but because it's already been achieved. And from my perspective, it looks like it's separate from now. But it's
Oh
only
god, the
because I
penguins are
can't
gonna come for
see
me.
the real
Honestly, I
now
hope
that
they
it looks
do.
separate from
Like,
now.
come attack me, and then I'll
Your
like
full purpose
roll over on
already
my belly, and
happened.
I'll
It's
like
already
convince
here.
them to
It's
take me
fully
as part of their
expressed. And
their
so
pack.
The invitation, I think, for all of us is
So this guy is talking about it's a little bit esoteric. It's on the Know Thyself podcast, but it's he's mainly talking about disease. The title is Healing the Root Cause of Disease by Awakening Our Biology of Light. So it's quite esoteric. So it's really dependent on whether or not you want to receive this type of information, whether or not it helps you. Definitely if you're adverse to it. I'm just watching a video. I'm not trying to push any ideologies on anybody. But yeah, they're emphasizing the impact that like being in nature has on us, what being seen by people, by being seen by community, like that impact that has on us. So yeah, hell of a statement. It is a hell of a statement, man. What's that John Lennon song? Imagine all the people. Let's listen to it. Probably gonna get copyright striked for this song, but let's listen to it anyways.
Money makes the world go round. Crypto makes the world go forward.
Building your online business?
I'm being advertised to.
Go to Wix.com
My brain cells.
and set
Become the penguin leader. How did you shave your head in that one video? I might do the same, but I don't know what razor to use or if mine can handle it. Oh, I used just like a regular, it was like a cheap $20 like buzz cutter. Also, the first time I ever did my hair really short, I actually just took a scissors. And when I shaved this side of my head, I just took a scissors. Do you know how far I had to scroll down to find this stream? Listen, I'm an 8 viewer Andy, man. You probably had to scroll a really long way, but where'd you find the stream? Only here for giveaways? Nice name. I'm not doing a giveaway right now, though. But are you coming from the Twitch page? Or are you just scrolling down on Just Chatting streams? Yo, 10 viewer Andy, let's go. Double digits. Yeah, my main viewership is on CB. I have like 300k there. I get like 70 viewers average, something like that when I'm not spicy. So. I'll be gonna make it even, Steven. Even Steven. Haha. I funnied myself. Steven, if you were within the vicinity and you wanted to make a video, I'd shave it for you. I've actually considered doing that. Like, what if I just did like a whole Cassie barbershop arc and I shaved people's heads? You're just scrolling. Oh, well, thanks for being here. I appreciate you, man. Oh my gosh, Kira. Definitely keep the hair if it empowers you. Imagine all the people living for today. Oh, imagine there's no country to do, nothing to kill or die for. Alright, making a YouTube video of burning all the flags. All of them. Imagine all the people, but to the song. To this song. I do have one, Kenner. I have some videos of it. A dreamer. But I'm not the only one. I hope someday that you join us. Bye, GMC. Love you. Take care. Imagine no possession. I wonder if you. Oh, sounds good, Steven. I'll check it in a minute. No need for greed or hunger. A brotherhood of man. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday that you'll join us. And the world will be as one. Your kitten is so cute, and your profile picture is a raccoon, Steven. I just sent you a friend request. What the fuck?
Oh, I switched to H&R blog.
What the fuck? He's so cute. Guys, look at my Discord. Steven just posted their new kitty. Oh my god, it's so cute.
You can file free and easily do your own taxes online with H&R Block.
Janet Jackson presents Together Again, live across North America in 2024, performing all her number.
Once glimpsed, that full weight and full
Oh,
gravitational
Tobias, I love
capacity
that.
of the full expression of self is something to be surrendered into.
Do I bring it
rather
out
than
on
to-
streams?
and
I
it's
have it
something
in
to
a while,
be
Canner, but
received
after I'm
rather
feeling
than
better
claimed.
emotionally, I'll feel more up for spicy spice things. I love this song too, Hamada. After I'm like more emotionally good, I'll be doing spicier streams, but I'm going through a process right now, and thank the Lord for everyone bearing through it with me. I love you guys. I do have a Hub account. If you guys are interested, look my name up on there. If you're looking for the spicy type of things, it's totally free. I also have, paid content that's more spicy if you're interested in that. But as of right now, I'm not doing super explicit streams because I be going through a process. But I appreciate you guys. I love you guys. Thanks for being interested in it. But yeah, definitely check out trickynymph.me. It has spicier stuff on there if that's what you're looking for. I appreciate you, Kira. Thank you, love.
And I am recognizing that the most challenging place, and this may be just for me personally, but I look across humanity and I think it's a relatively common scenario that where we struggle the most with this manifestation of our full expression of self, purpose, blah, 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 is in all of the constructs that we have put together that approach the thing that we call love. And so the nearer you are to the topic of love, and the constructs that you've put around that topic might be, I have a mother and I expect this, and I am a mother and I expect this of my kids, or I am a blank, I am a doctor, I am a boss, I am an employee, I am a teacher, I am a student, I am a...
Have I seen this week's Philly D?
Take
Half
on,
of it.
The closer that those roles are bringing us to the
Which
purpose
story?
of love, the more likely they are to be screwed up. And the more likely they are to be perceived as super complicated and full of duty and responsibility and weight and everything else, because we fail to believe that we are already loved to the fullest potential. And this is really my deepest wound as a human being, is I run around feeling unseen, misjudged, overjudged, misunderstood in my effort to love other people. And therefore I feel unloved. When in fact it's the biggest fallacy in the universe that anything can get in the way of love, or that love needs anything. It's absolutely physically, absolutely property impossible that love needs anything, or love expresses something to get, gift something to somebody that they didn't have a moment before. Love is a frequency condition of biology being seen by other biology. The difference between physics and biology is physics cannot see anything else around it. It cannot experience other features around it in a way that it wasn't already experiencing it, because it already is connected to everything. That's why we call it
I'm probably
quantum
going to switch
physics,
over to
not
catnip in
quantum
a second, I think,
biology,
guys.
Because quantum physics is everything at the same time. Out of quantum physics becomes this ethereal reality of biology, of life. Life is a finite expression of an infinite reality of physics. To achieve itself, it has to burn 10,000 times brighter than the physics, and in that brightness, it inherently is going to go out at some point. And so the ethereal, temporal, finite nature of being alive is the purpose of being in human body right now. And for that, you are going to be an infinite being in a finite moment so that you can see the beauty. When you are the star, or you are out in space, I don't believe there is a perceptual difference. And I get to see and hear about this all the time in near-death experiences. So we let go of the body, and they suddenly, merge with the star. They go out in the universe. They're connected to everything. Complete acceptance is experienced at the cellular atomic level, and they are quantum physics itself, and they know the divine. They know God, whatever it was that they were confused
Oh,
about.
I love
the
that,
divine is
Kira.
now God. and they get the whole beauty of it. They get the whole incredible, spectacular experience of being everything. The
Bye,
unified
Steven.
field,
I hope you and Tobias enjoy your night.
I am. And then they suddenly get shocked back into the body and paddles on their chest and drugs pumping into their vein, and they're in the ICU, and I just brought them back into the body. And they can tell me this whole freaking journey into oneness, into all this. But they didn't see things in the same way that they do as soon as they're back in a physical body and have eyes and say, oh, there's the sunset and there's the thing. So the phenomenon of taking the infinite reality of being into being alive in a finite reality is the gift of sight, ultimately. We can perceive the beauty of the physical universe for being biologically finite, being biologically separated from oneness for that moment, so that we can see all the beauty. When we see beauty, perhaps really unique to the human biology, because of the uniqueness of our five senses and believing we're separate from everything and having an ego that then separates us emotionally, energetically, philosophically from all things, for that we might be even better at seeing the beauty, because we have more separation than any other species, perhaps. And for this, we stare at the sunset. The birds don't stop to look at the sunset. I'm always amazed by that. Monkeys in the trees in Africa, when I'm staring at that sunset, backs to it, they're cracking nuts. They seem to be completely oblivious and have no care for the fact that the sky is doing freaking spectacular things behind them. Because the monkey can probably feel that. It doesn't have to stop and observe it and wonder at it and all that. It's just like, yeah, of course, sunset, beauty. I'm beauty. I'm the thing. I'm the monkey. I'm beauty. Sunset, blah, blah, blah. No big deal. As human, because I believe myself to be separate from everything, to be at this pinnacle of biology, which is to say a pinnacle of finite existence, finite beliefs, finite everything, I can see the infinite so well. And for that, I am a wonderment to the entire universe, because I get the experience of vibrating with this frequency that we have come in the English language to dumb down to the word love. But there is a frequency which is a wide bandwidth of experience, a wide bandwidth of feeling that is not like, oh, I'm in love. The frequency of love encompasses every emotion that humans have ever described. It encompasses every feeling a human body is capable of vibrating in. Is a massive carrier wave of information that happens when we witness beauty. And so I'm really grateful for being in a finite body. I'm constantly tortured and tormented by the psychology of a mind believing itself to be separate from everything. But the gift is that I can see the beauty of everything, and I can feel everything, including the pain. Lynn Twist is on my board for my nonprofit, Project Biome. She's one of the brightest minds of the 20th century, I think, and unfortunately brings that into the 21st century with us now. And she's bringing this intelligence and vibration into the world through so many of her books and brilliance there. But she said something amazing in our board meeting yesterday. She said the pain is what pushes us forward until vision can pull us forward. Pain is what pushes us forward until vision can pull us forward. And I think she was quoting somebody on that, but forever in my mind, that will be a Lynn Twist quote. So Lynn, I'm attributing that to you now. But for me, that shifted something inside of me hearing that again, is that we need to celebrate the hell out of the pain that we feel when we can see the purpose that hasn't apparently become yet. That pain is what pushes us forward until we have the vision that it's already received, that it's already here, that we already have obtained whatever it is that we are here to express in the universe. It's already here. We just need to perceive it, and the vision will come and the pain will decrease of the burden that you feel for having glimpsed your real full purpose there in Egypt or wherever it comes from there. So my encouragement to you is celebrate the pain. It will push you into the vision of realizing you already arrived. And I'm just so intrigued by you, Andre. You have so much ahead of you, and your runway is so broad. I can't even fathom having a conversation with you right now, what it would have been like to live my life having been capable of this conversation when I was your age. It's so fucking exciting. It's so exciting, brother.
Thank you, man.
You are on a very accelerated path of self-revelation, and it's just going to be a joy to witness your self-expression on this planet. That will be social, professional, all kinds of things will come out of that. My goodness, you're on a wonderful path, and it's an honor to hang out and be witness to it intermittently here, because it's going to be awesome. So every single path is awesome, and I just hero.
I posted the link to the video in chat.
My gosh, y'all are spectacular. My goodness, you are a miracle. My goodness, did you show up right at the right moment for human history? Honored to be with each of you. Honored to be feeling you present in this room with us. Honored to be having a human moment for the finite that allows for the pain, that allows for our capacity to see the beauty, so that we vibrate in love.
Zach, thank you so much. Without, my path, my runway doesn't become possible without getting to have the joy of reflection from individuals like yourself, and what that gets to awaken and sprout in myself via that reflection, and just a joy to be on this journey together, So thank you for seeing me and reflecting all that beauty that you see in me, and just reflected back tenfold the permission that you give to others. And I really feel like you're such an incredible synthesizer of understanding where we're currently at, where we've gone wrong, and our capacity to make that shift. Like I said in the beginning, that reminder that you give to us at this time is so potent. It's right on time. It's very much so needed. And another Lynn Twist quote I think I mentioned last time on the podcast was, there's nothing more powerful than an idea that's time has come. And I think we're speaking to an idea that's time has come. I was really moved by a story that you shared when you were 19, when you became an unexpected doula to give birth to a life in the Philippines in the back of a van. And the amount of reverence that must have, birthed in you for life. And I know that as you've been present to so much for the birth and death process within the human journey, I can only imagine what that's opened up for you in your own capacity for reverence of life. And I feel like what we're speaking to in this conversation is really ultimately the reminder to realize how precious we are, and to afford ourselves the love and the space for non-judgment that we often don't give ourselves, and to release that shame and guilt and judgment. And in closing, I would love for you to actually share a little bit about that moment and what that opened in you.
That's cool. That's an unexpected endpoint for this conversation, and honoring that being that we'll talk about here for being so potent that we would conclude such a micro to macro vast conversation, and this little infant is appropriate. I was ended up in the Philippines by just only the way that the highest version of self or the divine can write, because I didn't intend to go into medicine in my life at all. I was heading towards engineering. I was a very unhappy student in my first 18 years of primary school and public education in the United States. I didn't like school at all, as far as it didn't make a whole lot of sense to me, I guess, in some ways, but it certainly didn't spur any curiosity. And so I found myself spending almost all my curious time and creative time outside of school. And I was really blessed with an incredible group of friends that we went through scouting and all aspects of our lives together between kind of age 11 to today. And those are still some of my best friends in the world. And this little core group of five or six of us, we're building cars and building houses and building anything we could think of on a day. We were trying to, I remember one point we were trying to create a photon gun, like stupid stuff, and 99% of the stuff we ever set out to build never worked, or we never completed, or whatever it was. But it was an incredible gift to be invited into a place where I was constantly able to just imagine what we could build next. And so in that experience, where my only creative outlets were outside of school, I just didn't think I was a good student. And I say all of that because there's so many of you that are brilliant minds that are ready to be stimulated to places you can't imagine, when you lose the narrative that you're not a good student, or you're not good at school, or you're not good at learning, or you're not smart, all of those things, at any age, you can step into an experience.
Hey, I don't like school either.
You will know so
Bro,
much
so many
fast.
people I know, especially us neurodivergent folk, don't like school. Maybe it could perhaps be something to do with the structure of it and the propaganda. Maybe. I was a shit student. I would always talk out in class. I'd be like, a teacher would say something that was like factually inaccurate, and I'd be like, wait, but like, I was telling my dad on the phone today, I was like apologizing for how I was like such a hard kid to raise, because like I'm very anti-authority, always asking questions type stuff, and he's like, actually, like, no, it's good. It's good to be like that. You should ask questions. And yeah, like we had a good talk. So yeah, love that.
When you open up a new narrative that you already know everything, that you are a creative force of the divine. And I didn't get to feel that, see that until I was in medical school. And so I had to go through a bunch of, revelations.
Hello, Daisy. How are you doing?
And one way of saying it, to get to that point where I thought that I was a good enough student to deserve to go to medical school or something. And this experience in the Philippines was a potent moment for that with this infant. I had decided to take a year off from college because I was going into an engineering program, and then had my heart broken by my first girlfriend. And just only as dramatic as an 18-year-old boy can be, I decided, my gosh, to heal this wounded heart of mine, I need a year off. I need to go find myself, like as if I was going to find myself at 19 years old. There's no way, but I was super dramatic.
If only. If only, man.
If there's one trait I have, I am
It's a never-ending
so
journey.
earnest about everything I do. So earnest, I went out to go find myself in the world and take this year off. And within seconds, literally, I mean, not even an hour had passed from me deciding to take that year off, and the phone rings. It was a Sunday. I wasn't living with my parents at the time, but had gone to church that morning and was hanging out for lunch at their place. Their phone rings. I happened to answer their phone. We used to have landlines at that time, and it was this phone, and it was my aunt from the Philippines, and she was like, "Hey, what are you up to?" I was like, "Oh, I just, super earnest moment. I just decided to take a year off. I'm dedicating myself to
Me
blah, blah, blah."
too.
She's like, "Well, why don't you come to the
Me
Philippines
too.
and birth
Me
babies?"
too. Life is short. Me too.
That's a very good idea. Okay, I'll do that. I was like, no thought went into it at all. Like, it was just like one of those things where universe sees that opening, that little space of, okay, I'm not going to do the thing that I thought I was going to do. I'm going to take a pause. Universe immediately right there, like, let me show you something bigger. Let me show you something greater. Let me show you something that you can't even imagine. And so I just knew, I suppose at a deep level, okay, that's the path I'm supposed to take. So with no really questions asked or whatever.
My first encounter with consciousness from another world was when I met someone in 2010 whose most recent past life took place on another planet. I could look into their past life and see and feel their planet through them. It was a fully
I went and got a job at a discount tire company and busted tires for 6 months because I'd asked her, how much money do I need to get there and live for 6 months or whatever I need to do. And so I went and I earned $5,000 or $6,000 or something like that, and busting tires. And I was working overtime every chance I got to get the money in the bank, to get the flight over, and to live in the Philippines for 6 months. And what I hadn't thought through is that she had said that I'd be working with an international group of midwives. Had never heard that word before, so I didn't really process what that was going to mean for me. But show up over there, and of course that means you're birthing babies pretty quickly. And
Kellogg,
of course,
thank
had
you.
absolutely
I
no
don't have
medical training,
TTS
no
on this
knowledge of what I
account,
was
but
doing,
thank
she had
you.
assured me that they would just teach me what I needed on.
Tried building a robot after watching an episode of the Magic
So
School Bus
I
when you were a
arrived and I
kid?
started learning how to do these 14-day checkups for these infants, and I was the assistant to another midwife and blah, blah, blah. And then suddenly 2 weeks in, this midwife gets called back to a family emergency in Canada, so she's flying off, and everybody's like, all right, now you just do it. And I was like, I've been like through 2 clinics. I've been like learning two weeks. Like, I'm nothing. I was so insecure, so frightened by the whole thing. And they're like, no, you got it. The hip dystocia and the heart murmurs, and you're just screening for,
Oh, that's so cute.
So I started doing these little newborn screenings, and
I love that.
Every Thursday you'd have 40 or 50 women
Wait, it
line
needs
up
a
with their newborn babies. And in the Philippines, the nutrient level is so low that these kids are tiny. And so you've got these 3-pound,
Hello,
4-pound
Dracos.
babies being handed to you, and you're
How are you doing in
19-year-old
Mexico?
kid with no medical training. You can fit one of these babies in a single hand, you know. You
Had a
put
lot
these
of people from
together.
all over the world today, man. Yeah, lots of diversity in my chat. I love it. Goodbye, Jerome. Much love to you. Thank you so much for being there for it, and thank you for sharing yours. I appreciate you so much. I love you too. Please have a good rest of your night. I will see you soon. That is adorable, Kellogg. I fucking love that. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, okay, cool. I responded to chats.
You do your thing. You check
I
your
actually think I linked this podcast in the chat if you guys are interested. I'm going to hop off this stream, actually. I'm going to do a raid on Twitch, so please join twitch.tv/tricky_nymph. We're about to do a raid. I don't know who to who yet, but we're going to do a little raid ski. And then I'm going to be on again in a minute. On Cassie Catnip after I go use a bathroom and all that good stuff. All that good stuff. I love you guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. Trying to find someone to raid real quick here. We'll listen to the podcast while I'm looking.
Sure. I mean, joint dysfunction, you check their spine for incomplete spine formation, you do a few little simple reflexes, and you look
Yeah,
in
join
the nose, ears,
twitch.tv/tricky_nymph, guys. We're about to do a raid.
It was
I need to
so
follow more streamers on this
magical
account. I don't have that many people to
be
raid.
at this interface of a mother with a child.
So if you
that
guys
just
stream,
came out
please
of its
post in your
womb,
Discord whenever you guys
to
go
be
live.
witness to
Or
that,
post in
to
my
be called
Discord
into a
whenever
place
you guys
where
go
that
live,
mother would
rather.
have any sort of trust in you as a being or as a person, and they would be so grateful for whatever witnessing you're giving to their child and the reassurance that the child is healthy. And it was in this setting that a month
Let's
or
raid
two
Carmen.
in,
We're gonna raid Carmen. Okay, everybody get in the Twitch chat. We're raiding Carmen.
rings, and this woman is hemorrhaging,
Slash raid Carmen
we had never seen
Nem.
her before.
Okay. Everybody get in the chat. Get in the chat.
It
We're
was
raiding
really,
Carmen.
really, really tragic.
I gotta watch this
thing to
ad though.
witness. She was probably in her mid-30s and
Twitch.tv/tricky_nymph. Do I have eyebrows?
was born with,
Yeah?
you know,
I got
a
eyebrows.
brain injury.
There's a video of me
So
shaving
it's
off my
not
eyebrows. If you guys are curious,
very
that
delayed
exists
mentally,
somewhere.
and,
So yeah.
probably
Yeah, thank you guys so much for the awesome stream. I love you guys. Take care. I will be on Cassie Catnip in a few minutes. Not sure when. Maybe like 20 minutes. Bye, guys. See you later.
I was this close to doing it. Like I had the realtor and everything, and I just didn't do it. It wasn't like the one of houses that I wanted, you know. Kraken's cool, dude. I love Kraken. I love her a lot. What is your go-to karaoke song? I've never done karaoke before, actually, so this is a first for me. I also haven't sang in front of other people since like freshman year when I was in choir. So, or I think sophomore year. Yeah.